If she really was slapped, what would become of her dignity? With a trembling body, Xueqin hurriedly turned to the gray-robed young man and pleaded, "Senior, you mustn't listen to that fellow's nonsense. He's just spewing a load of crap. Until we really forge the nurturing yang pill according to his instructions, we won't know if what he's saying is the right answer." But before she could finish her words, the gray-robed young man had also turned to face her, and with 3 swift strokes, he slapped her thrice. Forehand, pa. Backhand, pa. Forehand, pa. Every single strike echoed loudly into the surroundings. The young lady's smooth and delicate skin immediately began swelling up. "Is that enough for you?" The gray-robed young man gazed at Xianxia coldly with his hands behind his back. He was extremely adept at pill forging, and he had made sure to check all the details personally. Even without forging the nurturing yang pill, he already knew that the young man was correct. Since the answer was already clear, any obstinacy beyond this point would only sully the good reputation of not only him but the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion too. "Ah, it was just a casual remark when I told you to slap her. She's just a young lady, and it's not as if she has a marriage agreement with me but went to the extent of coming over to my residence to coerce me to back out of our marriage agreement. But I guess what's done is done, so let's say we're even with that. Please, feel free to be on your way." Xianxia bowed slightly as if to send the gray-robed young man away. The gray-robed young man took one last chilling look at Xianxia before turning around to leave. The others that had come with him quickly left along with him. As for the fainted young man, one of the members of the group picked him up and took him away. They had planned to make use of this as an opportunity to display their prowess and earn the respect of those in the Xinjiang city. But it had completely backfired on them. A tremendous amount of rage was boiling in their blood. After leaving the market, the gray-robed young man looked at the swollen-faced Xueqin and asked with narrowed eyes, "Who was that?" Xueqin shuddered at the chilling voice of the gray-robed young man, and she quickly explained herself. "Senior, I really don't know that person. I was referring to that crippled young man." The gray-robed young man interjected sharply. He. Xueqin's face turned ghastly pale. "He has a marriage agreement with me. It was decided by the elders of our clans. However, there's really nothing between us. We haven't even met more than a couple of times. You should know why you were accepted as a menial disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion," the gray-robed young man remarked coldly. "In order for inner disciples to focus on their cultivation, they require servants to attend to their needs. It's out of special consideration of your looks and the fact that you are still a maiden that I made an exception and allowed you to join us as a servant and a concubine." "I understand." Xueqin lowered her head subserviently. "That had better be the case," the gray-robed young man said with an impatient wave of his hand. He walked over to the carriage not too far away and got onto it. Before the carriage set off, his nonchalant voice echoed from within. "I expect you to settle this matter prudently before it reaches the ears of the Sword Pavilion. Also, I want to know the identity and background of that bandaged fellow by tonight. Elder Lu Yun will be here in 3 days, and I don't expect any complications as a result of this." "Understood." "Understood." Xueqin bowed fearfully, not daring to even breathe loudly. Da-da-da. The carriage finally began moving away. Only at this moment did Xueqin realize that her back was drenched in sweat. She glanced back at the Hongyan market with a murderous look on her face. "Tell my teacher that we'll be making a move tonight," she spat coldly. "Yes, second young mistress," the young men following behind her replied. "Thank you, teacher." Seeing how Xueqin, who had humiliated him time and time again, had been struck in public, Dan Xiaotian felt a little conflicted within. Nevertheless, he knew that his teacher was doing this for him, and he felt extremely grateful for that. "Since you are my student, there's no way I'll allow you to be wronged," Xianxia replied with a smile. "All right, I need you to bring me to a quiet room. I would like to test out the ethereal token." "Yes, teacher." Dan Xiaotian nodded. He quickly approached the middle-aged man from earlier, and before long, they were brought to a silent chamber. Upon entering the chamber, Xianxia inspected its interior and found that the area had been secured by multiple layers of formations, ensuring its privacy. He nodded in satisfaction before taking the ethereal token out. Teacher, I heard that the ethereal token requires very specific instructions in order to activate it, and a complete activation requires one to pay quite a heavy price. But before Dan Xiaotian could finish his words, he saw his teacher tapping a few points on the ethereal token, and a resounding wang echoed through the chamber. A brilliant light shone from the surface of the jade token. It had been completely activated, following which, Xianxia dripped a droplet of blood on the ethereal token, and the brilliant light immediately warped into intricate patterns before seeping into his glabella. This sight left Dan Xiaotian stunned. Based on what he knew, activating the ethereal token was a delicate process, so more often than not, one would have to spend a huge number of ethereal coins in order to engage the help of an expert for a complete activation. Who could have known that his teacher would be able to activate and tame the ethereal token so easily, as if he had done it many times before? Paying no heed to Dan Xiaotian's astonishment, Xianxia carefully perceived the light seeping into his glabella, and only after confirming that it posed no danger to him did he heave a sigh of relief. The next moment, his consciousness escaped from his body to enter a unique dimension. Lowering his head, he found that his body had become something that was a mix of reality and illusion. Welcome to the ethereal hall. While Xianxia was still making sense of his current situation, a voice suddenly sounded in the air. This voice? Xianxia widened his eyes in astonishment. This voice was surprisingly familiar to him. There was no mistake about it. Kong Shi. It was Kong Shi's voice. He knew that Kong Shi had definitely come to the Azure, but he did not think that the latter would be related to the strongest power of the Azure, the Ethereal Hall. Or could it be that the Ethereal Hall had been created by Kong Shi? Dan Xiaotian mentioned that the Ethereal Hall was created several thousand years ago by a formidable expert, but judging by the timeline, Kong Shi should have left the Master Teacher continent tens of thousands of years ago. Xianxia's brain churned swiftly to draw links. At this moment, a possibility suddenly arose in his mind, causing his eyebrows to leap up. Could it be that the flow of time in the Azure differs from that of the Master Teacher continent? There had been a whole string of trouble ever since he awoke, so he had not had a chance to really examine the Azure. But now that he was looking at it carefully, there was indeed a difference in the flow of time in the Azure and on the Master Teacher continent. As he was making sense of all of this, the earlier voice continued speaking. I established the Ethereal Hall to allow cultivators to interact with one another and trade safely. In here, you are able to alter your appearance and aura, so there's no need to worry about anyone noticing your true identity in the real world. As long as you are willing to pay the price, you will be able to learn the cultivation techniques you wish to learn. Within the Ethereal Hall, everyone is of the same cultivation realm. There's no segregation as a result of standing or power difference. Everyone will be able to interact with one another on equal terms. That's all I want to say to you. May you enjoy your time at the Ethereal Hall. The voice suddenly trailed off. Those words made Xianxia more certain than ever that Kong Shi was the person behind the Ethereal Hall. After all, it was his vision to create a world where all humans were equally entitled to cultivate and learn. He knew that he would be able to find traces of Kong Shi in the Azure, but considering the time difference, he had thought that it would take a while before he finally heard anything about the latter. Yet, a single ethereal token had been able to provide him with so much information. Suppressing his agitation, he swiftly went through Kong Shi's words when a bizarre thought suddenly occurred to him. Assuming anonymous identities and interacting with one another as equals. Isn't this pretty much like online chat rooms? Technology had been an integral part of life in his previous world. It brought great convenience to the world, allowing for communication or shopping to be done remotely. It allowed people to assume anonymous new identities and enjoy a life aside from the real world. Often, a person whom you addressed as your wife over the internet could very well end up being a nose-picking middle-aged man. As formidable as the ethereal token was, it seemed to work on the same principles. Upon entering the Ethereal Hall, one would be able to conceal one's identity, and the strength of all cultivators would be equalized. This meant that it would be impossible for a person to tell if the person whom they had been chatting with was a male or female, an expert or an ordinary cultivator. This is fine. The cultivators will be able to release the restraints they impose on themselves in consideration of their reputation and pursue what they truly want. It makes it easier for them to seek pointers from one another regarding their cultivation. This might be the motive behind why Kong Shi created this system. Kong Shi promoted education without discrimination, and he hoped to create a world where all humans could stand tall. However, cultivation resources were scarce, and one's birth, talent, and opportunities were bound to determine one's future accomplishments. His ultimate vision was simply not realistic. In his time on the Master-Teacher continent, he had founded the Master-Teacher Pavilion, but the system that he had put in place was marred by the ambitions of those who wished to climb up the hierarchy. He had created the Kungsu domain shortly after, but it had likely made him realize that it was impossible to achieve true equality in the real world. Thus, he had founded the Ethereal Hall and created the Ethereal Tokens. Here, one would have to cast aside one's previous identity and everything related to it. With an anonymous identity and equal strength, everyone would be on equal footing with one another. With just a thought, Xianxia's appearance immediately began changing, making him appear more ordinary. He tried clenching his fists and threw a punch out. The strength that he could draw forth was roughly equivalent to a Saint Wundan cultivator. In other words, no matter how powerful a cultivator was, he could only exert the strength of a Saint Wundan cultivator in here. Xianxia spent some time testing out his new body, but fortunately, it seemed like there was no fundamental difference between it and his real body. He began walking forward, and soon, a grand palace appeared before his eyes. Ethereal Hall, Starlight City. Starlight City is a second-tier city, and Xinjiang City happens to be under its jurisdiction. Zhang Xian recalled based on Dan Xiaoyan's explanation, and he shook his head with a smile. It's even a regional network. To use the terminology from his previous world, there were only servers in the cities where the Ethereal Hall had branches. There was no branch in Xinjiang City, so anyone trying to access the Ethereal Hall from there needed to connect to the higher Starlight City server. Zhang Xian pushed the door open and walked into the palace. A huge crowd immediately appeared right in front of him. Just like social networking games in his previous life, even though everyone had different appearances and figures, the strength that they wielded was the same as one another. They might be far from one another geographically, but at that moment, they were seated alongside one another to trade insights regarding cultivation or even to negotiate important business deals. Through sharing knowledge on a common platform, the rate at which information traveled would be greatly enhanced. Perhaps this was the building block that would drive the Azure toward something similar to his previous world's digital age. After a moment of curious observation, Zhang Xian knew that the urgent matter at hand was to heal his injuries, so he headed to the front counter of the Ethereal Hall and called for an attendant. "Do you have any recovery medicine here? I would like to purchase some. May I ask what tier of medicine you are looking for?" The attendant was a young man dressed in a uniform, and his appearance looked considerably dashing. Of course, it was unlikely that this was his original appearance. This was similar to how many people like to use the photos of popular individuals, such as that author named Heng Sa Tianyao, as their online profile pictures. "I need something that can heal the injuries of a Dimension-Shatterer Realm cultivator," Zhang Xian replied. On his way there, he had verified the various cultivation realms in the Azure, and it seemed like there were 4 tiers of ancient sages, and the names of the realms were the same. As for what lay beyond ancient sage, it appeared that even Dan Xiaotian himself had no idea what it was, so he was unable to satisfy his curiosity. "We do have the Whitewood pill and Blue Sun pill here," the young man said as he passed 2 jade bottles over. Zhang Xian took the 2 jade bottles, pried open their lids, and took a careful look at them. He could not help but marvel at just how detailed the world that Kong Shi had created was. He was well aware that he was in an illusory world, but the spiritual energy and medicinal energy harnessed within those 2 pills felt so tangible that he could not help but wonder if they were actually existent. "But I have never heard of these 2 pills before though, so I don't really know which one will be more useful to me." In the end, the Azure and the Master-Teacher continent were 2 different worlds. While both worlds had apothecaries, their practices and techniques varied greatly from one another, so he was unable to accurately gauge the healing properties of those two pills. He was just about to ask the attendant for more information when an idea suddenly popped into his head. He placed his finger on the whitewood pill lightly and muttered, "Flaws!" Since he was able to use the Library of Heaven's path with his soul, was it possible for him to use it here as well? Wang! There was a jolt in his head, and a book materialized in the Library of Heaven's path. It works. Xianxia's eyes lit up in delight. Even though the pills were fake, it seemed like the Library of Heaven's path was still able to process the information in the ethereal hall to analyze its strengths and weaknesses before compiling that into a book. The whitewood pill uses the whitewood grass as its main ingredient, making it excellent for healing the soul injuries sustained by Dimension-Shatterer realm cultivators. The blue sun pill uses the blood of saint beasts as its key ingredient, and it has remarkable effects in healing one's physical wounds and recovering one's Xianxia. The bulk of my injuries lie in my physical body and my Xianxia, so I guess I should choose the blue sun pill. Having made up his mind, Xianxia relayed his intention to the attendant. The blue sun pill will cost 20,000 ethereal coins each. May I know how you wish to pay for the pill? Do you have an ethereal card? The attendant asked with a sweet smile on his face. 20,000 ethereal coins? Xianxia's eyebrows leaped up. He did not have a single ethereal coin with him, so 20,000 ethereal coins was clearly far out of his league. Besides, what in the freaking cow was an ethereal card? So far, it had been roughly 4 hours since he had awoken, but he had already gotten a clear glimpse as to the purchasing power of the ethereal coin. If Dan Xiaotian sold the residence that he was living in, he would receive 5,000 ethereal coins at most, which meant that the entire residence was only worth a quarter to this blue sun pill. I guess it's time for me to start earning some money once more. Xianxia rubbed his glabella in distress. He had finally climbed to the apex of the master-teacher continent, commanding greater clout than anyone else. He had thought that he had finally struggled out of poverty and would never have to worry about money again, but in the blink of an eye, he was reduced back to the penniless lad he used to be. It sure was exasperating. He suddenly thought of the times when he had impersonated as Xianxia to give others guidance so as to earn the money required to solve Zhao Ye's affliction. Was he going to have to do the same in the Azure? While it was convenient for him to assume an anonymous identity here, he was a humble and low-profile person at heart. There was nothing in this world that he detested more than showing off in such a manner. Sighing helplessly, he raised his head to look at the attendant before him and asked, "May I ask what kind of ways there are to earn money quickly here?" Earn money? Those words made the attendant realize that the person standing before him did not have the means to purchase the blue sun pill. While he did not reveal anything on his face, the warmth in his eyes cooled a little. He had thought that the other party was a big fish, asking for a 20,000 ethereal coins pill as soon as he walked up to the stall, but as it turned out, the other party was poor. The easiest way to earn money is through fighting open duels in the city's dueling ring. The attendant replied nonchalantly, "As long as you don't leave the dueling ring, the amount of money you can earn will increase by twofold each round. In the first round, you can earn 100 ethereal coins, and this will increase to 200 ethereal coins in the second round, 400 ethereal coins in the third round, and so on. All in all, as long as you don't lose, you should be able to earn ethereal coins quickly. As long as you are able to win 8 rounds consecutively, you will be able to rack up enough money to buy the blue sun pill." "I see." Xianxia nodded in response. He had made a misjudgment earlier. It was true that limiting everyone's cultivation to Saint One Dan did reduce the power difference among everyone, but that did not mean that they were equally powerful. Depending on one's interpretation of cultivation, fighting style, and reflexes, there could be a vast difference in the fighting prowess of different individuals even if they did have the same Xianxia capacity. If anything, it would be even more testing on one's skills and techniques. Besides, just because everyone's cultivation was suppressed to the same level, it would be naive to think that an ordinary saint cultivator would be able to defeat an ancient sage cultivator. The precision of their control and battle experience would make a world of difference. The ethereal hall could not erase all inequality among cultivators, or perhaps it was not its aim to do so. By reducing the power difference among cultivators, it would put the emphasis on techniques and skills, thus motivating cultivators to work on those as well. May I know where the dueling ring is? I'd like to register for the duels, Xianxia said. You can register for the duel here. However, I would like to remind you that your opponents get more and more difficult with each round that you win. While you are winning more rounds, the opponents you are paired with are doing the same, the attendant said. I understand. Xianxia nodded in response. This was basically the same as the ranked matches in games from his previous world. If you were a conqueror, the opponents you were paired with would be roughly around the same tier as you so that it would be a comparable match. But over here, regardless of whether his opponent was a diamond or a conqueror, it made no difference at all. He would crush them all one after another. In any case, he could use the Library of Heaven's Path here, so there was no one who had an advantage over him. That's good. You'll have to pay the registration fee, 500 ethereal coins, the attendant said. 500. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. Why is it so expensive? The ethereal hall doesn't just provide the location to conduct these duels. It records the video and provides a live feed of the battle to the other cultivators as well. All of this costs money, so naturally, there has to be a fee as well, the attendant replied. But I don't have 500 ethereal coins. Is it possible for me to use my possessions as a deposit instead? Or else, could I borrow the money from you for the time being? I'll return it twofold to you once I win the battles. Xianxia scratched his head in embarrassment. Money was truly the greatest woe of a hero. As a godlike figure worshipped by countless on the master-teacher continent, it was embarrassing how he could not even take out 500 ethereal coins here. If word spread, it would really be a huge embarrassment. If you don't have the money to pay the registration fee, I'd advise you not to participate at all. The attendant finally reached the limits of his tolerance and snapped impatiently. A person who could not even take out 500 ethereal coins actually wanted to purchase a pill worth 20,000 ethereal coins. It was as if he thought that he could easily win the duels and earn a fortune for himself. Just where in this world did this naive lad come from? Furthermore, how in the world could he trust the other party to return his money when they did not even know one another? Impossible. This? Seeing through the attendant's derision, Xianxia sighed deeply and said, My ethereal token should be worth more than 500 ethereal coins. I should at least be able to use it as a deposit for the duel, right? Since the ethereal token was distributed by the ethereal hall, the system should be able to accept it as a deposit. I guess that works. However, I'd just like to offer you one last piece of advice. If you fail to repay your debt within 3 days, the ethereal token that you are using will be resealed, preventing you from using it ever again, the attendant replied. Since the ethereal hall was able to allow cultivators to connect to them via the ethereal token naturally, they were able to terminate the connection as well. I understand. Xianxia nodded. Seeing that Xianxia knew what he was getting into, the young man impatiently processed the request. Sometime later, he passed a card over to Xianxia. This is your ethereal card, and stored inside are the 500 ethereal coins you have borrowed. As long as you sign up for the duel, the sum will automatically be deducted from your card. Similarly, the reward for your victory will automatically be stored within your card, so you need not worry. Seeing that the process was automated, Xianxia was relieved to know that he would be spared from much trouble. He quickly put the card away before heading toward the dueling ring. There was nothing that induced one's improvement faster than practical battle, and this was the same wherever one went. However, practical battles came at a risk. There was a chance that one might get injured or even die, but these problems were not an issue in the ethereal hall. It was for this reason that the dueling ring was a popular location in the ethereal hall for cultivators to head to. As Xianxia was nearing his destination, he saw a lot of people gathered together before a crystal-like screen with agitated looks on their faces. On the screen, there were two figures clashing intensely with one another. Their cultivation might only have been at St. Wondan, but their battle was still exciting to veteran fighters. Their maneuvers were sharp and well-calculated, and the sheer precision of their movements was amazing. There were hardly any wasted movements at all, and the battle techniques that they executed often achieved unexpected effects in influencing the flow of the battle. Windherder has already won 5 rounds so far. He really is amazing. Amazing is an understatement, alright? His grasp of his battle techniques is terrifying. Every single move he executed is measured to an extremely precise degree, such that it reveals no openings for his opponent to exploit at all. I would be content if I could just reach his level of proficiency. Watching his battles are a huge enjoyment in itself. Not only so, I am also able to learn quite a few combat techniques from him and enhance my own fighting style. Such discussions could be heard from the crowd. It was not without reason that the ethereal token was so highly sought after by the cultivators in the Azure. It served not only as an online market but a perfect underground ring too. Not only did the fighters not need to fear getting injured, even the spectators could learn much from watching the battles. To be careful, Xianxia did not rush into registering for the duels but instead chose to spectate the duels of other cultivators for the time being so as to gauge the average strength of the cultivators there. Due to the cultivation cap of St. Dan, the battle techniques that the cultivators were able to execute were severely limited. Thus, what really determined the battle was their grasp of timing and precision of the execution of battle techniques. More often than not, it was the cultivator who was more decisive and had sharper moves who emerged victorious. Having a deeper understanding of the dueling ring, Xianxia walked over to the registration counter and passed his ethereal card over. "What name do you wish to go by? It's fine to use a nickname too." The person at the counter, a young lady in her 20s, asked. Nickname? Xianxia pondered for a moment. Such dueling ring would require one to take on a nickname so that it would be easier to refer to them. Since I am able to preserve my anonymity in here, I shouldn't use my real name, Xianxia thought. Doing so would be just like the fools who used their real names on the internet in his previous life. Let me see. Yang Xian, Sun Chong, Xianzhong, Luo Tianya. The identities Xianxia had assumed in the past flashed through his head in an instant, and the next moment, he said, "Call me World's Edge 1. World's Edge." The young lady nodded as she jotted the name down on a book before her. It did not take long for his match to be arranged. Next round, World's Edge versus Shadow Lurker. Amid roaring cheers, Xianxia walked into the dueling ring. The dueling ring was circular in shape, and the surroundings were sealed by a crystalline barrier. Through the screens around the dueling ring, spectators were able to see the details of the duel from outside. The opponent that he was facing was a slim, middle-aged man. Even though their cultivation was both St. Dan, he commanded an aura that pressurized his opponents. I've heard of Shadow Lurker before. Even though this is his first duel, he's actually quite a formidable expert. Indeed, I chatted with him earlier, and we even exchanged a few blows. His reflexes and movement speed are truly top-notch. At the very least, I gauge that his cultivation must be equivalent to Dimension Shatterer Realm Intermediate stage. He's actually so powerful? The Ethereal Hall really is filled with many experts. It seems like that there will be something interesting to look out for in this match then. Just that, I wonder if World's Edge will be able to put up a worthy fight. His name sounds so childish. I doubt that he's a formidable expert. Indeed, what World's Edge? It makes me cringe just by listening to it. It was impossible to determine a person's true identity through the ethereal token, but nevertheless, through casual conversation and exchanging blows, it was still possible to roughly gauge a person's true strength and standing as long as the person was not intentionally hiding it. Those who had interacted with Shadow Lurker before knew that he was a fairly powerful cultivator. As such, they did not think too well of the fellow he was going to face. Let's begin. Shadow Lurker gazed at the young man before him coldly and taunted. I won't be going easy on you. He was planning to make use of this opportunity to forge a name for himself in the Ethereal Hall. Just like those experts who had made their fame there by achieved consecutive victories. He would do the same and make the name Shadow Lurker resound across the entire Ethereal Hall. On the other hand, Xianxia lifted his hand and beckoned him. Let's start then. Who? With light footsteps, Shadow Lurker flitted toward Xianxia with bizarre footwork that caused his silhouette to appear a little illusory. Seeing the other party's moves, Xianxia nodded slightly. While the occupations in the Azure were not as developed as the Master-Teacher continent, their grasp of battle techniques and combat skills were clearly superior. Any single one of them would be more than a match for the Master-Teachers of the Master-Teacher Pavilion. Of course, this might be due to their possession of the ethereal token too. After all, not even combat masters could keep fighting on without getting injured. I can't win right away, or else it'll be hard for me to get matched with my next opponent, Xianxia thought. As profound as Shadow Lurker's moves appeared to be, Xianxia was still able to see at least 8 flaws in them without relying on the Library of Heaven's path. It would be a walk in the park for him to achieve victory. But this was an open duel. If he won in a single move, it would be difficult to find his next opponent. Without an opponent, how could he make his fortune? And if he did not earn sufficient money that day, the 10th direct disciple that he had just taken in could very well breathe his last breath tonight. Coming to realize all of this, Xianxia swiftly charged forward to trade blows with his opponent. Pong pong pong. In the blink of an eye, he had already started clashing with Shadow Lurker. Oh? It seems like World's Edge isn't too weak. The move that Shadow Lurker executed earlier is the space-breaking footwork, right? Is it really possible for a Saint One Dan to execute such a powerful battle technique? Is that the drifting palm? Has it always been so powerful? Those two moves are incredibly ingenious, and yet World's Edge managed to dodge them so easily. Is it just luck? Or does he actually have something in him? When the battle first started, everyone thought that it would be completely one-sided. However, when the situation did not go as expected, everyone slowly widened their eyes in incredulity. Just as they had previously guessed, Shadow Lurker was indeed a powerful cultivator. His every single maneuver carried exceptional might. Despite that, even though World's Edge's moves were ordinary and a little flustered even, he was still able to dodge every one of Shadow Lurker's attacks and even find windows of opportunity to retaliate. This really cast doubt over the matter. If it was just luck, World's Edge could not have dodged Shadow Lurker's attacks by just a millimeter each and every time. But if World's Edge was truly doing it intentionally, just how powerful must he be to pull off such a dangerous feat each and every time? Look! World's Edge is going to counterattack, someone suddenly shouted. In the first 10 blows or so, Shadow Lurker had been the one on the offensive, and World's Edge could only defend against his blows. But right now, the tables had turned. As Shadow Lurker found that his offense was not reaching his enemy at all, he slowly lost his patience, and World's Edge made use of this opportunity to control the flow of the battle. At that moment, Xianxia wobbled unstably on the spot for a moment before abruptly thrusting his right palm forward. On the other hand, Shadow Lurker seemed to have expected this abrupt attack and was not caught off guard. Without any hesitation, he thrust his left palm forward to meet the other party's attack. Just as the two palms were about to meet, World's Edge suddenly pulled his right palm back and redirected the momentum of his strike to his left palm instead. Before anyone could even react, World's Edge had managed to strike Shadow Lurker squarely in the chest. To think that the previous right palm thrust was another feint. To be able to switch between feints and real attacks so freely. Not even the Lord of Starlight City is capable of such a feat, right? You are underestimating the Lord of Starlight City too much. I have watched some of the City Lord's open duels over the past few years, and he has used similar moves before. What appeared to be a feint would suddenly turn into a real strike if one failed to guard against it, and vice versa. This is a move that requires perfect control over your body. Otherwise, it would be impossible to exert and retract strength so freely. Countless cultivators desire to learn this technique, but very few of them are able to get to the point where they can execute it in a real battle. I have practiced this technique for more than 3 years, but even I'm not completely confident in pulling it off safely. Yet, World's Edge actually managed to do it so easily. Frightening. Allow me to take back my earlier words. World's Edge is definitely a true expert. Could he possibly be the Lord of Starlight City in disguise? How can that be? I know the nickname used by the City Lord in his open duels, and it definitely isn't this. Someone who has won countless duels like the City Lord wouldn't have any reason to pass himself off as a minor figure who hasn't even won a single match, right? The ability to switch freely between feints and real attacks might not seem too difficult, but throughout Starlight City, there were no more than a handful of cultivators who were able to pull it off. Thus, it was inevitable that the crowd would be shocked to see such a high-level feat being executed by an unknown figure. Pong! The shadow lurker staggered backward several steps as fresh blood dripped from his lips. While it was impossible for cultivators to die for real in the ethereal hall, they would still experience pain and vomit blood after incurring injuries. This was to ensure an accurate simulation of reality. I have lost. Knowing that he would only lose more tragically if the battle continued, Shadow Lurker willingly admitted his defeat. He had intended to make use of this opportunity to make his name, but who could have known that he would be defeated in his very first battle? Right after, a young lady's voice sounded from the outside. Do you wish to proceed on to the next duel or leave the dueling ring? After clearing the first battle, one had the choice to continue battling or give up. I'll proceed on to the second round, Xianxia replied without hesitation. While he did exert himself a little in the last battle, he still had plenty of strength left. Besides, he had not raked in the money that he needed to buy the Blue Sun pill yet, so how could he leave? Very soon, he had been paired up with an opponent. This time, his opponent was no longer a newbie but a veteran who had already fought several battles. His opponent seemed to have realized that he would not be easy to deal with, so as soon as the battle began, he immediately dashed forward and launched a barrage of relentless attacks, hoping to suppress him right from the start. This left Xianxia with no choice but to dodge again and again. After all, he had to drag the battle on for a bit so as to not scare his next opponent away. That's infinitesimal maneuver, the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Infinitesimal maneuver refers to the feat of dodging an opponent's attack by a hair's breadth each and every time. This allows one to conserve as much energy as possible, and it puts one in a better position to launch a counterattack. Of course, it is a double-edged sword as the slightest carelessness could spell the end. To think that World's Edge would actually be able to utilize such a high-level skill. That must have taken him decades of tough training, right? Ha! It would already be an incredible feat if one could achieve it within decades of training. I have a cousin who is determined to master infinitesimal maneuver. He has trained for 30 years in order to pull it off, but nevertheless, he still doesn't dare execute it in a real battle. This maneuver doesn't just test the precision of one's control. More importantly, it's a test of one's state of mind. Without absolute confidence in one's abilities, there is no way one would dare use this combat skill. Many cultivators among the crowd were already rendered speechless. In the ethereal hall, it was no exaggeration to say that those two combat skills were the marks of a true expert. Oblivious to the shock outside of the dueling ring, Xianxia dragged the match on for roughly 10 blows before defeating this opponent with a swift strike. While waiting for his third opponent, Xianxia could not help but nod in satisfaction at his own performance. It was tough, but I think I should have disguised my strength quite well. It is really stifling to have to exert only a 20th of my true strength like this, but it is also that I'll have enough opponents to last me to the 8th round. Sighing deeply, Xianxia raised his head to face his third opponent. The third opponent was a young lady dressed in green, but she fell in defeat soon enough. The fourth opponent was an arrogant young man, but he too did not persevere beyond 10 moves. Seeing how he was staying in control, not scaring away the other challengers from fighting him in a duel, Xianxia nodded in contentment at his self-control. What he did not know was that, to the others, being able to spar with an expert of such caliber with just 500 ethereal coins was an invaluable opportunity for them, so there was no reason for them to pass on it. Could be said that they were earning a huge profit just by challenging Xianxia in a duel. It was not as if they could die in the duel, so they had nothing to lose. Senior, what's your opinion on that World's Edge? Outside the dueling ring, two figures leaning on a nearby pillar watched the live feed on the screen as they spoke. The person who was speaking was dressed in green, and he was hugging a sword. Despite his slackened posture, His eyes reflected a sharp sword intent that was at odds with his demeanor. The senior whom he was speaking to was also holding a sword in his hands, and the sword intent that he emanated was even more intense. It was clear that he was a skilled sword practitioner just by his presence. Both Xinjiang City and Starlight City were under the jurisdiction of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, so there were many sword practitioners among the populace. In fact, even in the dueling ring, many of the challengers chose to wield a sword. The fact that he's able to alternate between feint and real attacks, as well as his ability to carry out infinitesimal maneuver, shows that the precision of his control over his strength has reached an incredible level, not paling in comparison even to me. There's no doubt that he's an expert. The senior nodded with a smile. However, he's still lacking in comparison to the disciples of our Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Those two skills are the elementary requirements one has to meet in order to officially become a disciple of our sect. Most menial disciples are capable of pulling that off. It's only in a remote location like this that people make such a huge fuss over this matter, the junior said. Junior Huang Tao, go and sign up for the dueling ring and show that fellow that there's a wider world out there, the senior instructed. Rest assured, if I can't make him admit within 3 moves, I'll spend the pay on the tab for our alcohol tonight and practice the transient swordsmanship from scratch once more. The junior known as Huang Tao replied with a confident smile. Don't drag the battle on for too long. We have yet to choose the new outer disciples and menial disciples, so we are very tight on time. Furthermore, our actions can be viewed as no different from bullying the local populace, and if Elder Lu learns of it, he'll surely reprimand us. As geniuses from a major sect, it was inappropriate for them to come to such a remote area and challenge the newbies in the area. This was no different from national players dropping by a local community club to challenge its team. It was beneath them to do something like that, and it would only sully their reputation. I understand. Huang Tao nodded as he walked toward the female attendant. It did not take long for him to be confirmed as Zhang Xian's 5th opponent. Look at Dire Swordsman's win ratio. He's only lost 5 matches out of 100? Isn't that insanity? What a ridiculous score this is. It seems like World's Edge has really met his match this time. Since he's holding a sword, this duel will likely be a sword duel. We've only seen World's Edge's expertise in hand-to-hand combat. We haven't seen his expertise with the sword. Every single competitor would have their past record in the dueling ring reflected on the screen. Dire Swordsman's feat of losing only 5 matches out of 100 swiftly raised a commotion among the crowd. The crowd initially expected it to be a one-sided battle just like those before, but the opinions were soon divided in now. Some believed that while World's Edge had displayed exceptional hand-to-hand combat skills, that was no indication that he would be good with a weapon in hand. Given his opponent's name, Dire Swordsman, and his score to date, he was likely an exceptional sword practitioner. Pick up your weapon. In the dueling ring, Huang Tao held onto his sword as he gestured to Zhang Xian. Very well. Without much hesitation, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist, and a sword from the nearby weapon rack swiftly flew into his hands. There were no tiers to the swords in the ethereal hall. They were only tools used to execute one's swordsmanship, so things such as weapon spirit did not exist within them. I'll give you 2 chances before I draw my sword. If you can't get close to me before then, I'll defeat you within a single strike, Huang Tao remarked calmly. As a disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, he had his own honor to uphold. You aren't going to draw your sword right away? Zhang Xian taken aback. With a frown on his forehead, he muttered, But you might lose your life if so. Audacious! Huang Tao exclaimed with a darkened face. Make your move, or else you won't have a chance to do so very soon. All right then. Zhang Xian sighed helplessly. He raised the sword in his hand and flicked it around casually, as if he was trying to get used to it. Without taking a single step forward, he flicked his finger all of a sudden. Wang! The sword flew out of his hand. Before he could even make his first move, he actually lost his grip over his sword. This was one of the greatest taboos in battle. Once a cultivator lost their weapon in battle, they would have to face their opponent barehanded, thus putting them in a disadvantageous position. That's too reckless. Is that fellow trying to admit defeat? The crowd watching the duel were stunned by what they were seeing. They had never expected to see such carelessness from the seemingly powerful World's Edge. Look, World's Edge has turned his body around. You're right. What does he mean by that? Is he trying to admit defeat just like that? Does he not have the slightest shred of sportsmanship in him? Amid exclaims of astonishment, the situation grew more and more ridiculous. On the stage, the young man known as World's Edge turned around and raised his hands after tossing out his sword, as if celebrating something. Was this a mark of surrender? Was he giving up after seeing Dire Swordsman's impressive record? The problem was, it was one thing for World's Edge to surrender, but why was he raising his hand so triumphantly? Did he view it as an honor or something? Standing on the opposite end of the stage, Huang Tao was taken aback by the situation as well. He had no idea what his opponent was up to or what was going on. Even if his opponent wanted to admit defeat, the latter should say so verbally instead of displaying such uncertain gestures. Just as he was deep in thought, his senior anxiously yelled, "Huang Tao, don't let your guard down. Be careful." That remark immediately brought Huang Tao back from his daze, and he quickly gathered his attention once more. However, before he knew it, the sword that his opponent had tossed ever so casually had already slowly made its way to him. The movements of the sword felt incredibly slow, giving one the feeling that it was floating quietly in the air. When it was just 3 meters away from him, the sword abruptly accelerated, bolting toward him as if a flash of light. Alarmed, Huang Tao immediately drew the sword in his embrace to protect himself, but before he could move, there was already a splitting pain in his head. Putong. His body fell uncontrollably to the ground as his consciousness swiftly vanished. The sword had already pierced his head and ended him. Hu! Huang Tao's corpse swiftly dissipated into light particles before vanishing altogether, leaving only the sword that he had been holding earlier on the ground. Dying in the ethereal hall would not cause any harm to one's real body, but the ethereal token that one wielded would shatter and lose its function. Similarly, one's avatar and consciousness in the ethereal hall would vanish as well. In other words, dying in the ethereal hall was not completely without cost. Silence. There was a deathly silence that lingered in the area. Everyone stared in shock at the dueling ring before them with slackened jaws. They had expected to see an intense fight between Dire Swordsman and World's Edge, but as if a farcical play, the latter had tossed his sword out, and the former had gotten his head impaled. What the heck was that? Hula! After a moment of bizarre silence, roaring cheers filled the surroundings. While most of the spectators were unable to make sense out of what had happened in the earlier duel, it was as clear as day to them that World's Edge had won the duel. Long live World's Edge! I love you more than anything in the world. Dire Swordsman must have underestimated his opponent far too much. He was probably caught off guard by the sudden offense from World's Edge. I thought that Dire Swordsman would be a formidable figure, but who would have guessed that he's nothing but talk? To be impaled by a sword just like this. There's probably no one other than him, and to think that he actually had a win ratio of 95% out of 100 matches. Did he get such a record by rigging the system, or did he intentionally lose the battle so as to give us a good laugh? To all the spectators, the sword toss that Xianxia had performed earlier looked perfectly ordinary, so it was inexplicable to them how Dire Swordsman had ended up getting killed by it. Thus, there was only one possibility in their mind, and that was that Dire Swordsman was simply too weak. That's impossible. The senior, leaning against the pillar, hurriedly straightened his posture. He had noticed that something was amiss as soon as the sword was tossed. He could sense traces of sword intent behind the sword toss, which meant that it was a sword technique in itself. Still, was it really possible to kill Huang Tao so easily with the toss of a sword? The senior tried to recall the trajectory behind the sword toss, but the harder he tried to think about it, the more sweat that trickled down his forehead. To his astonishment, he was unable to map out the trajectory of the sword toss at all. It was as if everything had simply happened. His mind could process the start and the end, but everything in between was a blank. Even with his eye of discernment, He was unable to tell how the young man had managed to win with that single sword toss. "Do I have to fight him personally in order to tell?" the senior muttered as he clenched his fists tightly together. Most formidable swordsmanship would require a person to experience it themselves in order to know how powerful it truly was. Most likely, this move had also reached such a level. With that thought in mind, the senior unhesitatingly walked over to the registration counter and signed up for the duel. A moment later, he appeared in the dueling ring. Soaring clouds. Xianxia read from the screen not too far away. He could not help but notice that his newest opponent had a sword in his grasp. It was just a moment ago that he had gotten rid of a swordsman when another one appeared before him. Did he accidentally poke a beehive or something? "I am Soaring Clouds, Yun Feiyang. It's both my nickname and my real name." Yun Feiyang nodded in response. Without any hesitation, he drew his sword, and a cold sheen appeared on the surface of the sword. "Pick up your weapon." Seeing that his opponent was as narcissistic as his previous opponent, Xianxia picked up the sword that he had used for the previous battle from the weapon rack once more before looking at his opponent. Yun Feiyang clasped his fist and requested, "Please use the same sword art as before." He wanted to experience the same sword art that had killed his junior in an instant earlier so that he could find a way to decipher it. As a sword practitioner, he could not stand the idea of a sword technique existing in the world that he was unable to make sense of. "The sword art that I used earlier?" Xianxia frowned. "That's right. Well, I guess that's fine." Xianxia sighed helplessly. He did not think that the sword toss that he had executed earlier could be considered a sword art at all. It was really just a casual toss of his sword, and there was no particular skill or deep conceptualization behind it. That being said, it was still a sword toss that harnessed the essence of the Heaven's Path sword art, and that was how it had pierced dire swordsman's head with impeccable accuracy. This fellow wanted to give the same menu a try? Did he think that his head was tough enough to survive the impact? Regardless of the reason behind his opponent's request, it really did not make much of a difference to him at all. He swung the sword in his hand a bit to get used to the grip before pointing it toward Soaring Clouds. "Who?" With a flick, the sword flew out of his hand. "It's coming." Yun Feiyang narrowed his eyes as he swiftly brandished his sword. In an instant, with the loud roaring of wind and swift afterimages of a blade, his silhouette was completely covered by his sword, preventing even the slightest droplet of water from getting to him. What formidable swordsmanship! How can he swing his sword so quickly? I can't even follow the movements of his sword with my eye. How can anyone breach a defense like this? The crowd below were astonished by Yun Feiyang's defense. His swordsmanship was so fast that it felt as if a light sphere of a radius of 2 meters had formed around him. Under such tight defense, it would be nigh impossible to harm him. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the tossed sword slowly advanced through the air to a distance of 3 meters away from Yun Feiyang, who, with a loud whoosh of the wind, the sword abruptly vanished from sight. Unbeknownst to the crowd, it had pierced right through the light sphere formed by Yun Feiyang's swift sword. What's going on? Did he manage to stop it? Or did he fail to stop it? The crowd were stunned to see that the sword had vanished, but the light sphere was still maintained around Yun Feiyang. With their eye of discernment, they could not tell what was happening on the stage. Before the crowd could finish their words, the light sphere abruptly popped, revealing a young man with a sword lodged in his head. The person in question had already breathed his last breath. Pong! The corpse collapsed to the ground and dissipated. Gasps of shock echoed through the crowd. In the city lord residence of Starlight City, 2 young men were chatting with one another as they made their way toward a courtyard. Where did Yun Feiyang and Huang Tao go to this time? The young man on the left harumphed. They have been acting mysteriously for a while now, refusing to attend even our gathering. If they knew how many beautiful young ladies were there earlier, their guts would turn green with regret. He had a tall but skinny figure, reminiscent of a bamboo pole. One thing that was exceptionally eye-catching about him was the long arms that hung by his sides. Why would they regret it? They bought 2 ethereal tokens as soon as they arrived and assumed the identities of dire swordsmen and soaring clouds to challenge the locals. the young man on the right replied impatiently. He had a squarish face and a boorish voice. From his tone, it was clear that he disapproved of the actions of the two. They went to challenge the locals? Bamboo burst out laughing. They are disciples of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. But they came here to challenge these countryside bumpkins? Has their pride been gnawed by dogs? What honor is there in that, even if they win? I really don't know what they are thinking either. In the entire city, I reckon that only the Lord of Starlight City would be a match for us in our swordsmanship. Yet, they lowered themselves to challenge a bunch of ordinary folks. Are they suffering from an attention deficit or something? While shaking their heads, Squareface and Bamboo walked into the courtyard. As soon as they entered, they saw one of the people whom they had been talking about, Huang Tao, sitting before a stone table with his eyes in a daze. Did you have fun dominating the cultivators of Starlight City? Did they kneel down and beg the hero you are for mercy? Bamboo walked up to Huang Tao and teased him. Squareface patted Huang Tao's shoulder and asked, You have always been quite the gentleman. How many moves did you let them have? Seeing that it was those two, Huang Tao lowered his head in embarrassment as he drew circles on the table. With a voice that indicated that he could still hardly believe what had just happened, he said, I lost. As if serving as proof of his defeat, there was an ethereal token shattered into several fragments on the table. You were killed in the ethereal hall? Squareface and Bamboo widened their eyes in disbelief. They were disciples of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. In terms of technique, they would never lose to any of their peers. Their combat skills should be enough to awe any of the locals, but Huang Tao had actually ended up dying. The entire matter was so incredulous that they found it hard to accept. Did you wield your sword? Squareface asked. I did, but I still got defeated by a sword tossed right at my head. I didn't even have a chance to display my swordsmanship at all. Huang Tao felt like diving into the ground at this humiliation. You couldn't even execute a move before you were stabbed in the head? Those two felt as if they were mishearing things. Seeing that those two doubted his words, Huang Tao added, Senior Yun Feiyang was with me when it happened, but he isn't out yet. I reckon that he's challenged that fellow. You can ask him about it when he finally comes out. Feiyang was there as well? He's the one among the four of us who is most likely to become an inner disciple. Given his formidable prowess with the sword, he should be able to quell any opponent here with ease, Bamboo consoled. Following which, the three of them stood up to head over to the neighboring courtyard to see how it was going for Yun Feiyang. As soon as they walked in, they saw the person whom they had been full of praises earlier staring at a shattered ethereal token in front of him, just like Huang Tao had been doing. His expression was a mix of shock and confusion, and it seemed as if he had just been inflicted with severe mental trauma. With twitching lips, the crowd rushed forward and exclaimed, It can't be! You were killed too. Yun Feiyang was the strongest of the four of them. If even he had been killed, how powerful must the person who had made the move be? I executed the boundless flowing water, but I still wasn't able to withstand his sword toss. That single move was more beautiful than anything I have seen in the world. Yun Feiyang's thoughts drifted off as he recalled the earlier sword toss. You executed the boundless flowing water? The crowd exclaimed in shock. That could be said to be the most advanced defensive swordsmanship among the outer disciples of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. The swordsmanship would wrap one's surroundings in a dense layer of water vapor, reminiscent of flowing water. No matter how the opponent attacked, the defensive layer would either repel or redirect the attack. It could be said to be a move that no one of the same cultivation realm could break. Despite having executed the move, Yun Feiyang was still defeated in a single strike. Was the enemy really that formidable? More importantly, even though he had been so brutally killed, he still thought that the swordsmanship was beautiful. That intoxicated look on his face was as if he was passionately reminiscing about a lover. I would like to see that sword art with my own eyes. Feiyang, do you have any other ethereal token that I could use? After a moment of shock, Bamboo and Squareface found themselves trembling with curiosity. They were filled with anticipation to meet the person whose swordsmanship was superior to even that of Huang Tao and Yun Feiyang. I sent my men to purchase some ethereal tokens as soon as I awoke. We should be able to get some soon, Yunfei replied. Every single ethereal hall had their own ethereal token. It was using the specific ethereal tokens that one could connect to the regional network. It did not take long for a servant to rush in with 8 ethereal tokens in hand. Every single of these ethereal tokens was worth tens of thousands of ethereal coins, but while it was a huge sum to Dan Xiaotian and the others, it was nothing of note to the disciples of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Who? The 4 of them hurriedly connected to the Starlight City's ethereal hall before rushing toward the dueling ring. The 7th round. World's Edge is the winner. I wish to move on to the 8th round. As soon as they entered, they saw that World's Edge had won his 7th match. His 7th opponent was a renowned figure in the dueling ring, Windherder. Windherder was known for his exceptional light and swift movements, reminiscent of a breeze. At the very start of the duel, his silhouette had vanished from view, making it impossible for any other spectators to locate him. Yet, with a sudden upward kick into thin air, World's Edge had managed to strike the other party squarely in his crotch. And well, that had spelled the end of Windherder. Is there anyone who wishes to participate in the 8th round? Not a single person among the crowd replied. It was true that crossing blows with an expert could temper one's skills, but that was only if the gap in fighting prowess was not too huge. What was the point if they were just going to be finished off a second after going up onto stage? No one had that much money to waste on something futile. I'll do it. Bamboo quickly registered with the female attendant, and in a moment's time, he was already standing in the dueling ring. Seeing that there was an opponent, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He had earned quite a substantial sum by winning 7 rounds consecutively, but it was still insufficient for him to purchase the Blue Sun pill. If no one accepted his challenge, he would really have some trouble trying to accrue sufficient money. Standing on the stage, Bamboo assessed the young man before him carefully. The other party looked extremely ordinary. There was nothing of particular note about him. How did the other party manage to defeat 2 of his seniors just like that? Another sword practitioner? Zhang Xian asked when he saw the young man before him whipping out a sword. The Bamboo nodded as he drew his sword from his scabbard. Without any hesitation, he drove his sword forth. Based on Yunfei and Huang Tao's accounts, it was clear that the person standing before him was a true expert. Thus, he decided to make the preemptive strike. Alas, before his sword could even come close to the opponent, there was a brilliant glow in front of him that was reminiscent of the dawn sun. Its radiance left him stunned for a moment. Pong! Another body collapsed weakly to the ground. Squareface's face twitched. He had thought that Huang Tao and Yunfei had over-exaggerated the strength of their opponent, but from the looks of it, they had possibly even understated it. Yunfei's defensive ability was one of the strongest among the outer disciples, but when it came to defense, Bamboo was definitely ranked at the top. Even so, he had still been defeated before he could even touch his opponent's sleeves. This could not even be described with terrifying. Huang Tao looked at Squareface and asked, "Do you wish to give it a go too?" Squareface shook his head bitterly and said, "If even the 3 of you aren't a match for him, I don't think I'll fare any better than the rest of you. I'll pass." The price was not the problem. It was just that Bamboo and Yunfei were already the 2 strongest individuals among the outer disciples, but they were not even close to being a match. He would just suffer the same fate as them if he challenged the other party. When did such a powerful expert appear in the ranks of Starlight City? "We must report this matter to Elder Lu," Squareface said. "You're right." Nodding in agreement, the 3 of them swiftly backed out of the ethereal hall and disappeared. Finally, I'm done with my 8th opponent. Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He had worried that a lack of opponent could hinder his money-making, but fortunately, another fool had leaped forward at the last moment. There sure were plenty of generous people in the world. He waited in the dueling ring a little longer, but no one was willing to challenge him for the 9th round. Thus, he could only back out of the dueling ring in disappointment. He returned to the earlier store, and when he met the male attendant once more, the other party's attitude was completely different. Given the huge commotion that he had caused in the dueling ring, the male attendant had already heard of the matter. He had thought that the customer was just a naive poor bloke who thought too highly of his abilities. But it turned out that the other party was a true expert. Cold sweat poured down the male attendant's forehead as he feared that the customer before him would pick a grudge with him due to his earlier disrespect. However, looking at the amiable smile on the other party's face, seemingly not blaming him at all, he quietly heaved a sigh of relief. Elder World's Edge, you still have 105,500 ethereal coins on your card after purchasing a Blue Sun pill. The male attendant replied after processing the transaction. I still have more than 100,000 ethereal coins? Xianxia was stunned. The returns of the duel should only total up to around 25,500 ethereal coins, so he should only have had 5,500 ethereal coins remaining. Where did the extra 100,000 come from? Elder, the opponents you faced in your 5th round and 6th round were equipped with weapons that they specially purchased. Due to their deaths, the swords were automatically sold back to the ethereal hall, and each of them was worth 50,000 ethereal coins. As you are the one who killed them, the sum was credited to your account, which is why you still have an excess 100,000. The male attendant replied. They bought their swords? But the specifications of their swords didn't appear to be any different from the ones provided in the dueling ring. It was not as if their swords were sharper or were imbued with some special properties, so why would they be so expensive? While the swords do have identical attributes to one another, their swords were inscribed with a unique design, and the color of their handles was different. Just the design itself makes them worth 50,000 ethereal coins each. Xianxia's lips twitched upon hearing those words. So it was possible to buy skins too, and the price was not cheap at all. Those darned capitalist gaming companies. Then again, there were plenty of vain people in the world, and those who had the money to do so often liked to set themselves apart from the masses. While they were unable to alter their cultivation and item attributes, they could at least set themselves apart through their clothes and weapons. How can I take out the pill that I have bought? Xianxia asked. Elder World's Edge, you just have to communicate telepathically with your ethereal token after leaving the ethereal hall and activate the teleportation formation on it. The items you have bought will immediately be brought to you, the male attendant replied. That's convenient. Not expecting such convenience from this service. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. Having acquired what he needed, he quickly backed out from the ethereal hall and returned to the silent chamber. Crossing his legs, he placed the ethereal token in front of him and communicated with it telepathically. Wang! With a light buzz, a jade bottle appeared in front of him. Inside the jade bottle was the Blue Sun pill. I should be able to recover quickly after consuming it, Xianxia thought as he uncorked the bottle and placed the pill on his palm. He was just about to swallow it when he suddenly felt a cold sensation on his palm. A gourd suddenly appeared and devoured the pill whole. The heck? Xianxia's face immediately turned red. This gourd was the very same Dongshu gourd which shamelessly chose to linger inside his dantian, refusing to leave at all. The last time, it leaped out and devoured the dragon blood he had acquired from Sovereign Qinling Hole, and the same thing was happening this time too. Of all times to appear, why did it have to appear now and eat the recovery pill which he just so needed so much at this instant? Did I offend you in my previous life or something? How in the world did I end up being plagued with a dastardly thing like you? With his body trembling uncontrollably, Xianxia spat through gritted teeth. Vomit. Now! He grabbed the middle part of the gourd and exerted his strength angrily, but it was unfortunate that the amount of strength he could exert was limited due to his injuries. Already swallowed it. I can still poop it out if you want it though. The Dongshu gourd shook its bottom gleefully. Poop your head. Xianxia threw the Dongshu gourd on the ground and stomped on it angrily twice before his anger finally subsided slightly. Let me warn you, if you dare interfere in my recovery once more, I'll throw you right into a pool of feces. You were injured by space-time turbulence, and its devastating power still lingers in your body. Do you know how long it'll take for you to recover using that kind of pill? The gourd snorted impatiently. Are you telling me that the Blue Sun pill isn't enough to heal my injuries? He couldn't check his own condition using the Library of Heaven's Path, and he was unable to drive his Xianxia to carefully check his current internal condition either. As such, he was unable to accurately discern how severe his injuries were. It can heal up normal injuries, but for those caused by space-time turbulence, even if you were to eat a cart of them, it wouldn't make much of a difference at all. The gourd replied. Then what kind of medicine will I need? Xianxia asked. He knew that there was something extraordinary about the dongshu gourd, so he decided to seek the latter's opinion this time around. Perhaps something good might come out of this. You need pills that are specialized in treating wounds caused by space-time turbulence. However, those are incredibly rare and extremely expensive. It's impossible for someone like you to find it. However, you are in luck. As long as you bring me a few more of the earlier pill and let me have my fill, I'll tell you how you can cure your injuries. The gourd replied proudly. But before it could finish its words, Xianxia had already struggled his way to the doorway of the chamber and shouted, Dan Xiaotian, bring a chopper over. A chopper? I have a gourd over here that needs to be sliced to two. If you don't have a chopper, an axe will do too. Xianxia bellowed. As soon as an axe was delivered into Xianxia's hands, he immediately brought it down on the dongshu gourd, smashing it furiously as if a person went berserk. Seeing that Xianxia was serious about it, the gourd immediately surrendered. Fine. I'll tell you how you can solve the problem. Actually, the reason why I want those pills isn't because I'm greedy at all. It's because my energy is weak, and I need to consume some pills in order to recover a little before I can heal your wounds. Don't try to play games with me. Xianxia glared coldly at the gourd as he pressed the tip of the axe against the gourd. Oh, of course not. Why would I? The dongshu gourd quickly replied. Shooting the dongshu gourd with one last vicious glare, Xianxia returned back to the ethereal hall and spent all of his remaining 100,000 ethereal coins on buying 5 blue sun pills before returning. After swallowing the 5 pills, the dongshu gourd burped in satisfaction before instructing lazily. Prepare a pot of water and boil it together with me. Drink the water 2 hours later, and your wounds will recover. You want me to drink your bathwater? Xianxia was stunned. Was this a legitimate healing method? The dongshu gourd said as it lay lazily on the ground. Hurry up. If you aren't going to do it, I'm going to head back in to rest. Knowing that the darn dongshu gourd would really do as it had said, Xianxia sighed deeply. He didn't really believe in the method which the dongshu gourd had provided him, but he had no better alternatives at the moment either. Thus, he decided to just give it a try. He swiftly instructed Dan Xiaotian, who was waiting outside, to bring a pot of water into the room. Soon enough, Dan Xiaotian came into the room and placed down a pot filled with water. He was slightly perplexed as to what his teacher was doing. First, his teacher asked for a chopper and an axe, and now he wanted a pot of water. Was he intending to prepare a hot pot? With such thoughts in mind, the caring Dan Xiaotian immediately asked, Teacher, do you need lamb meat, fishball, or that sort? I can get someone to prepare it right away. Xianxia. It took him quite a bit of effort to convince the overly welcoming Dan Xiaotian that he wasn't intending to having a hot pot. After he finally managed to send this 10th direct disciple of his out, he started a flame beneath the pot before tossing the dongshu gourd inside. The dongshu gourd didn't seem to be affected by the temperature at all. One moment it would be swimming freestyle inside, and the next moment it would dive underwater. It was as if it was having the time of its life. This ridiculous image made Xianxia clasp his forehead as he wondered if he was really sane to actually heed the dongshu gourd's instructions. He was such an imposing figure on the master-teacher continent, but up here in the azure, he felt like he was at the beck and call of the dongshu gourd, and this made him feel extremely stifled within. To make things worse, he still hadn't figured out the true identity of this bizarre gourd. While the other cultivators were able to order their artifacts around, this fellow bolted right into his dantian as soon as they met, and it refused to come out no matter how he ordered it around. Furthermore, it had no hesitation in putting all sorts of stuff in its mouth. It felt like the dongshu gourd would do him in as soon as he let his guard down, and the fact that he could do nothing about it made him feel deeply exasperated. He had no idea how he ended up getting stuck with this dastardly thing. 2 hours soon passed, and without requiring Xianxia to fish the dongshu gourd out from the pot, it dashed right out of the pot and shook its body to get rid of the water on its surface before bolting back into Xianxia's dantian on its own accord. Heaving a deep sigh, Xianxia carried the pot up and took a sip. It immediately sent a refreshing sensation across his body, alleviating the aches caused by his injuries significantly. It really works. Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. He had already prepared an axe in case the dongshu gourd had scammed him, but to his astonishment, it was really effective. The dongshu gourd is an artifact related to space, so that might be the reason why it's able to heal the wounds caused by spacetime turbulence. Xianxia deduced. It didn't take him long to finish the pot of water, and his injuries were beginning to heal at a visible pace. In less than an hour's time, the bandages around his body unwrapped themselves and fell to the ground. My injuries are finally healed, but I haven't regained my Jinqi yet, Xianxia thought. He was finally a sickly man no more, but his depleted energy hadn't been restored yet. Thus, he sat down on the ground once more and carefully felt the mercury-like spiritual energy around him. He opened up his acupoints and began taking it in slowly. Tzzzzzzzz. As the energy gushed into his body, he felt some weight pulling down his meridians, but fortunately, he didn't experience the same ripping sensation he felt previously. Is my body starting to adapt to this energy along with the recovery of my wounds? Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. He was driving the normal Heaven's Path divine art at the moment instead of the reverse version. The last time he did so at the Kungsu domain, he nearly ripped his meridians apart. However, the recovery from his wounds seemed to have enhanced the resilience of his meridians, allowing him to take in the mercury-like spiritual energy without any trouble now. Gu. As the spiritual energy entered his body, Xianxia swiftly circulated it around his body and converted it into Jinqi. At this rate, I should be able to make a full recovery within 3 days. Xianxia quickly calculated his rate of absorption before heaving a sigh of relief. As a celestial saint and the world's teacher, the capacity of his Jinqi had reached an alarming level. Even with the Heaven's Path divine art and the mercury-like spiritual energy in the air, it would still take him 3 days to regain all of it back. However, as long as he had some Jinqi, he would be able to exert the strength of a Dimension Shatter Realm primary stage cultivator. In other words, there was no longer anything for him to fear in Xinjiang City. He continued cultivating for a while till he finally had 100 surges of Jinqi in his dantian before finally calling Dan Xiaotian in. As soon as Dan Xiaotian walked in, he noticed that his teacher's bandages had fallen to the ground, and the feeling of frailty he previously sensed from the other party had vanished. His eyes lit in excitement as he asked, "Teacher, you have recovered?" That's right. I want you to execute a punching routine for me right now. I'll determine the location of the goo in your body and eliminate it for you," Xianxia said with a smile. With a nod of his head, Dan Xiaotian swiftly executed a punching routine. After taking a swift look, Xianxia determined the resting location of the goo and placed his palm lightly on the spot. Hoo! A surge of Heaven's Path Jinqi immediately gushed into Dan Xiaotian's body through his acupoints. In just a moment's time, it had already arrived at the goo's hiding spot. Tzzzzzzzzzz. As if the arrival of a natural disaster, the goo that was lazing around a moment ago immediately fled in fright upon sensing the overwhelming energy coming its way. However, before it could get far, another surge of Jinqi gushed in from its path of escape. It was surrounded. Under the onslaught of the 2 surges of Jinqi, the goo was reduced to a heap of pus. Hong long long. As soon as Xianxia forced the pus out of Dan Xiaotian's body, the latter began inflating at a terrifying pace as if someone was blowing him, and his body swelled up like a balloon. "Teacher, what's happening to me?" Feeling the tremendous energy that was about to tear him apart from within at any moment, Dan Xiaotian's face paled in fright. "I told you before. The reason why your cultivation hadn't risen despite the hard work you have put in over the past 10 years isn't because you aren't hardworking. Rather, it's because the spiritual energy you were absorbing has been stolen by the goo inside of you." Surely you can imagine the amount of energy it has stolen from you over the past 10 years. Xianxia explained with a smile. It's all returned back to you right now, so it's a given that you would feel bloated with energy. Don't hesitate and absorb all of this energy with this cultivation technique I'm going to impart to you, Xianxia said as he imparted a simplified version of the Heaven's Path Divine Art into Dan Xiaotian's mind. There was no time for Dan Xiaotian to carefully look through the manual he had just received, but he believed that his teacher wouldn't harm him. Thus, he began driving his Xianxia according to the instructions on the manual. As soon as he began to absorb the energy in his body, he realized that something was amiss. Typically speaking, when one was assimilating spiritual energy into one's own Xianxia, one would have to refine and adapt it to one's physical condition. However, the energy which he had obtained from the goo didn't require such steps at all. It was as if the energy belonged to him in the very first place, allowing him to control and absorb it with ease. You were the one who cultivated this energy in the first place, so it goes without saying that you would be able to drive them easily. Hurry up, and you might be able to finish before nightfall, Xianxia explained with a smile. Yes. Dan Xiaotian closed his eyes and focused his efforts on absorbing the energy in his body. Hong long long. His meridians were swiftly opened up, allowing energy to flow through his body with ease. His cultivation, which had stopped at Saint 6 Dan, previously began growing at an unbelievable pace. Saint 7 Dan. Saint 8 Dan. Saint 9 Dan. He had reached Saint 9 Dan in an instant, but his cultivation still wasn't showing any signs of settling down yet. He doesn't have any cultivation ordeal? Xianxia frowned. Back on the master-teacher continent, those who had reached Saint 8 Dan would face the dimension-sundering ordeal, and those who had reached Saint 9 Dan would be struck by the macrocosm ascendancy ordeal. Back then, he spent quite a great deal of effort in order to overcome it. Yet, his 10th direct disciple was able to advance through the ranks without any problems at all. It could be because the heavens of the azure is much stronger. To them, Saint 8 Dan and Saint 9 Dan might be no different from Zhongshe realm and Zuanshe realm, so it doesn't necessitate it to send down cultivation ordeals in response. Xianxia figured. Considering how even ordinary citizens were able to reach Saint 9 Dan upon maturity in the azure, the heavens would probably die of exhaustion if they had to send down lightning bolts for these realms too. While Xianxia's thoughts were wandering around the area, Dan Xiaotian finally achieved a breakthrough to Great Sage. Introspective Convalescence Realm, Aureate Body Realm, Intuitive Impulse Realm. His cultivation raced all the way to Great Sage 3 Dan before slowing to a halt. The goo had consumed 10 years' worth of his hard work, and when it was finally released, it allowed him to soar through 6 realms in a single shot, reaching a level comparable to Xueqin. Not bad. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. Just like Lu Chong, this direct disciple of his had a resolute heart. Putting everything aside, anyone else who had faced such hardships would have likely already given up on themselves and despaired at life. On the other hand, even though Dan Xiaotian knew that he wasn't making any progress at all, he still persevered on and absorbed spiritual energy every single day. It was due to such willpower that allowed for his current accomplishment. Only those who had put in the effort would receive returns. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Teacher. The tremendous strength coursing through his body and the sensations he was finally feeling in his left leg made Dan Xiaotian's eyes glisten with tears. Unable to hold himself back anymore, he kneeled down and cried. Despite his exceptional willpower, he was still a teenage child. He thought that he would die in humiliation after being rejected by his fiancée. But his teacher actually changed the trajectory of his entire life. Kindness begets kindness. You were the one who reached out a helping hand to me, and you deserve everything that you are receiving right now, Xianxia replied with a smile. Since your cultivation has reached intuitive impulse realm, allow me to impart you with some protective battle techniques. It was futile if Dan Xiaotian had powerful cultivation but no corresponding battle technique to go along with it. Take Su Zhuan for example. He had 200 years of inner energy, but he was unable to use it at all, which brought him much trouble later on. I noticed that you have been practicing your swordsmanship, and it happens that I have created a sword art recently. I want you to give it a try and see if you are able to learn it. Ever since he was 10, Dan Xiaotian devoted his time equally to his cultivation and practicing his swordsmanship. While his mastery of swordsmanship was so, he had long gotten used to the weapon, so there was no need for him to intentionally switch to another weapon anymore. Besides, he felt that Dan Xiaotian would be a good fit for the sword art which he had come up with earlier in the ethereal hall. It didn't take long for Dan Xiaotian to go through the sword art manual. There was only one move in the sword art manual, and that was tossing his sword. However, this move was much more complicated than it seemed. It required one to have precise control over one's strength in order to exploit the enemy's opening to bypass the enemy's defenses. Dan Xiaotian instinctively knew that the path to mastering this technique was fraught with difficulties. First and foremost, he needed to have a deep understanding of his enemy's strength and moves in order to launch a preemptive strike. Secondly, speed was also of key importance in this move. As difficult as the technique was, Dan Xiaotian was a person with great willpower. He put his all into every single practice throw he made, fearing that he would displease his teacher. Good. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. The direct disciple he had just accepted didn't come anywhere close to Zhaoye, Yuan Tao, and the others in terms of his talents, but he surpassed them in his positive attitude and diligence. After practicing for 2 hours, Zhang Xian noted that Dan Xiaotian had achieved a primary understanding of the technique before indicating that it was time for them to return back to their residence. Continue feigning to be crippled. Zhang Xian sent a telepathic message over to Dan Xiaotian to remind him. Dan Xiaotian, who was walking normally a moment ago, immediately began limping once more, just like how he had been for the past 10 years. With the breakthrough in his cultivation, not only was his leg fixed, his height had also increased by a fair bit. While he still wasn't as tall as Zhang Xian yet, he was already around the same height as his peers. Nevertheless, knowing the rationale behind his teacher's instructions, he intentionally slouched his body so as to appear shorter than he was. Those who weren't familiar with him wouldn't have noticed the difference in his condition from before. By now, the day had already darkened. When Elder Yi rushed over with a horse carriage, the first thing he noticed was the difference in Dan Xiaotian, and he froze in astonishment. He was just about to say something when he saw the third young master shaking his head. Knowing the meaning behind the latter's gesture, Elder Yi swiftly concealed his astonishment and joy. Nevertheless, he still quietly kneeled to the ground and kowtowed to Zhang Xian several times before standing up once more and gesturing for the two to get onto the carriage. He was still thinking that the third young master was too kind to help another person despite the plight their clan was in, but who could have thought that it would be the latter's kindness who actually changed their lives? Old master, the third young master is finally well again. Elder Yi muttered quietly to himself as his eyes reddened. Wiping away the tears of joy brimming in his eyes, Elder Yi walloped the horse to quickly return back to the Dan clan. Shortly after they left, several shadows appeared by the corners of the street. They flitted through the darkness to track the movement of the carriage. Starlight City. Have you heard? A formidable expert has appeared in the ethereal hall today. He achieved 8 consecutive victories in the dueling ring, and eventually, he had no choice but to leave because there was no one who was willing to fight him. He won 8 rounds straight? Holy heavens! It must have been several hundred years since such a formidable expert appeared amongst us. Thinking about it, the cultivators of the Ascendant Cloudsword Pavilion are currently recruiting outer disciples in our city. Aren't they? Could they be the ones behind it? I doubt so. The cultivators of the Ascendant Cloudsword Pavilion challenged that expert too, but they were utterly destroyed in a single move. Are you for real? How do you know? Of the 4 cultivators from the Ascendant Cloudsword Pavilion, there's one called Yun Feiyong, right? There was a character named Soaring Clouds in the Ethereal Hall, and his appearance is identical to that of Yun Feiyong. Furthermore, the move that he executed clearly belongs to the Sword Pavilion. But even so, his head was impaled within a single move, and he died on the spot. That expert is that powerful? What's his name? His name? Let me think. I think he's called World's Edge. What an excellent name. Vast and unfathomable. Just listening to the name is enough to send shudders down my spine. News spread swiftly. In less than 2 hours since Xianxia left the ethereal hall, nearly all of the experts of Starlight City had already heard of his feat there. In an instant, the ethereal hall was filled with huge crowds of sword practitioners. They waited before the dueling ring, hoping for the expert known as World's Edge to appear once more, so that they could witness his transcendental swordsmanship. Starlight City, City Lord Residence. This was where the esteemed guests from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion were assigned to stay at. In a vast courtyard, an old man was currently practicing his swordsmanship. His movements were extremely slow, seemingly devoid of strength. Yet, every single time he moved his sword, it felt as if the fabrics of the world were being strained. The air currents in the courtyard were stirred up under his movements, and they circled together to form a massive tornado. There were plenty of flowers and grass growing in the courtyard. As the air currents brushed by, there was surprisingly no damage to them at all. Yet, the dew that was above them seemed to vanish from sight. To get rid of the water dew without hurting the flowers and grass, this was truly an unbelievable level of control over one's strength. Who? The elder finally halted his swordsmanship and exhaled a mouthful of white smoke. The white smoke rose for over 30 meters before vanishing in the midst of the dark night. "Come in," the elder called out as he washed his hands clean with the bucket of water by the side of the courtyard. He had already noticed some visitors standing at his doorway a long time ago, and he knew that they were the juniors whom he had brought out together with him. However, as he was in the midst of his swordsmanship practice, he kept them waiting for a while. Jia, Yunfeiyang, Huang Tao, Bamboo, and Square-Faced walked in, and they hurriedly bowed down and greeted, paying respects to Elder Lu. The old man standing before them was no other than Elder Lu Yun, the man in charge of handling the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion's recruitment. Elder Lu Yun walked up to the stone table in the courtyard and sat down. "Speak. What's your reason for visiting me so late in the night?" This group of young men behaved as if a bunch of canaries being released from their cages as soon as they left the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. They were more eager than ever to avoid him usually, fearing that he would limit their freedom. Yet, on this very day, all of them were gathered together outside his courtyard. Something had to be up. Elder Lu, just earlier on, Yunfeiyang and Huang Tao went to the Starlight City's ethereal hall, and they fought with someone on the dueling ring. Squareface stepped forward and reported. Elder Lu's face immediately darkened in disapproval. "I can understand your feelings. Have learned so many new techniques. It's inevitable that you would want to boast about it. However, as disciples of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, you have to get your priorities straight. The reason why you are learning swordsmanship is to temper yourself and uncover the secrets of swordsmanship. Your diligence is the key for you to becoming an inner disciple and eventually bringing glory to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Today, you might be proud of being a disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, but tomorrow, the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion could be proud of having a disciple like you. Let me tell you this straight. You are wasting your precious time on futile pursuits. If a professional gamer were to come to an ordinary internet cafe, it would be inevitable that he would like to show a hand or two to win some respect from the other gamers. But while such actions were thrilling, they didn't value at all. One learned absolutely nothing out of those experiences." Hearing those words, Yunfeiyang and Huang Tao's faces reddened in shame. "I'll let you off the hook this time around, but this must never happen again. Understood?" Elder Lu Yun instructed with an authoritative wave of his hand. At this moment, his eyebrows suddenly shot up as he realized something. In the past, when I brought other disciples out, such matters did happen too. While I don't approve of such actions, it isn't at odds with the rules of our sect. Did the four of you get into some sort of trouble? Yunfeiyang fidgeted a little in embarrassment as he replied, "Elder Lu, when I went onto the dueling ring in the ethereal hall earlier, I executed the boundless flowing water against my opponent." "You executed the boundless flowing water? You would need such a move to defeat the cultivators of Starlight City? It appears that you have met an expert." Elder Lu Yun was slightly stunned for a moment before he picked up a teapot and filled his teacup. "I created this move unintentionally while I was observing a flowing river back in my younger years. While its conceptualization is simple, it harnesses a fragment of the laws of nature, making it extremely difficult to cultivate. It's impressive that you are able to execute it. Of course, the opponent who is able to force you into making this move must be quite skilled too. Since you have executed this move, I trust that you have cornered your opponent and forced him to admit defeat. Elder Lu Yun said with a smile before sipping on his tea. He was extremely confident of the sword art he had created. The cultivators of Starlight City were bound to be scared into submission upon encountering this move of his. Seeing that Elder Lu Yun had gone on another one of his narcissistic streaks, Yun Feiyang's awkwardness intensified. With hesitation in his voice, he said, "When I executed the move, the opponent, he impaled my head with a throw of his sword." Pooh! Elder Lu spat a mouthful of tea at the face of Square-Faced, causing his face to appear larger than ever. With widened eyes, Elder Lu Yun asked anxiously, "What did you just say?" At the very start of the duel, I executed the boundless flowing water, but that fellow tossed his sword toward me, and the sword passed through the defense of the boundless flowing water and pierced my head, causing me to die on the spot. Yun Feiyang explained once more. This. How is this possible? Elder Lu Yun was on the verge of going crazy. Such a powerful defensive sword art was actually unraveled by the single toss of a sword. Was this for real? Does that person specialize in offense? Seeing that Yun Feiyang didn't seem to be lying, Elder Lu Yun questioned on. It seems so. His offensive prowess is quite formidable. Huang Tao replied with an affirmative nod. Till now, he was still a little traumatized at how easily he was killed. If he were to meet that person in real life, if that's the case, it might be because you have used the wrong move to counter him. While boundless flowing water is a defensive sword art, blindly attempting to defend against a determined assault is not a wise move. You would eventually reveal an opening for the enemy to exploit. Hearing that they had only lost in the face of exceptional offensive prowess, Elder Lu Yun slowly regained his calm. Against such an opponent, you have to grasp the initiative and make the first move so as to corner the enemy with your overwhelming momentum. If you had used the meteor steps in parallel with my bamboo-shattering swordsmanship, you should have been able to turn the tables around and defeat him easily. Regarding that, Elder Lu, I have crossed hands with that person too, and I executed the meteor steps together with the bamboo-shattering swordsmanship right from the start, Bamboo said with a reddened face. These were the two moves he executed against World's Edge as soon as the duel started. And of course, it went without saying that those two moves were created by Elder Lu Yun too. How is it? Did you overwhelm him with absolute might and defeat him in an instant? Elder Lu Yun asked as he took another sip of water. Bamboo scratched his head and replied, "Well, before I could even get to him, he had already head-shot me." Pooh! This time, Squareface's clothes were drenched too. His resentful expression made his face look larger than ever. Regardless of whether you went on the offensive or defensive, you were still defeated by the other party in a single move? Elder Lu Yun dropped his teacup as he rose to his feet in astonishment. Let me take a look at the video from the ethereal hall. Knowing it was impossible for all four disciples to have the guts to band together with one another and lie to him, Elder Lu Yun instructed. Usually, he wouldn't have even be bothered to enter the ethereal hall of a remote place like this, but with 3 out of 4 of the disciples that had come with him been sniped so easily, not to mention that they had been using his technique, he had to take a look for himself. If that person was a talented sword practitioner, he would have earned merit for himself bringing that person back, considering that he was the elder in charge of recruitment. After taking out the ethereal tokens he had purchased, the 5 of them entered the ethereal hall and swiftly purchased the videos of their earlier battles. The ethereal hall would record down all of the matches on the dueling ring for sales and reference purposes. It didn't take long for them to finish looking through the battle between the 3 disciples and World's Edge. Each battle lasted for barely a few seconds after all. Elder Lu Yun swiftly came to understand the reason behind their defeats, and he shook his head in bitter disappointment. The other party saw through the flaws in your moves, and that's why he managed to defeat all of you so easily. Hearing those words, Yun Feiyang and the others hung their heads in shame. They knew that it was likely to be something of that sort too. But no matter what they did, be it to launch the preemptive strike, dodge, or fend against it. As long as they were in face of that toss sword, they found that there was no correct countermeasure they could have taken that would allow them to turn the tables around. The move looked simple enough, consisting of just a sword toss aimed toward the head. But those who had stood in the dueling ring against World's Edge knew that it was much more than that. Yun Feiyang's boundless flowing water is executed exquisitely, but there's a huge problem in the fluidity of his movements. Those who know the slightest bit about swordsmanship would be able to see through the flaws and exploit it. As for Hu Bin's meteor steps and bamboo-shattering swordsmanship, while it appears powerful on the surface, the problem is that you are unable to bring out even a tenth of its true prowess once your power has been scaled down to Saint One Dan. Given so, it's inevitable that the two of you would be killed so easily. Elder Lu Yun harumphed coldly. Tonight, I expect you all to practice those two sword arts and movement art 100 times. If you were to miss even a single time, don't bother coming to find me ever again. Yes, Elder Lu. The four of them nodded solemnly. Also, I want you to keep a close lookout at the ethereal hall. If World's Edge appears again, inform me right away. Placing his hands behind his back, Elder Lu Yun emanated an air of indomitability as he spoke. Does he think that he'll get away so easily after harming the disciples of our ascendant cloud sword pavilion? How can there be such a convenient thing in the world? Even if he's a good bud, I'll first grind his arrogance down and let him know that the swordsmanship of the ascendant cloud sword pavilion is far more profound and advanced than what he can ever imagine. Yes, Elder Lu. Hearing those words, Yun Feiyang and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Without a doubt, Elder Lu had chosen to make a move personally against that person. While Elder Lu Yun might only be one of the minor elders in charge of recruitment and overseeing the training of the outer disciples, his comprehension of swordsmanship was not to be underestimated. Putting aside everything else, even the four of them combined wouldn't be a match for Elder Lu Yun when their cultivations had been suppressed to the same level. With him making a move, World's Edge was bound for a trip of misfortune. And as reality would have it, it wasn't Elder Lu Yun and the others who were waiting in anticipation for World's Edge's appearance. The entire Starlight City and the experts from the third-tier cities beneath it had all heard of the news, and they were excited to see what would happen when that legendary man appeared once more. He defeated Junior Yun Feiyang in a single move? Interesting. In the city lord residence of Shenzhen City, sitting in front of a Nara-wood desk, a gray-robed young man had just heard of the news too, and a gleam flickered in his eyes. This was the same gray-robed young man whom Xianxia had met previously at Hongyan Market. He was the first senior of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion's outer disciples. Hua Jianghe, help me keep a close eye at the ethereal hall. As soon as World's Edge appears, no matter what I am doing, inform me right away. A countryside bumpkin actually thinks that a simple toss of a sword can also be considered as swordsmanship. Humph. Let me give him a lesson of what true swordsmanship is. Hua Jianghe stood up as sword intent flared from his presence. Wang! A sudden burst of sword chi shot out from him and sliced the thick table before him into two. Get me a new table, Hua Jianghe commanded imposingly before walking loftily out of the room. You wench! Softer! Pa! A resounding slap echoed in the air as Xueqin glared at the maid, whom she had just struck with fury in her eyes. She instructed this wench to apply medicine for her, but the latter actually dared to inflict pain on her. Unforgivable. Second young mistress, please have mercy on me. The maid quickly kneeled on the ground and cried out desperately. Scram! Xueqin kicked the maid in the chest before ordering the guards to throw her out of the room. After which, she turned around and looked into the mirror, only to see her beautiful face was hopelessly swollen. Her body trembled with rage as deep resentment flowed out of her. Glaring at her reflection furiously, she spat with clenched jaws. Dan! Xiao! Tian! It was because she was engaged to a trash that she had been mocked by her peers ever since she was at a younger age. It wasn't easy for her to win Senior Hua Jianghe's appreciation and become a menial disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, but everything was ruined just because of that blasted Dan Xiaoyan's interference. Was that bastard really that unwilling to see her getting along well? If not for the marriage agreement, he would have already been dead by now. He should learn to be grateful. Yet, instead of repaying her grace, he colluded with that mummy and had Senior Hua slap her in public. Her honor was completely shattered today. There was no way she could forgive him for this. Dan Xiaotian must die. That bandaged mummy must die too. And that servant, Dan Yi, must die as well. Xueqin cursed viciously. At this moment, Xueqin walked in with a confident smile on his lips. Rest assured, second young mistress, I have everything in my grasp. I promise you that they won't live to see sunrise. That would be for the best, Xueqin replied. She looked into the mirror once more and asked, Teacher, do you think that this will leave a scar on my face? Will Senior Hua lose interest in me and despise me if I were to become ugly? Second young mistress, there's no need to worry. Senior Hua has just sent someone to deliver this healing cream over. Your swelling will swiftly subside after applying it on your face. Xueqin replied as he passed a jade bottle over. It's from Senior Hua? Xueqin's eyes lit up in agitation. It seems like he still has feelings for me. From her tone, it was obvious that she was more concerned about her looks and whether she would be despised by Senior Hua than Dan Xiaoyan's life. Da-da-da. The carriage raced through the streets. After stepping out of Hongyan Market, Elder Yi could feel an inexplicable pressure in his chest. It felt like an omen that danger was right upon them. It was precisely due to such a feeling that he didn't dare to rest at all. He forced the horse to gallop toward the Dan clan residence as quickly as it could, hoping to find security there. So. At this moment, a series of piercing hum echoed in the air as countless arrows rained from both sides of the street. Ordinary arrows couldn't hope to harm a saint cultivator, but these arrows were the specially crafted feather arrows. Every single one of them carried might comparable to Saint Nindan experts. With so many of them raining down from above, not even great sage experts would be able to stand their ground. Teacher, Dan Xiaotian knew that this was a clear indication that the enemies had begun making their move. With clenched fists, he looked at the young man beside him for guidance. Don't get distracted. What you have to do now is to comprehend the swordsmanship which I have imparted to you. Zhang Xian instructed calmly. Yes, teacher. Knowing that his teacher had a solution in mind, Dan Xiaotian closed his eyes and concentrated on the teachings his teacher had imparted to him. Just like that, his comprehension of the sword improved at a tremendous rate. How dare you harm the third young master? I'll pit my life against you. Elder Yi didn't hear the conversation between those two. As soon as he saw the sky filled with arrows above him, he couldn't hold himself back anymore. With a furious roar, he raised his whip and flicked it around the air, hoping to fend off the arrows that threatened to hurt Dan Xiaotian. He knew that even though his cultivation was at St. Nindan, his physical prowess had already declined due to the stress and hardships he had to face while protecting Dan Xiaotian over the years. Furthermore, he had also sustained significant injuries during the tragedy back then. It would already be a remarkable feat if he could exert strength comparable to a Saint 8 Dan in his current state. Against the sky filled with arrows above him, it was likely that he wouldn't even last a couple of seconds. But so what? Perhaps, as long as he could buy that much time, the third young master might be able to get away alive. Ooh! As if possessed, Elder Yi stood up and flung the whip around, but the sheer weight behind the arrows swiftly knocked the whip out of his hands. Desperate, he leaped up to the top of the carriage, hoping to use his body to knock away as many arrows as he could. But it was at this moment that the queerness began. The arrows that were darting right toward the carriage somehow magically brushed by the carriage. Despite their close proximity, none of them struck the carriage or the horse galloping in front. Are they really assassins? Elder Yi blinked his eyes in confusion. He thought that they were doomed, but who could have thought that none of the arrows from the assassins would strike the target at all? It was as if they were intentionally trying to miss the carriage? How could there be such amateurish assassins in the world? Elder Yi wasn't the only one who was stunned. Even the head of the assassins was starting to doubt if what he was seeing was real. What the hell are you lot doing? Aim properly. The head of the assassins hollered. Roger that, boss. The assassins swiftly loaded their bows once more and shot out another rain of arrows. Ooh! But the same mystical sight happened yet again. As if they were blinded, the arrows curved ever so slightly and circumvented the carriage. Puha! 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 This time, the assassins weren't as lucky as before. The arrows coming from both sides ended up striking the assassins on the opposite end of the street. With arrows impaled in their heads, they looked no different from porcupines. I don't believe that we can't hit the carriage. Continue shooting, the head of the assassins ordered. And again, another bunch of assassins collapsed to the ground from being struck by too many arrows. The hell? Continue. Boss, we mustn't. At this rate, all of us will be killed before we can even strike that carriage. A subordinate cried out desperately. Snapping out of his berserk state, the boss of the assassins finally took a look around him and realized that almost all of his subordinates had been killed. Every single one of them had an arrow precisely lodged into their heads. The various groups they had spread out in the area had also gone utterly quiet. It seemed like they had been thinned out by the earlier shootings too. I have ordered you all to strike the carriage and destroy Dan Xiaotian. Why the heck are you all shooting our own people? Trembling with rage, the boss nearly went frenzied with anger. Unable to take it any longer, he snatched a bow from his subordinate and aimed directly at Elder Yi's heart before releasing the arrow. As a great sage Dan cultivator, the arrow that he shot out carried destructive might. It whizzed across the air as if a shooting star. Noticing the swiftly approaching arrow, Elder Yi narrowed his eyes as his body stiffened in fear, but once again, the arrow simply brushed him by. Ah! There was a cry of agony, and another one of whatever survivors there were left on the other side died. What the heck is going on here? The boss of the assassins loaded his bow once more, but this time, instead of aiming at Elder Yi, he shot toward the sky. Ah! 2 breaths later, another cry of agony sounded as a survivor fell victim to his arrow. The boss of the assassin clutched his hair in a frenzy. He turned to his back and shot 2 arrows and, ah! Ah! There were 2 cries of agony, marking the end of another 2 assassins. What the hell is this sorcery? The boss of the assassins was on the verge of losing the last shred of his sanity. It was because he was unskilled in archery that he didn't bring a bow over. When in the world did he become such a formidable sharpshooter that he could strike his own people no matter where he was aiming at? More importantly, there should have been no one behind him. But somehow, the arrow did a perfect U-turn and accurately lodged itself into the head of one of his subordinates. Something was really wrong here. Stop shooting. Charge at them instead. The boss of the assassins finally threw his bow to the ground and ordered. If they were to continue shooting, all of them would definitely lose their lives. Since that was the case, they would be better off charging over to kill them. Voila! Upon hearing the order, the remaining survivors amongst the band of assassins whipped out their weapons and leaped out from their hiding spots. Looking at the few figures who jumped out, the boss of the assassins felt as if someone had plunged a dagger into his heart. In order to ambush Dan Xiaotian, he had mobilized over 30 men, and he thought that it would be a walk in the park to assassinate a cripple like Dan Xiaotian. Who could have thought the rain of arrows would end up thinning out his men instead? Right now, he only had 8 subordinates left, and 2 of them had arrows sticking out of their heads. They were wobbling weakly from side to side with each step they took, and blood was trickling profusely from their heads down to the ground. What a bitter sight this was! The hell! If he knew that Dan Xiaotian was such a difficult opponent to deal with, he would have never accepted this deal. They were bandits living outside the city, and earlier this afternoon, someone visited them with a huge sack of ethereal coins, requesting them to eliminate Dan Xiaotian. They thought that it would be a minor issue, but it turned out to be the worst mistake he had ever made in his life. After the huge death toll on their end, he couldn't allow himself to retreat anymore. By hook or by crook, he was determined to complete this mission. Chop those scoundrels in the carriage into minced meat! The boss of the assassins hollered angrily. Hula! The remaining 8 assassins immediately dashed right for the carriage. You'll have to step across my body if you wish to kill the 3rd young master, Elder Yi hollered. He was about to jump down from the carriage, but before he could do so, another figure had made a move ahead of him. The horse. It was as if the horse was angered by the earlier rain of arrows too. Without any hesitation, it freed itself from the carriage and dashingly leaped over a distance of 10 meters to stand before the 8 bandits. Pong! It kicked out its hooves and struck the 2 fellows with arrows lodged onto their heads. This strike pushed the arrow deeper into their heads, bringing them instantaneous deaths. The heck! The remaining 6 bandits were frenzied. To think that a horse would actually kill 2 of their comrades. If anyone were to learn that they were from the same group, they would die of shame. A short and stout middle-aged man whipped out his saber and dashed forward, intending to slice the horse into 2. But before his strike to reach, the horse suddenly kicked its hooves forward once more. Pa! Crack! It struck the middle-aged man's crotch squarely, and the sound of an egg shattering echoed loudly in the surroundings. The middle-aged man immediately kneeled to the ground as his face scrunched up so tightly that it could crush even a fly in between the folds. Hoo. While the middle-aged man was being incapacitated, the remaining 5 people swiftly closed in on the horse, intending to deal it a fatal blow. However, as if expecting their moves, the horse took 2 steps back to create some distance before kicking its hooves up once more. Pong pong! Yet another 2 more bandits collapsed to the ground while grabbing their severely injured crotches. That rascal! The remaining 3 bandits went insane. It was one thing for their arrows to mystically miss the targets, but it was as if this horse had suddenly been possessed or something too. Their legs trembled in fear as they slowly backed away fearfully, hoping to make their escape. But before they could run away, the horse abruptly charged right at them. Pada! 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 In a moment's time, the remaining 3 bandits were incapacitated too. After which, the horse sent a powerful kick to each of the kneeling bandits, and in less than 2 breaths, all 8 of them were tragically killed, leaving only the boss of the assassins. Pada! The whip in Elder Yi's hand fell to the ground as he was shocked silly by the sight he had just witnessed. Did I really use a whip to strike this fellow earlier? Elder Yi felt a cold breeze breathing on his crotch as he stared at the horsewhip on the ground with a look of fright, not daring to pick it up at all. If the horse were to remember the grudge and give him one good kick, well, he was old and couldn't really have children anymore, but he still valued his manhood as much. It was the kind of thing that you would rather retain even just for decoration than to have it shattered. Looking at the corpse and the ground once more, Elder Yi couldn't help but shudder. These assassins were mostly at St. Nine Dan, and some of them had even reached Great Sage One Dan. Yet they were all destroyed by a horse just like that. How in the world did something as ridiculous as this even happen? When did the horse he took care of every day become such a formidable creature? You! On the other hand, the boss of the assassins nearly went insane upon seeing this sight. I don't believe that a great bandit like me who have ruled the Xianxia city for more than 10 years would lose to a mere horse. Trembling with rage, the boss of the assassins roared furiously and charged forth. In response to his aggression, the horse also galloped forth furiously as well. Who? But before the 2 could collide with one another, the boss of the assassins suddenly conducted an abrupt sidestep, allowing him to bypass the horse. In the next moment, he was already right before the carriage. As expected of a great sage 2Dan expert, his reflexes were truly worthy of praise. The earlier attack was just a feint. His main goal all along had been to get rid of Dan Xiaotian. As long as Dan Xiaotian was dead, he could claim the rewards to the mission, and with time, he would be able to build his band up once more. After the deaths of so many of his subordinates, he couldn't allow himself to walk out of here without earning anything. Shit! That despicable scoundrel! Neither Elder Yi nor the horse expected the boss of the assassins to be so determined to get rid of Dan Xiaotian even after all that had happened. It was already too late by the time they realized it. They couldn't make it in time to save Dan Xiaotian anymore. So, a saber pierced right through the windows of the carriage. If Dan Xiaotian's guard was down, this attack could very well claim his life. Hong Long. But at this crucial moment, the incomprehensible happened. As if a fairy tale came to life, the carriage suddenly leaped up and crushed the boss face with its wheels. Pong! That unexpected heavy strike caused the boss of the assassins to bleed profusely. Taken aback, he immediately attempted to retreat, but before he could make a move, the carriage was already charging in his direction. Bam! 7 molars were smacked out from his mouth as his saber flew into the distance. The boss of the assassins quickly scrambled back to his feet and backed away from the carriage warily. But the latter didn't seem to have any intentions of letting him get away. Using its handles as a pair of hands, it seemed prepared to pummel him into the ground. What the hell is this? The boss of the assassins rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The arrows didn't hit. Fine, there might be some kind of experts altering the trajectory of the arrow, I'll accept that. The horse suddenly became so powerful. Fine, it might be because it had just undergone some kind of evolution or became a tamed beast. I can accept that too. But a non-living carriage suddenly leaping around and executing martial arts as if it was the most powerful existence in the world. How in the world am I supposed to accept something as ridiculous as this? Is there some kind of ghosts or supernatural forces behind this? I need to get away. Fearing that he would encounter more unbelievable sights remaining here, he quickly took out a jade token and crushed it. Pong! A brilliant glow of light burst forth, raising dirt from the ground. Swiftly, an energy barrier formed around him. As a bandit, the most important skill he needed to have was not plunder or murder. It was self-preservation. Before engaging in any operations, he needed to identify all plausible escape routes and prepare protective measures beforehand in case anything went awry. It was in view of this that he spent a hefty price to purchase this jade token. It had the ability to fend off even the attack of an ancient sage cultivator, allowing him to survive any danger. So, as soon as the energy barrier was formed, the boss of assassins immediately leaped toward one of the towering walls by the side to make his escape. While he was on his escape, he didn't even dare to turn around to see if anyone was on his tail. He was afraid that he would see something that would scar him for life if he were to just so look back. At this point, not even death in the hands of an expert scared him that much anymore. However, if he were to die to a horse or a donkey, he didn't think that he would be able to rest in peace. The boss of the assassins sprinted with all of his might until he was finally out of breath. Perhaps it was the jade token working its charms, or that the enemy didn't bother chasing him at all. When he finally turned around, there was no one behind him. Patting his chest rapidly, he heaved a sigh of relief. Damn it! I have really been done me in this time around. When he first accepted the mission, the other party told him that it was a minor issue, and that he would be able to get rid of the target easily. Of course, someone as wary as him wouldn't just listen to a one-sided view of the story, so he specially investigated Dan Xiaotian and confirmed that there wouldn't be any problems before taking on the task. He never expected that things would end like that. Dan Xiaotian was indeed not formidable at all, but his horse and carriage were freakishly powerful. How was he supposed to complete such an assassination? He swiftly fled outside of the city, to where he had agreed to meet the client after the job was done. He lit up a bonfire and waited patiently for the other party to appear. There was no way he would be letting this matter go so easily. Elder Yi's body had been so tense throughout the entire encounter that when everything ended, his body simply suddenly slackened and fell to the ground. He felt like he had experienced a lifetime of shock in just a single night. He was almost convinced that the assassination from that bunch of assassins would spell their end. But as if some sort of sorcerer was on their side, their horse and carriage suddenly came to life. It was as if a fairy tale. Without having to make a move, the problem just somehow resolved itself. Was there anything as exaggerated as that in the world? While he was in the midst of his shock, the horse suddenly galloped back to the carriage, secured itself to it, and with its head tilted upward, it began galloping back to the Dan clan residence once more. Watching the horse in front of him, Elder Yi's hands trembled in horror. For such a fearsome horse to be pulling their carriage. Even if you want to pull our carriage, I wouldn't dare to even think of driving you around. Master Zhang. Elder Yi turned his head backward and asked. In truth, he already had an answer in his mind. The horse and carriage had been perfectly normal for all of these years. And the only thing that had changed from back then was Zhang Xian's appearance. We'll talk once we're back at the Dan clan residence. Zhang Xian's voice echoed quietly from within the carriage. He knew that someone would ambush them on their way back. so he had the horse tamed and the carriage enchanted when he got onto the carriage earlier. Even ordinary people were able to reach St. Nine Dan without cultivating, let alone horses who boasted stronger constitutions than humans. Upon maturity, they already wielded strength on par with great sage 1 Dan cultivators. However, their intelligence was slightly lacking, and no one had been able to communicate with them thus far, which made it nigh impossible to tap into their strength in battle. But as long as one could tame the horse and establish mental communication with it, one would be able to get it to do whatever one wanted to. Putting aside killing those assassins, were it not for the boss running fast enough, it would have been able to destroy him as well. Yes. Suppressing his excitement, Elder E turned his head around and watched the carriage racing through the streets to return back to the Dan clan residence. The bonfire blazed for quite a while before 2 figures suddenly approached. One of them was a middle-aged man. The boss of the assassin recognized him to be the one who had entrusted him with the mission to assassinate Dan Xiaotian back then. As for the other figure, while her face was masked, it was obvious to see that she was a young lady based on her physique, and a very beautiful one at that. "How is it? Have you accomplished the mission?" The middle-aged man got straight to the point. This middle-aged man was no other than the head instructor of the City Lord Manor, Xue Chun. And the young lady beside him was, of course, Xue Qin. Typically speaking, such matters wouldn't require her involvement. But after the humiliation she had suffered, she wished to see with her own eyes the heads of Dan Xiaotian and that mummy who dared to cross her. Thus, she decided to follow Xue Chun here after concealing her appearance with a mask. Accomplished the mission? Look here, don't you think that you have some explaining to do? Is this what you mean by a simple task? The boss of the assassins roared in anger. What do you mean by that? Xue Chun frowned. Is your group so weak that you can't even get rid of a severely injured old man and a cripple? Weak my ass. The head of the assassins spat. More than 30 of my brothers have died in the earlier operation. If not for my fast reflexes, I would have died there and then too. How do you intend to compensate me for my loss? More than 30 of your men died? Xue Qin widened her eyes in disbelief. Are you telling me that Dan Xiaotian's group single-handedly got rid of all of you? Does he wield such capabilities? It isn't him. The head of the assassins harumphed. Who else could it be then? Xue Qin asked doubtfully. He had investigated Dan Xiaotian carefully, and the latter shouldn't have any backing in Xinjiang City. Given the strength of this band of bandits, they should be able to deal with him easily. These bandits were a pain to deal with when they plundered the merchants coming into Xinjiang City. So why would they suddenly become so inept now when their target was just a mere Dan Xiaotian? The head of the assassins spat on the ground and bellowed wrathfully. The one who killed my brothers is their horse. No, that's not it. Their carriage as well. Xue Chen and Xue Qin. Xue Chen was confident in his plan. He had no doubt that the band of bandits would be able to eliminate the fallen remnants of the Dan clan and cleanse the humiliation which the second young mistress had suffered. But what happened instead was the death of the bandits, and even its head seemed to have lost his mind. The ones that killed you were the horse and the carriage? How impressive. Why don't you add cannon and elephant into the list too? Do you think that we are playing Chinese chess over here? Are you trying to play games with me here? I'm asking you, who is the one who killed your men? Answer my question. Xue Chen bellowed. Haven't I already answered your question? It's a horse and a carriage. The head of the assassins roared. Horse? Carriage? Xue Chen and Xue Qin were more confused than ever. Dan Xiaotian's horse and carriage possessed strength comparable to great sage 1 Dan cultivators. They easily trampled my subordinates to death. Furthermore, it seems like there was some kind of supernatural force helping them. We shot out many arrows, but none of them struck the target. As ridiculous as the story sounded, the boss of the assassins still recounted everything that had happened earlier. A horse and a carriage that knows martial arts? Xue Chen's face turned livid as he felt as if his intelligence was being challenged over here. He grabbed the boss by his collars and pulled him up into the air. You rascal! I don't have the patience to be playing games with you. Even if you wish to back out from our request, You owe me at least a rational explanation. You think that I'm lying to you? The boss was on the verge of going insane. Why did no one believe the words he was saying? He was being perfectly honest over here. Enough! Here is an ethereal card, and there are 500 ethereal coins inside. That should compensate you for your losses? Xueqin couldn't be bothered to waste his time with this deranged fellow, so he tossed a card over nonchalantly. You are only going to give me 500 ethereal coins for the lives of 30 of my brothers? The face of the boss twitched. This bit of money wasn't even enough to replenish the arrows and bows that they had used in the operation. You didn't complete the mission we agreed on. I'm already being very magnanimous here to give you 500 ethereal coins. Now, scram from my sight right now, or I swear you won't be getting a single coin out of me anymore. Xueqin spat with narrowed eyes. You! Sensing killing intent from Xueqin's eyes, the boss of the assassins knew that he might really be killed if he were to continue challenging Xueqin's bottom line. Thus, he picked up the card and departed into the dark night. Teacher, Dan Xiaotian isn't dead yet. What should we do? Xueqin asked anxiously. Those bunch of useless trash. The only reason why I turned to them is just so to avoid any complications. Xueqin harumphed coldly. Let's return back to the City Lord Manor first. Don't worry, I have an idea in mind. That fellow will never become a stumbling stone in your path. If all goes well, you might even be able to build up your reputation in the city. The more the boss of the assassins thought about the matter, the more furious he felt. If not for his greed, he wouldn't have suffered such a heavy loss, such that only he was left of his entire group. Clenching his fists in fury, he quickly flitted his way back to his den. But just when he had barely arrived at the entrance, a voice suddenly echoed from the dark woods around him. After the deaths of so many of your brothers, you are willing to be sent off with just 500 ethereal coins? Who is it? The boss of the assassins immediately drew his saber and scanned his surroundings. However, no matter how he searched, there was no one in sight. Who are you? Come out. Don't think that you can scare me just like that. Such ploys wouldn't work on me. Chao Qingli. Don't bother searching. I'm on the tree branch right in front of you. The voice continued. Chao Qingli quickly raised his head, and through the dim illumination of the moonlight, he could vaguely see a book shaking its body, as if it had been possessed by a demon. The voice had come from the book. Why you? You are talking to me? Chao Qingli's teeth clattered against one another. How could he possibly not be frightened? On this single night, he saw arrows bending mysteriously away from their targets, a horse who could kill, and a carriage executing martial arts. He was thinking of having a good sleep and forget all of the nightmares he had just been through. But a talking book actually appeared before him at this moment. Indeed, the book replied calmly. Who are you? Who sent you here? Don't think that you'll get away with following me. I'll be taking your life right here and right now. Chao Qingli roared with gusto, but he tossed his saber away and ran the opposite direction away. He couldn't care that much anymore. What was important right now was for him to get away. Pong! But before he could get far, he suddenly stumbled on something and fell flatly to the ground. While he was scrambling to his feet, he saw that the book that was on the tree a moment ago was already right in front of him, and his body froze in despair. If you wish to die a premature death, be my guest. Run away then. I'll make sure to send you off with my utmost sincerity. As the book spoke, a heavy pressure suddenly burst forth from the book, leaving Chao Qingli feeling as if he was plunged into freezing water. His body trembled as he quickly replied through quivering lips, "And no, oh of course not." He instinctively realized that the book before him wielded powers comparable to the strongest ancient sages. It was that Dimension Shatterer realm. This realization made him resigned to his plight. He knew that no matter what means he utilized today, there was no way he would be able to get away from the book. Good boy, the book complimented. Those people you have just met, they hid crucial intelligence from you and caused you to suffer heavy losses. Do you not desire vengeance? Oh, of course I do. If I could, I would have ripped them into shreds. Chao Qingli's face warped in anger. At the very least, you should know their identities if you desire vengeance. Do you know who they are? The book asked. This, Chao Qingli was stunned. When he received this request, the client had demanded his identity to be kept anonymous, and he was fine with it as long as the money reached his hands. Thus, he didn't probe deeper into the identity of his client. They shouldn't have gotten too far away yet. Follow them, the book instructed. As the leader of a band of bandits, something as elementary as tracking someone shouldn't be too much of a problem for you, right? I understand, Chao Qingli nodded. Those words affirmed his doubt that the book, just like the earlier horse and carriage, had come from Dan Xiaotian. Most likely, the reason why Dan Xiaotian hadn't claimed his life yet was because the other party thought that there was still some value to be squeezed out of him. Move on then, the book ordered. Gritting his teeth, Chao Qingli quickly returned to where the bonfire was. Even though his cultivation was way beneath Xuechen and the others, as someone who thrived off plundering, he was skilled at concealment and tracking. It didn't take him too long before he was standing before a majestic manor. This is the City Lord Manor? It's the City Lord Manor who commissioned the assassination request. Chao Qingli widened his eyes in disbelief. The Lord of Shenzhong City, Shui Yan, was well respected in the region. He was known to be impartial and righteous. How could the other party possibly engage in something as vile as commissioning an assassination? Alarmed, Chao Qingli quickly moved to the edge of the wall and leaped in stealthily. He got into a courtyard and saw a large group of people assembled together. The two figures he had met a moment earlier were standing in front of the group. Controlling his breathing carefully, Chao Qingli made sure to erase every trace of his presence. The one standing at the forefront of the group was a soldier dressed in magnificent armor. Judging from their appearance, it was clear that they were the elites of the City Lord Manor. Swap into the clothes of these men and get rid of Dan Xiaotian. I don't wish to see that man breathing by dawn, understood? The deep voice of the middle-aged man resounded across the courtyard as he gestured to a bundle of black clothes placed by the side. Yes, sir. The soldiers swiftly took off their armor and donned those black clothes. Taking a closer look, Chao Qingli nearly fainted on the spot. Those were the attire of his bandit band. The elites of the City Lord Manor were actually going to pass off as them to kill Dan Xiaotian. He would never dare believe this if he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes. Just what kind of grudge does the City Lord Manor has with Dan Xiaotian to go this far? Chao Qingli thought as he wisely made the decision to record the sight before him with a record crystal. Very soon, the disguised soldiers of the City Lord Manor were already sprinting their way over to the Dan clan residence. It didn't take long for them to surround the area. We'll charge in together. Spare no one at all. The leader of the soldiers commanded with a suppressed voice. Yes, sir. At the command of the leader, the soldiers dashed right into the residence. Chao Qingli carefully climbed onto one of the lush trees outside and looked at the happenings in the residence through the dim moonlight. What he was going to see would be one of the most unforgettable sights in his life. A young man was standing firmly at the center of his residence with a sword in his hand. Each time he flicked his wrist, a head would roll to the ground. The wind roared endlessly within the confines of the courtyard, and it felt like this force wouldn't die down until every single one of the trespassers dropped dead. In less than 3 minutes, the 50 elites dispatched by the City Lord Manor were already cold, hard corpses. That person is Dan Xiaotian? He's supposed to be the weakling that I have to kill. Chao Qingli's face paled as his heart beat so swiftly that it felt as if it would leap out of his chest. Damn those bastards from the City Lord Manor. They are trying to get me killed. It was fortunate that the ones who had made a move on him earlier were the horse and the carriage. If he had to face Dan Xiaotian personally, his head would have also been severed from his neck in a heartbeat. The young man's swordsmanship had already reached an unfathomable level where even a simple slash carried profound intent. He had never witnessed such a terrifying technique in his entire lifetime. Teacher. After slaying everyone, the young man, Dan Xiaotian, walked into the room with an incredulous look on his face, as if he couldn't believe that he was the one who had massacred so many soldiers. It was also only then did Chao Qingli realize that there was a young man sitting in front of one of the rooms all along, spectating the battle. He actually didn't notice the young man's presence from the very start till now. This young man appeared to be in his early 20s, and he had a graceful demeanor. In the face of Dan Xiaoyan's presence, the young man put down his teacup calmly before a disapproving frown made its way to his forehead. Just these few opponents, and you actually took more than 2 minutes to deal with them. That's 3 breaths for every single one of them. If this is all that you got, how am I supposed to impart even more advanced swordsmanship to you? You won't be able to make it at this rate. Tonight, you shall be practicing your sword out here till daybreak. Understood? Understood! The young man lowered his head in shame. Dan Xiaotian killed a person every 3 breaths, but he is still getting punished for that? Chao Qingli nearly choked on his saliva. He had seen plenty of geniuses, and Dan Xiaotian definitely ranked at the top of his list. Yet, his teacher was still unhappy with his performance. Wasn't this teacher a little too harsh? That wasn't all though. While Chao Qingli was still trying to digest all that had happened earlier, he saw the horse, which had destroyed his subordinates earlier, galloping over to the young man's side. With a bright smile on its hoarse lips, it picked up the teapot and refilled the young man's teacup, after which, it even lifted up its hooves and carefully wiped them clean before massaging the young man's back. Chao Qingli felt as if his rationality was being challenged right here. Could that being over there really still be considered as a horse? Was this how a horse was supposed to act? I must never come to the Dan clan ever again. Never ever. Chao Qingli made this spontaneous decision in his mind as he turned around to leave the area. But at this moment, a voice sounded in his ears. You know what you have to do. This voice was gentle and soothing, but it left goosebumps rising all over his body. He quickly turned around to look back into the Dan clan residence, and he saw the young man sipping on his tea looking in his direction with a slight smile on his lips. It was as if the other party had peered through the concealment of the darkness to look right at him. I? Chao Qingli found himself falling into incoherency at this abrupt happening. You just have to recount what you have seen today. The young man's lips didn't move at all, but his voice echoed clearly in his ears. I understand, Chao Qingli replied with a deep bow. You have directed malevolent intentions toward me earlier. On the account that you have done it under another man's bidding, I'll overlook it this once and spare you. However, be warned that I will not be so courteous if you dare harm the life of another man with those filthy hands of yours. I'll be watching you, the young man said before his voice trailed off. Why yes, Chao Qingli replied before fleeing as quickly as he could. Watching Chao Qingli's frantically escaping silhouette, Xianxia smiled quietly for a moment before rising to his feet and flinging his sleeves. Hula! All of the corpses lying around the residence burst into flames. In just a moment's time, they were all reduced to ashes. With another fling of Xianxia's hands, all of the ashes flowed into the underground drainage and vanished from sight. All traces of the battle that had gone on earlier vanished entirely, as if nothing had happened at all. Xianxia walked into the room and sat down to meditate so as to replenish the jinqi in his body. He had to say that the medicinal water from boiling the dongshu gourd was really effective. Not only had he recovered from his injuries, his body had also managed to adapt to the space and spiritual energy in the azure, allowing him to move and absorb spiritual energy more easily. He cultivated for roughly 2 hours before finally coming to a halt. He pondered quietly for a short moment before directing his consciousness toward his Danton and asking, Gourd, what the hell are you? This question had bugged him for quite a while now. He was well aware of how severe his injuries were, but just drinking the medicinal water from the dongshu gourd allowed him to make a swift recovery. Most likely, the dongshu gourd was a being more fearsome than he had ever imagined. Thinking back, it was worth wondering why ancient sage Qiu Wu would set up a spatial formation just to nourish a dongshu gourd for tens and thousands of years. Most likely, there was more than meets the eye. There is a lot more stuff that I can eat here. As long as you can give me enough food, you'll know in due time. The dongshu gourd readjusted its position to find a comfortable spot before lying down leisurely. Xianxia tried asking a few more questions, but the latter simply ignored him. Sighing deeply, he took out his ethereal token and immersed his consciousness in it once more. Why aren't they back yet? In the city lord manor, Xuechun was pacing around with a tight frown on his forehead. Under normal circumstances, the elites he had dispatched should have already killed that trash and returned by now. 2 hours had passed since then. So why were there no one to be seen? You, head over to take a look. Xuechun turned to a nearby guard and ordered. The guard swiftly put on a set of dark clothes and flitted away. Soon, he returned with a bizarre look on his face. Sir, nothing seems to have happened to the Dan clan at all. Dan Xiaotian and Dan Yi are completely unharmed. Xuechun was bewildered by the report. How can that be? Are my commands not clear? He had instructed the guards to eliminate those 3 at the Dan clan residence in the swiftest time possible. But nothing had happened even after 2 hours had passed? What was going on here? Investigate the matter. Find out where did the earlier team go to. Xuechun bellowed furiously. The guard hurriedly rushed out, and an hour later he returned and reported. Based on the footsteps, all of them have entered the Dan clan. However, there are no traces that they have left the premises. My guess is that they might have been killed, and their corpses have been disposed of too. They have been killed? By those 3. Xuechun was stunned. Those 50 elites he had dispatched were all Great Sage 1 Dan cultivators, and the leader was even at Great Sage 2 Dan. Their combined strength would make them a match even for a Great Sage 4 Dan cultivator. Yet, they were defeated silently like that, such that none of them even got to send a message back. Given that the opponent was just the crippled Dan Xiaotian, weakling Dan Yi, and a severely wounded young man, this shouldn't have happened. Or, could it be that the bandit was right? Xuechun suddenly remembered Chao Qingli's words. The latter mentioned that Dan Xiaotian had a formidable horse and a carriage that could use martial arts. Could, by any chance, those 2 actually existed? Sir, what do we do now? Shall we continue dispatching people over? The guard asked. There's no need for that. If the guards were really killed by them, their guard must be up by now. For the time being, we need to gather more information and reassess Dan Xiaotian's strength before making a move. Xuechun shook his head and said. Besides, the sun is about to be up soon. If we make a commotion now, we would risk sullying the city lord residence's reputation. But, are we going to let that bastard off after so many of our brothers have been killed? The guard asked anxiously. The city lord manor might be rich, but grooming 50 guards like that took up a great deal of effort and resources too. For all of them to be killed just like that. This was really a little hard to swallow. With a livid look on Xuechun's face, he said, I want you to take a trip to Hongyan Market and check plausible ambush points along the way. Try to find the corpses of the bandits or signs of battle. Yes, sir, the guard replied before leaving the room. A while later, he returned and reported, Sir, in the frontmost alley near Hongyan Market, we found some corpses, bows and arrows. They belong to the deceased bandits. Good. Get your men to get rid of the corpses of those bandits. After which, I want you to smear some armor with blood and secretly bury them in places near the Dan clan residence. Xuechun harumphed as a cold smile crept onto his lips. Sir, you want me to bury our weapon and armor around the Dan clan residence? Seeing that the guard was confused by the order, a glint flickered across Xuechun's eyes as he explained. Dan Xiaotian has always been a weakling, and there's no one in town who doesn't know that. If it were to be found that many guards of the City Lord Manor has disappeared overnight, and the weapons and armor of both bandits and guards alike were found near the perimeter of the Dan clan residence, what do you think people will say? What people will say? They will probably say that Dan Xiaotian has colluded with bandits to kill the guards of the City Lord Manor. As the guard spoke, his eyes slowly lit up in excitement. If they were to do so, even without making a move on Dan Xiaotian straight, they would be able to corner him and force him to submit to them. If things go well, not only would they be able to sully Dan Xiaotian's reputation, they might even be able to push for his execution. Due to the evil committed by the bandits over the past decade, they were a bunch deeply abhorred by the ordinary civilians. If people were to learn that Dan Xiaotian had colluded with the bandits, he would surely be condemned for it. And that would give the city lord manor a legitimate excuse to reject the marriage agreement. After all, how could the noble city lord allow his own daughter to marry a person with questionable morals? That's right. I want you to spread the news tomorrow morning, saying that 50 of our guards have found traces of the bandits and had set forth to take them down. However, they went missing in the midst of the operation, so we are going to launch a citywide search for their whereabouts. Make sure to hype the matter up as much as possible. It would be best if the entire city learns of the matter, Xueqin instructed with a smile. When the news has finally ripened enough, we'll head to the Dan clan and search their premises under the pretext of investigating the whereabouts of the missing guards. There, we'll find the weapons of the bandits and the bloodied armor of our guards. There's no way Dan Xiaotian will be able to free himself from this. Yes, sir. Hearing how Xueqin was able to make such an ingenious move despite the disadvantageous situation they were in, the guard bowed deeply out of admiration. He pondered over the plan for a moment before asking, "But sir, what if Dan Xiaotian refuses to plead guilty to it even with those evidence in place?" With chilling eyes, Xueqin said, "He can deny it all he wants, but it will all be futile. As long as we can find a reason to drag him to the city lord manor, he'll be ours to deal with. We can simply pin whatever crime we want on him and sentence him accordingly." "That's true," the guard nodded. "I'll go make the arrangements right now." "Second young mistress, you were looking for me?" While Xueqin was arranging for Dan Xiaotian's downfall, Xueqin had returned to her bedroom, but she was unable to fall asleep. Eventually, she called for one of the youths serving by Huajianghe's side to come into her room. This young man was from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion as well, and just like her, he was a menial disciple. He was in charge of attending of Huajianghe's needs, so that the latter can focus his attention on cultivating. "This money is a token of my goodwill. Please accept it," Xueqin said politely. With a wave of her hand, a maid quickly passed a sachet of gold coins over. Before passing the sachet over, the maid casually shook the sachet a little, and the resounding jingling of coins echoed in the air. From the looks of it, it appeared that there were at least 100 coins inside. "We are all from the same sect. Second young mistress, there's no need to stand on ceremony." The young man's eyes lit up as he kept the sachet. A menial disciple like him wasn't entitled to a lot of resources in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. So naturally, he was more than delighted to accept Xueqin's generous gift. "May I ask you if Senior Hua has said after returning back to his quarters at night?" Xueqin looked at the young man intently and asked. Senior Hua didn't say anything. Perhaps it was due to his inexperience. It was only at this moment that the young man finally understood Xueqin's true intentions. He pondered for a brief moment before adding, "Right? He told us to keep a lookout for a person called World's Edge in the Ethereal Hall. He sternly instructed us to inform him as soon as that person appears." "World's Edge?" Xueqin frowned. "It's like this." The young man swiftly filled Xueqin in on what had happened in the Ethereal Hall. "I see. If World's Edge really appears, I would like to trouble Senior to inform me in advance. I would like to be the one to deliver then news to Senior Hua," Xueqin said as she passed another sachet of gold coins over. "Of course, that isn't a problem at all." The young man nodded vehemently with light gleaming from his eyes. In the first place, this matter was nothing to him at all. If he could benefit from this so easily, there was no reason for him to take up Xueqin's arrangements. Barely after saying those words, the young man suddenly lowered his head and took out a jade token. He took a look at it, and his eyes lit up. "Second young mistress, you are truly lucky. World's Edge has just entered the Ethereal Hall. Let's go look for Senior Hua together." "Yes." Xueqin quickly got to her feet and followed the young man into Hua Jianghe's residence. It didn't take too long for them to arrive at their destination. "He's there." Hearing their report, Hua Jianghe narrowed his eyes. "Senior, this is an ethereal token from Starlight City." Xueqin quickly presented 2 ethereal tokens over. As valuable as ethereal tokens were, it was a common commodity to the city lord manor. Seeing that the young lady was on the ball, Huijianghe nodded in approval before rising to his feet and saying, "Enter the ethereal hall with me. I'll show you what the true swordsmanship of our ascendant cloud sword pavilion looks like." "Thank you, senior." Seeing that the other party didn't blame her for what happened earlier in the day, Xueqin heaved a sigh of relief before immersing her consciousness into the ethereal token. Wang! Wang! The two of them entered the ethereal hall simultaneously. "It really is inconvenient bringing things around with me like that. Let's see if I can purchase a storage ring here." Too used to using storage rings in the master-teacher continent, he felt that it was a handful to lug his possessions with him around everywhere. Thus, he returned to the ethereal hall in hopes of finding a storage ring here. While it was late at night outside, the ethereal hall was filled to the brim with people. Furthermore, the surroundings remained extremely bright, as if the concept of day and night didn't exist here. Xianxia made his way over to the front receptionist and posed his question. "Of course, there are storage rings on sale in the ethereal hall too. Each of them costs 500,000 ethereal coins." The attendant replied cheerfully. 500,000 ethereal coins? Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. That was exorbitant. It was no wonder why even a huge clan like the Dan clan didn't have a single storage ring with them. "I won 8 matches earlier in the day. If I were to join the dueling ring now, will I continue on from the 9th match, or will I be starting over from the first?" Zhang Xian asked. Currently, the dueling ring was the fastest way to earn ethereal coins that he knew of. However, he had left halfway through, so if the count were to start again from the first round, it would really be a huge pain for him. It was likely that no one would want to challenge him anymore by the time he reached the 8th round again. After all, the Starlight City only had that much experts. There weren't too many people who were willing to spend money just to lose a battle. Since you have won 8 matches, participating in the primary level duels don't pose too much of a challenge to you anymore. Unfortunately, there are no more matches for the intermediate level duels yet, and the earliest one would be 2 days away from now. Furthermore, it seems like your tier isn't high enough yet too. The attendant assessed Zhang Xian's profile for a moment as he remarked, "Intermediate level duels?" Zhang Xian was stunned. Primary and intermediate, were there different tiers to the dueling ring too? "Of course," the attendant explained with a smile. "There can be significant differences in the fighting prowess of cultivators despite the cap of cultivation here, and there would be no one who would be willing to challenge a person whom they know they can't win in the dueling ring. The main purpose of the dueling ring is to temper one's combat techniques, and this can only be done with a suitable opponent. Thus, in order to allow for better pairing of opponents, the dueling ring is divided into various tiers too." Zhang Xian nodded in realization. Take him for example, competition at such a level couldn't even trigger his motivation at all, let alone sharpen his skills. The dueling rings are divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced. If you are able to win 10 rounds consecutively in a certain tier, you will be allowed to proceed to the next tier, the attendant explained. You currently have 8 rounds under you, which put you very close to intermediate tier. However, given the prowess you have displayed, it's unlikely that ordinary cultivators would dare to challenge you. If you really wish to push ahead, you might have to put down a reward, and as long as someone accepts the challenge and you are able to win 2 rounds consecutively, you will be qualified to enter the intermediate tier and fight with even stronger experts. Zhang Xian nodded in response. Such a design was indeed logical. He would have done the same if he was in Kongsher's place too. "I'll propose a challenge then." "Sure. How much money do you plan to put at stake?" the attendant asked. 5,500 ethereal coins. Zhang Xian replied as he passed his ethereal card over. As he had spent most of his earlier fortune on buying pills for the Dongshu gourd, he only had this much money left. 5,500 ethereal coins? The attendant shook his head with a bitter smile. "That's too low. It'll be hard to attract anyone to take on your bet. If there wasn't much to be earned from a duel, who would be willing to take it on? Under normal circumstances, the reward would have to be at least 50,000 ethereal coins for it to attract anyone at all. Only then would cultivators be willing to try their luck even if the odds were way against them. 5,500 ethereal coins. That was really way too little. Just as the attendant thought that Xianxia was being a little too stingy over here, a young man suddenly walked over with large strides and said, "I'll accept his challenge." The young man appeared to be in his mid-20s. There was a sword in his hand, which indicated that he was a sword practitioner. Beside him was a beautiful long lady in her late teens by his side. They were none other than Hujianghe and Xueqin. However, as those two had altered their appearances too, Xianxia was unable to identify them either. "You are willing to take up my challenge?" Not expecting an opponent to come for him so quickly, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Putting on a harmless smile, he asked, "Since that's the case, are you willing to take up my bet?" Hearing that it was another bet, Hujianghe's face immediately turned livid as he remembered the unpleasant situation he faced earlier in the day. "What kind of bet do you want to make?" "Simple. If I were to lose, I'll give you 100,000 ethereal coins. On the other hand, if you were to lose, you'll have to give me 100,000 ethereal coins." Xianxia's initial thought was for the stakes to be 500,000 ethereal coins, but he was afraid that he would scare that fellow away, so he could only lower the bets. He could tell that the other party had come here specially to challenge him, especially given the fact that the other party accepted his challenge so quickly despite the low rewards. While he did need an opponent at the moment, his primary goal was still to earn ethereal coins, and the easiest way to do so was through a bet. 100,000 ethereal coins? Can you even fork out such a sum? Hujianghe sneered coldly. As an expert of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, 100,000 ethereal coins was really nothing much to him. Nevertheless, he still had no intention of allowing others to take advantage of him. "I think the problem over here is whether you are willing to accept my bet or not. I don't mind having a duel with you if you are willing to accept my bet, but otherwise, I don't really want to waste my time fighting with you." Xianxia waved his hand dismissively. From the sword intent the person before him was emanating, Xianxia could tell that the other party, just like Soaring Clouds and the others whom he had killed earlier, was a disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. According to Dan Xiaotian, disciples of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion were highly esteemed in the Azure. The fact that the other party had come all the way here to challenge him likely meant that he was here to seek vengeance for those who were slain by his sword. Since that was the case, this meant that he could try pushing the other party a bit. Besides, it was hard work to suppress his cultivation down to a 20th of what it was. He couldn't execute most of his techniques, and it was extremely stifling for him. It was only natural that he should be rewarded handsomely for his efforts. If he hadn't suppressed his strength, his opponent could very well be scarred for life. "Audacious! It's your honor that Senior Hu wishes to challenge you to a battle. How dare you put on such an attitude before him?" Xueqin bellowed coldly, displeased at World's Edge's dismissive attitude. It was very likely that Hujianghe would become an inner disciple by next year, and it should be the other party's honor to have such a powerful expert challenging him. Yet, the other party still seemed so reluctant, even demanding to hold a bet for it. "Know your place." "All right, that's enough." Hujianghe raised his hand to stop Xueqin. He looked at World's Edge once more and said, "I don't mind having a bet with you. However, if you were to lose, I don't need your 100,000 ethereal coins. What I want you to do is admit your swordsmanship is beneath that of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion and follow me back to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion to become an outer disciple." 100,000 ethereal coins was a sum that he could afford to squander, but the reputation of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion had to be protected at any cost. News saying that Yun Feiyang and the others had lost were already going around town, and if he were to continue remaining idle as their first senior, it wouldn't be long before others begin saying that the disciples of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion were weaker than mere unaffiliated cultivators. He couldn't let a minor incident like this mar the reputation of the sect. Besides, he had much to earn by recommending budding talents to the sect too. It would be considered a huge contribution from his part. "Very well." Xianxia nodded. Those terms and conditions were nothing to him. Besides, lose? How is that even possible? That's a word which I have never written once in my life. "Let's head to the dueling ring then." Having come to an agreement, the two of them quickly made their way over to the dueling ring. "Look, World's Edge is here again." Is he going to fight with someone? That's great. I'm finally able to witness his transcendental skills once more. I can't even tell you how impressed I am with his techniques. Hurry up and call up those bunch of useless fools. If they were to miss World's Edge's match, they would probably hate us to death. Who is the one he's fighting with? A river's glance? I don't have any impression of this person at all. But the young lady that's beside him, Winter Zither. I think I have heard of her before. Who is she? Wait. Let me think. Yes, that's right. She's the second young mistress of Xianxia City. Her name seems to be Xueqin or something. She's quite a beaut. And her swordsmanship is amazing too. Discussions could be heard here and there. Hua Jianghe's nickname, A River's Glance, was the same one that he used elsewhere too. It was just that he had never been to Starlight City's ethereal hall, so no one here had heard of it before. However, it was different for Xueqin. As the daughter of the city lord, she was a frequent guest at the ethereal hall, and she had made quite a reputation for herself here too. Thus, many people were able to recognize her swiftly. This was similar to how top esports players were well known both on the net and in person, such as One Autumn Leaf Yiqiu and Hangsa Tianya. Xueqin. Those words weren't spoken discreetly, so Zhang Xian heard all of them loud and clear. He couldn't help but stop in his footsteps. Surely it couldn't be so coincidental? He was here just to buy a storage ring, but he still managed to encounter this rejected fiancé? Speaking of which, if Winter Zither was her, wouldn't that mean that A River's Glance was the fellow from the Ascendant Cloudsword Pavilion who was here to recruit disciples? Earlier, the other party mentioned something like wanting to bring him to the Ascendant Cloudsword Pavilion as an outer disciple too. Just as they were about to reach the dueling ring, Zhang Xian abruptly turned around to grab Xueqin. His movements were so quick that it caught the young lady off guard. She instinctively raised her sword to protect herself, but by the time her sword was up, the other party had already retracted his palm. There was a gentle smile on the other party's face. "What are you doing?" Xueqin questioned impatiently. She thought that an expert who had caught Senior Hua's eyes would at least conduct himself properly, but who could have thought that the latter would attempt to make a move on her? "It's nothing much. I saw a mosquito on your head, and I chased it away for you," Zhang Xian replied cheerily. "You?" Xueqin's breathing hastened in anger, causing her chest to bounce up and down. "Mosquito? Mosquito your head. We are in the ethereal hall, existing only in consciousness. How could there be any mosquitoes here? Can you at least be any more insincere with your lies?" Paying no heed to Xueqin's rage, Zhang Xian turned his attention to the Library of Heaven's Path, and just as he had expected, a book had been compiled. It was filled with Winter Wither's cultivation flaws, as well as a simple introduction about her. Xueqin, the second daughter of the city lord of Xianjiang City. Zhang Xian's lips crept up. While it was possible to conceal one's appearance and identity in the ethereal hall, it couldn't deceive the eyes of the Library of Heaven's Path. In other words, as long as the other party executed a battle technique, the Library of Heaven's Path would be able to compile a book on the other party and peer into all of the other party's secrets. Since it's her, things are going to get exciting then, Zhang Xian thought. Turning to He Jianghe, he pointed at Xueqin and said, "This lass was disrespectful to me earlier. Why don't we do this instead? If you were to lose, not only will you compensate me 100,000 ethereal coins, you will give her to me as a maid too." "You!" Xueqin's rage immediately hit the boiling point. She was the second young mistress of the city lord manor, a person who was respected and adored wherever she went. To be used as a bet and be asked to serve as another person's maid, this was a grave insult to her. "She isn't my subordinate. I have no right to make this decision," Hua Jianghe replied with a frown. "Is it? I guess it can't be helped then. The three fellows who came before you weren't a challenge at all. All it took was one blow, and I can't begin to emphasize just how boring it was. I doubt you would be any different from them. So, let's not waste each other's time and cancel the duel. All right?" Zhang Xian stretched his back lazily as he spoke. Hua Jianghe glared at Zhang Xian coldly with narrowed eyes as he said, "As a skilled sword practitioner, How can you renege on your word so easily? This woman looked down on me earlier. I feel deeply indignant at her actions, and this leaves me feeling stifled inside. Unless she becomes my maid, I won't be able to take this lying. Given my current state, I don't think that I'll be able to bring out the full prowess of my swordsmanship, which renders this entire duel meaningless. Given how important this matter is, don't you think that it's only right for me to consider it carefully? Placing his hands behind his back, Xianxia looked at Wuxia with his head upright, as if he was doing the latter a favor. It's not that I want to offend the young lady beside you, but this is for the sake of the duel too. I can't think of a greater insult to one's opponent than to face him in a weakened state. You have approached with utmost sincerity, so I reckon that you would want to face me at full strength instead of defeating me in my weakened state. Such a victory wouldn't reflect well on you either. Isn't that so? Jai. Wuxia's knuckles cracked loudly. How in the world was the other party spouting this bunch of bullshit without feeling embarrassed in the slightest? If he could, he would really like to give the other party a good pummeling. So, what you are saying is that as long as I don't accept that bet, I would be bullying you. Even if I win, it would be because I'm taking advantage of you in your weakened state? Senior, you mustn't fall for his cheap provocations. Seeing that Wuxia was actually starting to rethink the matter, Xueqin's face paled as she exclaimed anxiously, "You all seem to be making me out to be the villain here. Fine. Even if you don't agree with my request, I'll still have the duel with you, alright? All you want is to defeat me, right? I doubt that you care whether the duel is fair or not anyway." Xianxia shook his head in desolation. I guess that's all there is to the pride of the experts of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. They would stoop down to anything as long as they can achieve victory. Enough! I'll accede to your request, is that all? Wuxia bellowed furiously. It might seem as if Xianxia was grasping at straws, but in truth, he had managed to hit Wuxia's weakness dead on. Wuxia was someone with a lot of pride, and he couldn't bear the idea of anyone casting doubt over his abilities. Senior, Xueqin staggered in shock. She was the second young mistress of the city Lord Manor, a person blessed by the heavens. She was a person who had been accepted into the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, and there was a good chance that she could rise through the ranks to become a powerhouse of the continent in the future. It was an unspeakable humiliation for her to actually be used as a wager like that, but barely after she started speaking, she found herself met with Wuxia's cold eyes as the latter uttered frostily, "Do you think that I would lose to the likes of him? That single glare sent alarm bells ringing in Xueqin's mind as her face paled in fright. Oh, of course not. Someone as powerful as you is bound to win him easily. Humph. Wuxia grabbed the sword which Xueqin was holding and drew it out. Fearing that he would die of rage the more he spoke, he stepped onto the dueling ring and said, "Let's hurry up and get it over with." My thoughts exactly. Xianxia chuckled softly as he got onto the dueling ring too. I heard that you used a sword-tossing technique the previous few times my juniors challenged you. I would like to witness the strength of that technique too, Wuxia said. Since he wanted to salvage the reputation of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, he would have to defeat the other party while the other party was using his most powerful sword art. Sure. Xianxia nodded as he pulled a sword out from the weapon rack. Elder. World's Edge appeared again. In Starlight City's City Lord Manor, Yun Feiyang barged into a room in a hurry. Seated within the room was Elder Lu Yun. Upon hearing the news, his eyes lit up in excitement as he took an ethereal token and immersed his consciousness into it. Yun Feiyang, Huang Tao, and the others quickly followed suit too. As soon as they entered the ethereal hall, they could already hear an amazing bustle coming from where the dueling ring was located. Crowds and crowds of people were rushing over as well. Let's hurry over. The match between World's Edge and A River's Glance is about to start. A River's Glance? Who is that? I don't know either, but I heard that he's an amazing swordmaster. I have a feeling that it'll be an exciting match. To dare to challenge World's Edge despite knowing his remarkable results earlier the day, it would only mean to say that A River's Glance is no newbie either. I wonder if he would be able to dethrone World's Edge. A river's glance? Isn't that our first senior? Yun Feiyang's eyes lit up in excitement. Zhanghe is here too? He must have heard of your losses and came here personally to salvage the sect's reputation. Elder Lu Yun nodded in approval as he swiftly deduced what was going on. Those words made the four of them redden in shame. We apologize for our lack of practice. It was embarrassing that they would need their first senior to stand up for them after their loss. Zhanghe has always been a stable fighter, and he has a lot of fighting experience too. I believe that he should be able to undo the negative influence this matter has on our sect. Elder Lu Yun stroked his beard and remarked. Even within the ethereal hall, the character he assumed was also an elder too. Indeed, with our first senior making a move, I believe that not even World's Edge would stand much of a chance at all. Let's head over to take a look. Elder Lu Yun gestured them forward. They squeezed through the crowd and head to the forefront of the commotion. But all of a sudden, deafening cheerings filled the air and tremored the clouds above. The match must have ended, Elder Lu Yun remarked. They hurried forward, fully expecting to see Hu Zhanghe standing triumphantly on the dueling ring. Contrary to what they thought, they saw a river's glance lying on the ground with a sword impaled in his head instead. It didn't take long for the corpse to dissipate into light fragments. First senior, Yun Feiyang and the others were stunned. Elder Lu Yun was stupefied too. Didn't the battle start not too long ago? Why did it seem like it had ended in the blink of an eye? Could it be that not even their first senior was a match for World's Edge and ended up being killed in a split second too? Meanwhile, Xueqin's body was trembling non-stop. The situation before her was really driving her mad. Being used as a wager was already displeasing enough for her. But who could have thought that the senior whom she respected so much would actually be subdued by the single toss of a sword? Everything ended so quickly that it almost felt like Hu Zhanghe was conspiring with World's Edge to do her in. If that was the case, did this mean that she was now World's Edge's maid? As if having read into her mind, the young man on the dueling ring suddenly called out, "My maid over there, what are you doing over there? Come over and massage my back." You? Xueqin felt as if her face was burning up. She had never felt so insulted in her life. You want me to serve as your maid? Dream on. Xueqin stomped right onto the dueling ring and raised her hand, intending to slap Zhang Xian in his face. But before her strike could land, the other party's hand had already grasped her wrist. Pa! Sharp pain assaulted Xueqin's face. Instead of the one slapping, she had become the one who had been slapped instead. It was just a single slap, but it was a strike without anything held back at all. Her beautiful face immediately began swelling to the point that her left cheek looked like a huge, red bun. Even though Xueqin knew that this wasn't the real world, the pain and the humiliation she felt were more real than anything she had ever experienced. If there was a pit in the ground right now, she would dive right in without any hesitation. She thought that she would be able to rise to the top with the support of Hu Zhanghe and achieve her dreams. But just like a fleeting bubble, it felt as if everything had vanished with a pop. She had never felt so pathetic in her life before. You sure are daring to dare lay your hands on your master, Zhang Xian harumphed coldly. He didn't harbor the slightest goodwill for the vicious woman standing before her. If not for the fact that he was intending on leaving her to his disciple to deal with, he would have already gotten rid of her by now. I'll kill you, Xueqin roared with reddened eyes as she charged forward, intending to pit her life against the young man before her. But at this moment, a cold bellow echoed across the crowd. Enough! Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Xueqin's body froze on the spot. Turning around, she saw a middle-aged man walking in her direction. Father! Xueqin muttered softly in a daze. Out of sheer relief upon seeing her pillar of support, the young lady fell to the ground and began crying her eyes out. All of her indignance came gushing out at this moment. She called him father? Could this person be the Lord of Xinjiang City, City Lord Xuegon? City Lord Xuegon is an ancient sage 4-dan dimension Shatterer realm expert. I have never thought that he would come here personally, What would truly unthinkable is him remaining idle after hearing that his daughter has become the maid of another man. If City Lord Shuegon is making a move personally, World's Edge would really be a goner then. Indeed, not only did he insult Xueqin, he even slapped her. Just on that itself, no one would be able to save him anymore. Paying no heed to the discussions of the crowd, Shuegon looked at Xianxia and said, "This friend over here, why don't we call it quits here? It's normal for younglings like you to be hot-blooded, but it would be good to keep it under control. We never know what would happen in the future, so it's better to make friends than enemies. Don't you think so?" "You're right. How great the world would be if everything could be resolved peacefully." Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. What a pity that we don't live in an idealistic world. Besides, I have no interest in associating myself with dogs. Shuegon's eyes immediately turned livid as killing intent gushed forth from him. The crowd had already revealed his true identity. As the city lord of Xinjiang City, he was already lowering himself by making peace first. But the other party dared to snub his goodwill. This was intolerable. In truth, Zhang Xian was also nowhere as calm as he seemed on the surface. Were it not for him, the kind Dan Xiaotian could very well be dead by now. And it was all because the latter had a marriage agreement with Xueqin. For the sake of preserving their reputation, there was nothing those two wouldn't stoop down to. He didn't have the patience in him to speak politely to vicious hypocrites like them. "You seem to be very confident in your ability. Why don't we have a duel then?" Seeing that more and more people were gathering around, Shuegon knew that he couldn't back down just like that anymore. He had to protect his dignity as the city lord. "The wager will be 400,000 ethereal coins. Well, it's up to you to decide whether you wish to accept it or not. If you even can't fork out this bit of money, I'll be going back to sleep. It has been a rough day on me, you know. The maid which has just come under me wouldn't heed my orders at all. To be honest, I don't know how you are able to manage a city of millions when you can't even manage your own daughter well." Zhang Xian sighed in disappointment. "Since your city lord manor has plenty of money to groom so many soldiers, why don't you bleed some of it out for me?" Jai. Shuegon had never wanted to kill a person so much before. For many years, he had been held in high regard. Even his enemies dared not to talk back to him in his presence. This was the first time he had been put down publicly like this. There was no way he was going to let the other party get away just after all those insults hurled at him. "Young man, do you think that the anonymity provided by the ethereal hall is absolute? There are many cases in the world where a person has been hunted down and killed in real life after offending someone in the ethereal hall." Shuegon's voice was dripping with threat. "You seem to be very fond of beating around the bush. If you don't have the money to wager, I'll have to ask you to scram. My time is very precious." Zhang Xian waved Shuegon away dismissively. "You?" Shuegon gritted his teeth in fury. "Very well. I'll take you up on your wager." To be honest, 400,000 ethereal coins was a huge sum to the city lord manor. But if he didn't take up this wager and allowed the other party to leave just like that, the prestige he had built up with difficulty over the past few decades would be eroded just like that. He had no doubt that the other party would surely give everything he had to sully the reputation of the city lord manor if he were to back down here. Just how in the world did the city lord manor get involved with this troublesome lad? Out of regard for their own honor, most experts were very heeding of rules and common courtesy. It had almost become a social convention expected of the higher echelons. However, this lad clearly had no eyes for the rules at all. Knowing that his daughter was the cause of this mess, Shuegon shot a cold glance over at her, causing Xueqin to shudder a little. After which, he turned to Zhang Xian and harumphed impatiently, "Hurry up!" With a smile on his lips, Zhang Xian took his position in the dueling ring and beckoned with a wave of his hand. "You may have the first move. Allow me to make it clear first. Our bet isn't based on the rules of this dueling ring, but a life-and-death match," Shuegon said, not anxious to make a move yet. "You can be assured that I'll give you 400,000 ethereal coins if you were to win, but if I were to win, you'll have to tell me your true identity. Furthermore, I want you to come to the city lord manor and apologize to my daughter and me. As long as he knew the other party's identity, he would make sure to turn the other party's life into a living hell. Fine by me, Xianxia replied haughtily. Then, shall we put down our bets then? With a wave of his hand, Shuigan flicked his ethereal card into the hands of the young lady in charge of registration. Wang! There was a brilliant ray of light, and a message surfaced in the air, indicating that Shuigan had put 400,000 ethereal coins into the duel. Seeing how candid the other party was, Xianxia leisurely flicked his finger and passed the information regarding his identity and location into the hands of the young lady too. 3 was another brilliant ray of light, and words reflecting that Xianxia had put in his end of the bet appeared in the air too. Even though one's identity in the ethereal hall was anonymous, this anonymity only applied to other cultivators. Through the ethereal token, the system was still able to sense the exact location of the user and verify the user's identity through his blood. Good. Let's begin then. Having confirmed the bet, Shuigan unhesitatingly walked over to the weapon rack and picked up a massive saber. His true field of specialty lay not in his swordsmanship but his saber art. I won't take advantage of you either. Since you are using a saber, I'll follow you, Xianxia said as he grabbed an identical saber from the weapon rack too. He's able to use the saber too? But he's a sword practitioner. Isn't he handicapping himself by equipping a saber? The crowd was appalled. After 9 remarkable battles, there was no one amongst the crowd who didn't know that World's Edge was a true swordmaster who could stand his ground even against the disciples of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. And for a swordmaster to actually wield a saber instead, was he insane? You really are courting your own death. Shuigan was confidently in his abilities, but even he was a little hesitant to face Xianxia's sword toss after seeing how many formidable enemies had fallen before its prowess. But of all things, the other party actually foolishly chose to challenge him to a battle of saber arts. Shuigan couldn't help but scoff coldly. Saber and sword might seem similar, but the vast difference in their sizes and weight meant that they were intended to be wielded in vastly different manners. As such, those who were used to holding a sword often found themselves unable to bring out the true prowess of a saber, and vice versa. It was extremely rare to see someone who had reached the peak in both swordsmanship and saber arts. To forsake your strengths and voluntarily handicap yourself. Very well. I'll make you regret your decision dearly. Hula! With a flick of his wrist, Shuigan immediately flicked his wrist and shot out multiple saber chi. The saber chi adeptly wrapped itself around Xianxia's surroundings, sealing the latter's path of movement. At the same time, Shuigan himself dashed forward to bring his saber down upon Xianxia. Elder Lu Yun's eyebrows shot up. I guess it's not completely without reason that he was able to become the lord of Shenzhong City. This saber art did appear to be ordinary and straightforward on the surface, but Elder Lu Yun could clearly discern that there were 49 transformations in the technique. No matter how Xianxia moved, Shuigan would have a way to deal with it and press his offense on. Eventually, Xianxia would find himself cornered and overwhelmed. Even Elder Lu Yun himself would have some trouble coping with such a move. That's City Lord Shui's solace of the Silver Winter. I heard of that story before. It said that back when City Lord Shui was still 27, there was a night in which the silver moon hung beautifully above the snowy fields, seducing all eyes that fell upon it. It was that night which City Lord Shui was inspired to create this ultimate move. Just like the silver moon illuminating the snowy fields, there's nowhere to run or hide from this saber art. It's with this technique that City Lord Shui dominated the dueling ring here. Do you think World's Edge would be able to withstand this move? All of those who had the resources to purchase the ethereal token and enter here were mostly experts. While they were still severely lacking in comparison to Xianxia, their eye of discernment was at least still on par. They could tell that there was much more to Shuigan's move than what was shown on the exterior, and most of them felt that World's Edge had finally met his match. Not bad. I really should give you some recognition for being able to come up with this move. Similar to the crowd, Xianxia was slightly surprised by Shuigan's move too. With a deep frown on his forehead, he fell into deep thoughts. Should I use 1/10 of my strength, or should I use 1/5? After all, the person standing before him wasn't the weakling that had come before. He clearly had much more combat experience than the others, though he seemed to have hit his bottleneck. A 10th might not be enough to block him, but a 5th was likely to be too great that it might one-hit knockout him. Such fame wasn't what he wanted. If others were to learn that he had the strength to insta-kill even a city lord, there would be no one who would accept his duel and deliver free money to him anymore. Yes, humility and low profile is the way to go. Forget it. I should play safe and start with an 8th first. I'll first drag the fight for a while before finding a good opportunity to naturally defeat him later on. Xianxia quickly made up his mind before charging forth with his saber. His moves were neither glamorous nor profound. In his hands, the saber seemed perfectly ordinary. Yet, as if an impenetrable barrier, he was able to fend against Shui Gan's relentless offense each and every time. In the blink of a few eyes, they had already traded 20 blows. Elder Lu, who do you think will win? Yun Feiyang, who didn't have much understanding of saber, asked. The rest of the gang quickly turned their heads over as well. I reckon that City Lord Shui is in an advantageous position, Elder Lu replied with a wise nod. So, City Lord Shui is going to win? Most likely so. While World's Edge has managed to stand his ground so far, it's apparent that he isn't as adept with the saber. This is the reason why he has been forced to be on the defensive thus far, unable to launch a proper counterattack against City Lord Shui. On the other hand, City Lord Shui's saber balances speed together with strength perfectly. Each move he makes results in more momentum building up within the saber, and it would eventually reach a level that overwhelms World's Edge defense. Elder Lu replied calmly as he stroked his beard. Those who were qualified to become a city lord and could hold on to the position for so long were bound to possess extraordinary abilities that surpassed the others. I see. Yun Feiyang and the others nodded in realization. Analyzing the duel from Elder Lu's perspective, the happenings in the duel suddenly made sense to them. Meanwhile, on the dueling ring, it felt like a snowstorm had descended upon the world, sending chilling air into the surroundings. With each strike, City Lord Shui's movements were growing faster and faster, such that cracks started to appear on the dueling ring. Incredible! Xianxia nodded in excitement. He was already using an 1/8 of his strength, but Shui Gan was still able to tightly control the flow of the battle through the sheer strength of his technique. In fact, it would likely still be a prolonged battle even if he were to use a 1/7 of his strength. He would have to at least use a 1/6 of his strength in order to guarantee a swift victory. This was probably the strongest expert he had encountered ever since he arrived on the Azure. It had only been a day since he had regained consciousness after all. In any case, this was a good opportunity for him to try his skills. While Xianxia was getting more and more high on the battle, the horror in Shui Gan's eyes gradually deepened. Just like what the others had said, the saber art he was executing at the moment was indeed the solace of the Silver Winter. This technique allowed him to retain the momentum of his previous swings to heighten the might and speed of the subsequent attacks. As long as he had sufficient time to build up, he would become the berserker of the battlefield, tearing down everything in sight. But things didn't seem to be going in the direction he had expected today. He thought that he would be able to defeat the other party once he had compounded his strength and speed to his limits. But who could have thought? The young man was growing stronger and stronger throughout the battle. His hand had already been jolted numb by the sheer strength of his swings, and the webbings in between his fingers were bleeding profusely. I'll end this fast. The slow build-up in his injuries would hinder his fighting prowess, and that would present a chance to World's Edge to turn the tables on him. Knowing that he mustn't allow this battle to drag any longer, Shui Gan decided to go all out. With a furious roar, he drove his saber forth. Wang Wang! All of the saber chi he had sent at Xianxia earlier swiftly gathered together to form a massive tornado. The true prowess of Solace of the Silver Winter lay not in the compounding strength of his saber strikes but the lingering saber chi in the area with each move made. If he were to gather all of the saber chi together, he would be able to launch a devastating strike far beyond his current limits. Struggle all you will, but your defeat is already sealed. Shui Gan sneered at Xianxia coldly, though his heart was beating wildly on the inside. This is his ultimate technique? Seeing that the other party's moves had become more powerful, such that it would be hard for him to keep up even with a sixth of his strength, Xianxia sighed deeply as he made up his mind. Forget it, I'll use that same move too. After giving it some thought, he still felt that the Heaven's Path saber art that he had practiced was too powerful. So, with a light flick of his finger, the saber in his hand shot across the air. The technique works on sabers too? Yun Feiyang and the others were stunned. They could tell that the young man was intending to toss his saber just like how he had tossed his sword at them. But would it really work out? The weight and shape of a saber and sword were different from one another, and the slightest difference could mean the largest difference in the outcome. Was it really all right? Before their doubts could blossom, the saber whooshed across the air with a choking sound. Hula! Took only an instant for it to appear before Shuegon. With a reddened face, Shuegon hurriedly raised his saber to block against it, only to realize that his strike had landed empty. Puha! The saber pierced right through his head. Even though Shuegon was defeated in that instant, by the sheer strength of his willpower as a dimension-shatterer realm cultivator, he was able to keep himself from dissipating into light fragments for a brief moment. You were already able to defeat me right from the start? Shuegon stared at Zhang Xian with eyes so wide that they were almost bulging out. He had long heard the rumors that the other party was skilled in tossing swords. He thought that the reason why his opponent hadn't thrown his weapon at him was because of his inability to execute the technique with a saber, but his assumption didn't hold true. His opponent was able to do the same with a saber, and with utmost ease at that. The tossed saber was so powerful that he was unable to deflect it even with all the momentum he had built up thus far. If his opponent had used it right from the start, he wouldn't have been able to last so long at all. In other words, his opponent had only been playing with him thus far. Everything he had done must have looked nothing more than a farce to the other party. You have forked out 400,000 ethereal coins for this duel. Wouldn't it be a huge pity if you were to lose in a single move? I thought that it would give you more value for money by dragging out the duel a little for you. Zhang Xian confessed in embarrassment. Pooh! Fresh blood spurted out of Shuegon's lips. Value for money your head. If you really want to give me more value for money, you should at least say that you have used your full strength. To reveal that you have been going easy on me all along. Am I supposed to thank you for that? Shameless humble bragging. I'll admit my defeat, but it's clear that you didn't use your full strength either. I would like to know how much of your strength did you use? Using his last breath, Shuegon asked. The fact that the other party was able to keep up with him despite the increasing strength and speed of his saber likely meant that the other party had been matching his fighting prowess. Given so, he couldn't help but wonder just how powerful the other party was. How much strength did I use? Zhang Xian pondered for a moment, but eventually, he decided to reveal it honestly. You aren't much of a person, but at least you weren't too shabby of an opponent. You were able to make me bring out 0.16666666666. Well, you get the idea of recurring numbers, right? What? Shuegon was stunned. I asked you how much of your strength did you exert. But what the heck are you doing giving me such a long string of SIX? Pong! Unable to stand it any longer, Shuegon's body finally dissipated on the spot. The surroundings were completely silent as the eyebrows of the crowd leaped around the place. They didn't think that World's Edge was speaking the truth either. Otherwise, how the heck did he go down to so many decimal points? There was no one in the world who could possibly control their strength to such a fine extent. And what the heck are recurring numbers? Recurring your head. Can you conduct yourself more like an expert? While the crowd was rolling their eyes at World's Edge, Xueqin's face had already paled completely from fear. She could still understand why Huajianghe lost to World's Edge. After all, the latter was still young and hadn't fully unleashed his potential yet. However, her father was the lord of Xinjiang City, an ancient sage 4-dan dimension shatterer realm cultivator. In terms of comprehension of cultivation and mastery of battle techniques, he had already reached an incredible level even when compared to the experts of Starlight City. Yet, he was still unable to defeat World's Edge when their cultivation was at the same level as one another. Just when in the world did this fellow pop out from? How could he be so powerful? If there were really such a figure in Starlight City, he should have already made a name for himself by now. At the very most, I'll just stay out of the ethereal hall over the next few days. I don't believe that he would dare make a fuss at the City Lord Manor. If he does so, he'll just be courting his own death. Xueqin clenched her fists tightly as she made up her mind. What made or not made? As long as she didn't enter the ethereal hall, what could the other party do about her? While World's Edge had managed to outmaneuver and defeat her father here, she didn't think that World's Edge would actually be stronger than him. Reassuring herself as such, Xueqin felt as if the boulder weighing down her heart had finally been released. Who? There was a flash of light before her figure vanished from the spot. How weak-minded are you lot? Why bother asking for the truth when you can't take it? Xianxia shook his head helplessly and sighed. He could tell from the looks on Xuegan and the crowd's face that no one believed him at all. As a perfectionist, if he said he was going to exert a sixth of his strength, he would really exert exactly a sixth of his strength, which would be equivalent to 0.1666666. He was being perfectly honest over here, but no one would just believe him. It sure was hard to be a good person in this world. Sighing deeply, Xianxia walked down from the dueling ring and headed to the registration counter. He first destroyed the object which contained information regarding his whereabouts and identity before passing his ethereal card over. As Hu Jianghe had died with Xueqin's weapon in his possession, the item was automatically sold back to the system and the sum was deposited into Xianxia's card. With that, he had a total of 600,000 ethereal coins in his card. He quickly traded his money for a good storage ring, and just as he was about to leave the ethereal hall, a person whom he had once defeated on the dueling ring, Soaring Cloud, walked over with a name scroll in hand. Elder World's Edge, Elder Lu from our sect wishes to meet you privately. May I know if it's a convenient time for you now? Elder Lu, Xianxia murmured. Considering that Soaring Cloud was from the Ascendant Cloudsword Pavilion, wouldn't that mean that the Elder Lu whom he was referring to was an elder in the sect? Very well. With this thought in mind, Xianxia nodded his head without much hesitation. A person who could become an elder in one of the six sects was bound to know quite a lot about the Azure. This was a good opportunity for him to learn about the various powers in the Azure, especially the Spirit God Palace. During his time at the otherworldly battlefield, through Wu Chen's sacrifice, they summoned a deity from the Azure, and the latter said that she would reveal Luo Ruoxin's whereabouts to him if he could reach the Spirit God Palace. This was currently the greatest clue he had to find Luo Ruoxin. Following behind Soaring Cloud, they soon arrived in a tightly sealed room. Aside from officiating duels, the ethereal hall also had special locations that allowed cultivators to converse privately with one another. Privacy was absolutely guaranteed in these private chambers. No matter one spoke inside these rooms, those who were outside would not hear a single word of it. There was already an old man seated at the center of the room. There were 4 people standing behind him, 4 of whom Xianxia recognized to be challengers he had already defeated on the dueling ring. With awkward looks on their faces, neither of them seemed willing to meet Xianxia in the eye. Surprisingly, a river's glance was amidst the group of 4 too. It seemed like he had found a new ethereal token and got back in. As soon as Xianxia walked in, Elder Lu Yun immediately stood up and introduced himself politely. I am an external elder of the Ascendant Cloudsword Pavilion, Lu Yun. It's my pleasure to meet you, Elder Lu. Xianxia clasped his fist and greeted him. I am World's Edge. As the other party's motives for inviting him over weren't clear, he was reluctant to reveal his true identity just yet. While he was confident that there would be no one who would be able to best him in the ethereal hall back in the real world, his strength as an ancient sage 4-dan dimension shatter realm cultivator would only be enough for him to dominate the small Xinjiang city. Moving up to Starlight City and beyond, there were bound to be many experts who wielded powers far beyond him. There's no need to restrain yourself before him. The fact that World's Edge had chosen to introduce himself by his nickname instead of his real name told Elder Lu Yun that the other party was still wary of him. With a gentle smile, he said, I have already watched the videos of your duel with them. Your comprehension of swordsmanship has truly reached a formidable level. However, if I'm not mistaken, you have already hit a bottleneck in your swordsmanship. For someone of your level, advancing further than where you are is no easy feat. You will need resources and guidance in order to do so. If you remain as an unaffiliated cultivator, it's highly likely that you'll never overcome your current bottleneck. So, I would like to extend my sincere invitation to you to join the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. One's swordsmanship often reflected one's personality. What Elder Lu Yun felt formed Xianxia's swordsmanship was decisiveness. So he decided to get straight to the point. You wish to invite me to join the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion? Xianxia was half convinced that Elder Lu Yun was calling him over in order to teach him a lesson. So he was a little caught off guard when the latter extended such an invitation to him. Hujianghe and Shuigon are not a match for you at the same cultivation realm. Given your level of expertise in swordsmanship, you are already able to apply for the role of an inner disciple as soon as you enter the sect. As an inner disciple, you'll be entitled to access advanced sword arts, and there will be plenty of fellow sword practitioners whom you can spar and trade insights with. I believe that you'll be able to grow at a much faster pace than you currently are. Just on the account that Xianxia could defeat the first senior of the outer disciples so easily meant that he was already qualified to join the ranks of the inner disciples. I'm afraid I'll have to think the matter over carefully. Xianxia didn't give a response right away. The Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion was one of the major powers in the Azure, and if he could borrow their connections to look for Luo Ruoxin, things would likely be much easier and more convenient for him. However, this was a give and take. In return for receiving the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion's goodwill, he would have to repay them with his loyalty. However, he had no interest in getting involved with the politics among the six sects, and he didn't want to get involved in their affairs either. It would likely be a whole string of trouble if he chose to join the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Of course, this is a huge matter, so I don't expect you to give me an answer right away. Elder Lu Yun nodded in response. Elder Lu, there are some questions which I would like to ask you. I hope that I am not overstepping my boundaries over here. Xianxia looked at Elder Lu Yun as he spoke. Of course not. Please feel free to speak. May I know if you have ever heard of a place known as the Spirit God Palace? Xianxia asked nervously. Spirit God Palace? Elder Lu Yun pondered deeply for a moment before shaking his head. I'm afraid I have never heard of such a place before. I see. Xianxia looked at Elder Lu contemplatively for a moment as he replied. A slight tinge of disappointment could be heard in his voice. I am just an external elder of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. My duties lay mainly in guiding the younger disciples, so I'm afraid I'm not as knowledgeable about the other affairs on the continent. However, our sect does have plenty of books that study the relationships and various powers on the Forsaken Continent. As long as you are able to obtain clearance, you will be able to browse through them. I believe you should be able to find what you want in there. Elder Lu Yun was flustered for a split moment, but he swiftly regained himself and replied calmly. Even though he was honored as one of the elders of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, the truth was that he was of the lowest tier. He didn't have the right to access privy information and learn more about the matter. Given that the Spirit God Palace which the other party spoke about carried the word God in it, it was likely to involve something greater. Someone of his level wouldn't be able to know about it. I understand. Xianxia nodded. Considering that the other party was an external elder tasked with the responsibility of recruiting menial and outer disciples, it was indeed unlikely that he would have too deep of an understanding regarding the secrets of the higher echelons. Oh, there's also another question which I would like to seek enlightenment to. I know that cultivation realms are saint, great sage, and ancient sage, but I am curious to know what lies beyond that, Xianxia said. The highest realm of ancient sage is Dimension Shatterer realm, and beyond that would be pseudo-immortal realm. Pseudo-immortals are invulnerable to flames, and their souls are as pure as true gold. With their thoughts, they are able to make things happen. I am currently at pseudo-immortal realm, and the same goes for the Lord of Starlight City as well. Pseudo-immortal realm can be divided into 4 stages, namely lesser pseudo-immortal, greater pseudo-immortal, earthly pseudo-immortal, and heavenly pseudo-immortal. Above the pseudo-immortals are the true immortals. True immortals are considered as real experts on the Forsaken Continent, and most elders in the sixth sex are at this level. Those who manage to take a step further from there and transcend to greater heights are known as high immortals. They are also termed as the king of immortals. Only the core elders of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion has reached this level. At this point, Elder Lu Yun paused for a brief moment before continuing on. Well, these are the realms that I know. The heavens are boundless, so I have no doubt that there is something beyond the high immortals, but that's not something I am privy to know about anymore. Cultivation is not easy. It's hard to go too far without powerful backing, and cultivation resources are simply too limited in the world. Just take this for example. The questions you have just asked are common knowledge amongst ordinary disciples, but you had to specially ask me to find out about it. Ancient sage, pseudo-immortal, true immortal, and high immortal. Xianxia nodded as he jotted those realms down in his head. With your swordsmanship and my recommendation, I have no doubt that you'll be able to become an inner disciple with ease. May I know where you are at the moment? If possible, I think it would be better for both of us to sit down in person to have a chat about this. After all, this matter is of grave importance to your future, Elder Lu Yun said. In the end, no matter what was discussed here, it would be all but empty agreements. He had to meet the person in person in order to know how powerful the other party was, whether he was a guy or a girl, or even whether he was a human or a beast. I am currently at Shenzhen City. I believe we'll eventually meet one another if you were to come over. Besides, I think that I might have something which I need to trouble Senior Hua over there for. Zhang Xian said with a mysterious smile. You are at Shenzhen City? Elder Lu Yun subconsciously shot a glance at Hua Zhanghe as doubts surfaced in his mind. There was actually such a powerful expert at a place as backward as Shenzhen City? As long as it's within my abilities, I'll try my best to help you. Hua Zhanghe clasped his fist and said. He could tell that Elder Lu Yun was determined to bring World's Edge into the sect. As such, while he wasn't too fond of World's Edge himself, he knew better than to throw a tantrum here. Well, it's like this. Zhang Xian discreetly sent a Jinshi telepathy to Hua Zhanghe, and at the end of which, he clasped his fist and bowed. I'll be troubling Senior Hua on this matter then. I still have some matters to attend to at the moment, so I won't impose on you all any longer. Farewell. After finding all he wanted to know, Zhang Xian didn't linger in the private room. He returned back to the front reception of the ethereal hall and asked, May I know if there's anything here that would allow a cultivator to recover his strength quickly? If you are an ancient sage cultivator, you could try low-tier immortal pills. It costs 100,000 ethereal coins each, the receptionist replied. Even a low-tier one costs 100,000 ethereal coins? It was as if the ethereal hall couldn't get enough of shocking Zhang Xian with how exorbitant its goods were. He felt like the entire organization was out to rob every single one of those ethereal coins that he earned painstakingly. Being indignant consumer Zhang Xian he immediately inquired into the exorbitant price, and it turned out that the pricing was perfectly normal here. Basically, immortal pills were treated as the currency in the upper echelons of the Azure because of how general its use was. There was no cultivator who wouldn't need it, so the demand for the good was relatively stable. In a sense, it was similar to the spirit stones of the master-teacher continent. Immortal pills could be divided into 4 tiers. Basic immortal pills corresponded to pseudo-immortals, standard immortal pills corresponded to true immortals, and superior immortal pills corresponded to high immortals. As for premier immortal pills, it was so rare that it would be difficult to buy it off the market even if one had the money for it. Not too many people have seen it before. Given that it was a currency used mainly for the higher echelons, as well as an important cultivation resource for pseudo-immortals, it was understandable that its pricing would be a little steep. Nevertheless, if he had to spend 100,000 ethereal coins for each of them, the little fortune that he had just earned would really be gone in an instant. Zhang Xian used his remaining money to buy a basic immortal pill before looking at the receptionist curiously. If I may ask, it appears that the ethereal hall sells all kinds of goods. Does it sell cultivation technique manuals and the sort as well? Of course, the attendant nodded. However, the cultivation techniques that we have are those commonly practiced on the continent. As for the core cultivation techniques of the sixth sex, I'm afraid that it's beyond our means too. There was no way the Sixth Sex would allow their cultivation techniques to be leaked. Even if the ethereal hall had copies, they would swiftly face the wrath of the Sixth Sex if they dared to put them on sale. If it was just dueling and interaction, the Sixth Sex would still allow for the existence of the ethereal hall in the world. After all, there was no conflict in their interests. However, if the ethereal hall dared to threaten their foundation, it would be an all-out war. It was also for this reason that the ethereal hall was able to grow so big over the years, with branches spanning across the entire Forsaken continent. I understand. I'm fine with common cultivation techniques too. If I were to just browse through the cultivation techniques for a short moment of time instead of purchasing them, how much would it cost? Xianxia asked in agitation. While he had achieved a breakthrough to dimension shatter a realm, he was unfortunately limited by the fact that he didn't have any cultivation techniques in the realm itself. If he could just browse through the collection of cultivation technique manuals here, as long as he had sufficient basic immortal pills, he was confident that he would be able to reach pinnacle within a few hours. That would make it easier for him to navigate around the Forsaken continent and find Luo Ruoxin. There are pricing differences depending on the tier of the cultivation techniques. For Dimension Shatter a Realm cultivation techniques, the most basic ones would cost at least 50,000 ethereal coins each. Also, I'm afraid that our cultivation techniques are for sale only. We don't offer browsing services here. 50,000 ethereal coins for the most basic cultivation technique manual? Xianxia's lips twitched in horror. He was still thinking of buying a huge bundle of them if they were inexpensive. But who could have thought that the price would be so horrifying? Based on rough estimation, he would probably need over 1,000 ordinary books in order to compile a perfected Dimension Shatter a Realm Heaven's Path Divine Art. That would equate to 50 million ethereal coins. Even if he were to tire himself to death on the dueling ring, he wouldn't be able to earn that much. Besides, he had just harvested a new group of challengers. He had no idea when the next group of challengers would be ready for his harvesting. It seemed like purchasing cultivation technique manuals here for his advancement was really not too feasible. Do I really have to join a sect? Xianxia rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Each of the six sects was bound to have their own libraries containing innumerable cultivation techniques. Xianxia would surely be able to gather thousands of books over there easily. It was due to such readily available resources in there that so many cultivators desired to join the ranks of the six sects. Just like what Elder Lu Yun had said with his comprehension of swordsmanship, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to become an inner disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. In fact, he would probably be able to join any of the six sects easily, and he was confident that he could rise through the ranks easily. However, there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Joining a sect meant that he would have to adhere to the rules and regulations of the sect. If it was just a few trivial rules here and there, it still wouldn't be too much of a problem. However, if one of the rules somehow prevented him from looking for Luo Ruoxin, or that the sect was hostile toward the Spirit God Palace, he would really be shooting himself in the foot then. Wait, what if Dan Xiaotian joins the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, and I follow him as his servant? That should work as well, right? Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. It was said that there would be a selection in Shenzhen City 2 days later for cultivators to join the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion as menial disciples. If Dan Xiaotian were to display sufficient talent, he should be able to get in as an outer disciple. Most outer disciples were assigned with servants to take care of their necessities. So, as long as Dan Xiaotian succeeded, he should be able to get into the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion as well. Once he was in, he could adapt accordingly to the situation to acquire what he needed. At the same time, he could supervise his disciples' learning and ensure that he didn't stray down the wrong path. Not to mention, as a servant of an outer disciple, he was a character so minor that he wouldn't be officially recognized by the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, which also meant that he wouldn't be bound by its rules too. That was 3 birds with a stone. It's settled then. Xianxia gave the matter some more thought and confirmed that there were no major problems with this course of action. Heaving a huge sigh of relief, he left the ethereal hall. While Xianxia had made up his mind, Elder Lu Yun and the others in the private room had come to a decision as well. We have to head to Shenzhen City right now. Let me see. It's a little past midnight now, and with the fastest aerial beast we have, we should be able to arrive in the afternoon. Since that's the case, let's not delay it any further and conduct the selection in Xinjiang City today then. Jianghe, I want you to send down the announcement to those in Xinjiang City that will be conducting the selection today as soon as dawn breaks. There's no need to wait for us. Understood? Nothing must go wrong with this. We have to find World's Edge by hook or by crook. Elder Lu Yun instructed sternly. Yes, Hu Jianghe replied with a nod. Bringing back such a talented genius was far more significant than taking in 100 above-average outer disciples. If he were to allow World's Edge to slip past his fingers, and World's Edge ended up joining some other sect instead, he would surely be severely punished for his lapse in responsibility. As for the rest of you, pack up your things right now. We'll be setting off in 5 minutes. Got it? Who? All of them vanished from the ethereal hall swiftly. Returning back to his room, Xianxia quickly activated the ethereal token to claim the storage ring and basic immortal pill he had just purchased. The basic immortal pill had a slightly silvery color, and it was densely packed with the pure mercury-like spiritual energy. Just taking a whiff of it was enough to leave one's meridians trembling in agitation, as if encountering an oasis in a desert. Knowing that it was of utmost importance to him in recovering his strength, Xianxia swallowed the pill without any hesitation. As soon as he ingested the basic immortal pill, he felt a warm flow of energy gushing into his limbs. The pure mercury-like energy was swiftly being converted into concentrated Xinqi. In the midst of his cultivation, Xianxia couldn't help but realize that the Xinqi he had formed from the mercury-like spiritual energy was much more powerful. Due to its greater density, the techniques he executed with it were much mightier. While the capacity of his dantian hadn't changed, the quality of the Xinqi he was taking in was much greater. This meant that he was capable of bringing out much greater prowess in a battle than before. It was no wonder why the experts in the Azure were so extraordinarily powerful, such that he could only barely scrape a victory after using all of the means at his disposal. Not only was the mercury-like spiritual energy able to enhance one's constitution, it also played an important role in tempering one's Xinqi. After cultivating for some time, the energy harnessed in the basic immortal pill was finally all used up. Exhaling deeply, Xianxia slowly opened his eyes. While the basic immortal pill was rich in energy, it was still insufficient for him to make a full recovery. From the looks of it, I reckon that I would need another one in order to fully recover, Xianxia murmured. If he needed 2 basic immortal pills just to recover his strength, just how many of it would he freaking require in order to make a breakthrough? Cultivating was really a money-sucking abyss. No matter how rich one was, it would never be enough. Xianxia glanced at the windows and found that it was already dawn. As soon as he walked out of the room, he saw that Dan Xiaotian was still carefully practicing his swordsmanship. Despite having not rested for a night, Dan Xiaotian's movements did not reflect any exhaustion. If anything, his movements were much more stable, and he was able to drive his Xinqi much more smoothly now. Not bad. I see that you have worked hard. With just a glance, Xianxia could tell that Dan Xiaotian had followed his instructions strictly, not slacking off in the least. In truth, he didn't ask Dan Xiaotian to practice his swordsmanship just to punish him. He had just achieved a breakthrough of 6 realms in the span of a day, and this abrupt breakthrough inevitably meant that his mind and reflexes would be unable to keep up with his newfound power. As such, he needed sufficient practice in order to fully adapt to the changes in his body. While practicing the same move again and again for thousands of times was extremely monotonous and grinding on one's patience, it was an essential step for Dan Xiaotian to precisely discern the flow of Xinqi in his body. This would allow him to sharpen his control over his strength, thus gradually breaking him into his newfound powers. And clearly, his aim had been achieved. In a night of practice, Dan Xiaotian had already fully adapted himself to his current Great Sage 3 Dan cultivation. Teacher. Hearing the opening of the door, Dan Xiaotian quickly walked over, kneeled down, and greeted Xianxia. He was no fool either. He could clearly sense the changes in his body, so how would he not understand his teacher's intention? Alarmed by this huge reaction, Xianxia quickly reached out to help Dan Xiaotian up, but at this moment, there was a sudden jolt in his head. A golden page appeared in the library of Heaven's Path. It seemed like it was only at this moment that he had truly won Dan Xiaotian over as his disciple. This means that I'm able to acquire golden pages in the Azure too. This is good news. Zhang Xian thought in delight. He thought that the differences in the environment might hinder some of the functions of the Library of Heaven's Path, but fortunately, that didn't seem to be the case. The golden page represented a crucial trump card. As long as he had it in his grasp, he would have nothing to fear for now. How far have you gone with the sword art I have imparted to you? Show it to me, Zhang Xian said with a smile after helping Dan Xiaotian up. He had taught Dan Xiaotian the sword toss technique he had created yesterday in the ethereal hall, and he was curious to see how far his disciple had come with this technique over the night. Yes, teacher. Dan Xiaotian took a few steps back before flicking his wrist lightly. So, his sword flew across the air. While the speed of his toss wasn't on par with Zhang Xian's, it was still fast enough to produce numerous afterimages in his path. In the blink of an eye, the sword pierced into the trunk of a nearby tree, and all of a sudden, the huge tree exploded, creating a huge crater in where it previously stood. Not bad. You have already reached the level of an initiate. If you wish to further your mastery in the art, you should try practicing it in battle. Observe your opponent's flaws carefully before making your move. If you could reach the level where you are able to discern multiple openings in your opponent's move with a single glance, you will have reached major accomplishment in this technique. By then, none of your peers would be a match for you anymore. Zhang Xian said. This sword toss appeared to be a simple move, but it harnessed the crux of the Heaven's Path sword art within it. As long as he was able to find a flaw in the movements of his opponent, no one would be able to block it. It was precisely for this reason that Huojianghe and Shuigan were completely helpless before it. Yes, teacher. Dan Xiaotian nodded in agitation. After a night of practice, he had also come to realize just how powerful and profound this single sword toss was. Everything he had learned before was really nothing in comparison. He felt almost as if he had been living in a pineapple under the ocean all this while. All right, I'll impart to you some other sword arts too. Learning more sword arts would be beneficial in widening your perspective, thus granting you a deeper insight into your swordsmanship. This is crucial in your advancement as a sword practitioner, Zhang Xian said. Just as he was about to impart some elementary sword arts to Dan Xiaotian, a flurry of footsteps suddenly sounded outside. Jia. The entrance was knocked open, and 10 armored soldiers rushed into the courtyard and swiftly surrounded Zhang Xian and Dan Xiaotian. Who is the owner of this residence? The commander standing at the forefront asked coldly. He was a young man in his 30s, but despite his young age, his cultivation had already reached ancient sage Wundan blood continuation realm. I am the owner of this residence. Noting that the group that had barged in were guards from the city lord manor, Dan Xiaotian walked forward with a frown. Men, capture him, the commander ordered. Voila! 2 guards immediately rushed out from behind with drawn swords in their hands. Their faces reflected belligerence that indicated that they wouldn't hesitate to hurt Dan Xiaotian. I advise you not to retaliate. We do have the discretion to kill criminals who attempt to resist arrest. One of the 2 guards sneered coldly as he approached Dan Xiaotian with chains in hand. What crime did I commit? Dan Xiaotian was taken aback by the situation before him. Yesterday night, the sentries of the city Lord Manor found the bandit Chao Qingli sneaking into the city with his band. It was clear that he was up to no good, so the city Lord Manor immediately dispatched a group of 50 elites to eliminate them. However, those 50 never returned. After investigating the matter the entire morning, we found that the footsteps of those 50 elites led straight to your residence. Thus, I have obtained an arrest warrant from the city Lord Manor to arrest you on the ground of colluding with bandits to kill our men. The commander sneered coldly. Dan Xiaotian widened his eyes in shock for a moment before exclaiming furiously, colluding with bandits? That's nonsense. I would never do something like that. Yesterday night, if not for his teacher, he might have been killed by those bandits. Yet, these guards actually claimed that he was colluding with them? You must be joking with me. In his view, even the chances of the city lord manor colluding with the bandits were greater than his. It's fine, I don't expect you to admit to it either. Men, bring the evidence over, the commander bellowed with a wave of his hand. Voila! Several guards immediately marched forward and tossed the items in their hands over. It was a bunch of bloodied and soiled weapons and armor. We found these around your residence. There are the weapons of the bandits and the armor our guards. It's apparent that they have clashed with one another here, and someone has intentionally concealed the evidence. What else do you have to say for yourself? The commander harumphed. How could this be? Dan Xiaotian was stunned. His teacher had already gotten rid of everything yesterday, so how could there still be such stuff lying around? Those weapons and clothes are indeed from the bandits living in the mountains outside. It was robbed by them several times while making shipping my goods, so there's no way I would mistake it. Those armors are definitely from the city lord manor too. They patrol around my place every day, so how could I possibly get it wrong? How could he stoop so low to colluding with bandits? Despicable. We have to punish such behavior severely, right? We should also force them to confess their ploy as well. If the bandits had really succeeded in achieving whatever they set out to do, who knows how many casualties there would be in our city. The Dan clan sure has fallen from its former glory. I was still feeling sympathetic to their plight, especially given that their final remaining member isn't able to cultivate at all. But it turns out to those who are pitiful have a reason for being in the plight they are in. Colluding with bandits? It serves them right to be destroyed like that. Before Dan Xiaotian could explain, a bunch of notable figures in the city suddenly sprouted forth from behind the soldiers. Merchants, tavern owners, medicinal herb peddlers, tea house owners. These were the people who propped up the lifeline of Shenzhen City's economy. They had been harassed by bandits many times in the course of conducting their businesses, so they had the greatest say in the matter too. What else do you have to say for yourself? The commander sneered. Turning to his guards, he commanded, grab him and bring him to the city lord manor. Make sure to interrogate him properly. Voila! The guard holding on the chain began advancing toward Dan Xiaotian once more. All of you are shameless. The upright city lord manor actually wants to. Dan Xiaotian was just about to lash out furiously when he suddenly halted his words. There was a moment of silence before he nodded. Fine. I'll follow you to the city lord manor. I hope that you can redress my grievances. I trust that you will uncover the truth and punish those who are truly guilty of this. Humph. Let's go. The commander appeared to be a little disappointed to see Dan Xiaotian complying with him so easily. He shot a glance at the crowd before saying, the act of colluding with the bandits threatens the peace of our city. Given how severe the implications are, as well as the fact that you have been harmed by Chao Qingli before, I would like to invite all of you to follow me to the city lord manor to testify in the court. At the same time, this is to ensure that the proceedings are fair and impartial. And we would not side with Dan Xiaotian just because he's engaged to the second young mistress. Very well. The crowd nodded in agreement. The rest of them are likely to be accomplices as well. Capture them and bring them to the city lord manor too. The guards quickly handcuffed Xianxia and Elder Yi before leading them out of the residence. Xianxia didn't resist the arrest. Instead, he sent some more instructions over Dan Xiaotian, and the latter visibly calmed down upon hearing those words. With a hunched back to make him appear smaller, he limped his way out of the Dan clan residence. His cultivation was also concealed through a certain method which his teacher had just imparted to him. In the eyes of others, he was no different from an ordinary Saint 6 Dan cultivator. After leaving the Dan clan residence, they were escorted into a carriage, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the city lord manor. At this moment, the city lord manor was already completely packed. There were over 1,000 people present discussing the issue concerning the bandits worriedly. Clearly, Xuechen's plan had worked out. The city lord manor is also very worried about the bandits entering the city. After careful investigation, we found that the Dan clan has a hand in this matter as well. As you know, Dan Xiaotian is engaged to the second young mistress. Thus, in order to ensure impartiality, we'll be holding a public trial so as to allay your fears that we might be biased in our judgment. Xueqin spoke up to calm the crowd. As expected of the City Lord Manor, they sure are efficient to root out the culprits so quickly. Those who collude with the bandits deserve to die. I thought that Dan Xiaotian looked quite honest, but it seems like a wretched heart is concealed beneath his honest face. When Dan Xiaotian was finally escorted into the court by the guards, everyone swiftly hushed down. There was almost no one in the city who didn't know of the engagement. However, the very act of colluding with the bandits was a vile and unforgivable act. Countless lives could have lost if anything had gone wrong. Thus, they wanted to see if the City Lord Manor would still maintain its impartiality even when judging someone close to them. After Dan Xiaotian limped into place and was forced to kneel down, Xueqin glanced at the guards and ordered, "Bring in the evidence." Several guards immediately rushed in and placed the bloodied armor, bows, and arrows on the ground. Following this, a well-groomed middle-aged man walked into the court and said, "Lord, I have already inspected every article here, and the bows and arrows are indeed used by Chao Qingli and the others. There are clear signs that it had been used by them. As for the armor, there is no doubt that they are the ones used by the guards of the City Lord Manor too, and judging from the freshness of the blood, they were left on the armor last night." Another person stepped forward and added on, "Lord, I can also testify to this matter. While I was cultivating last night, I heard some movements outside. I secretly peeked through my windows and found many black-clothed individuals sneaking toward the Dan clan. It does seem like they are conducting some kind of transaction between them." Dan Xiaotian shot a glance at the testifying witness, and he recognized the latter to be from a neighboring family not too far away from the Dan clan residence. They were usually on close terms with one another. "Lord, I saw it too. There were several dozen people, and I couldn't help but feel that something was amiss. Thus, I recorded the entire scene." Another person stepped forward too, and he was Dan Xiaotian's neighbor as well. That person activated his record crystal, and the video taken down was displayed before everyone's eyes. Beneath the night of full moon, a group of black-clothed bandits was silently sneaking into Dan Xiaotian's residence. After they entered the premises, there was no commotion. There was only absolute silence, as if the owner of the residence had implicitly permitted their presence. I was still wondering if there were some other secrets involved in this issue, but to think that it's actually true. But why would Dan Xiaotian collude with the bandits? I also found that weird too. The Dan clan might be declined, but Dan Xiaotian should still be able to live an ample life with the riches his predecessors have left behind. There shouldn't be any reason for him to take such a risk. A huge commotion broke out after the video in the record crystal was displayed. Those who knew Dan Xiaotian's character and thought that there might be some conspiracy involved in the issue stared at the young man kneeling at the center of the court with a look of disbelief in their eyes. The Dan clan had its roots from Bay City, but they had moved to Xinjiang City several decades ago. Over the years, it grew swiftly, and it eventually reached its peak 10 years ago, becoming an unrivaled power in Xinjiang City. Back in that era, there were countless experts in the Dan clan. Just the three-dimension Shatterer realm experts that they had was enough to frighten any enemy into submitting to the Dan clan. Not even the City Lord Manor would have dared to make an enemy out of the Dan clan then, choosing to make peace through a marriage agreement instead. Everything had changed after that unfortunate incident that caused the deaths of nearly all of the experts of the Dan clan. The fortunes of the Dan clan were swiftly devoured by others shortly after. Nevertheless, it still held substantial wealth due to its massive accumulation over the years. There was no reason for it to collude with the bandits. As such, most of the more rational-minded individuals amongst the crowd found the matter inexplicable. Second young mistress. Just as everyone was harboring doubts, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from afar. Raising their heads to take a look, the crowd saw the second young mistress of the City Lord Manor, Xueqin, rushing over with an anxious look on their faces. This sight left bizarre looks on the faces of the crowd. Considering that the marriage agreement between Dan Xiaotian and Xueqin, it was only right for Xueqin to stay out of this trial so as to avoid hindering the impartiality of the trial. Yet she actually rushed out just like that, Sprinting behind Xueqin were the maids of the city lord manor. They had flustered looks on their faces, as if they didn't expect the second young mistress to act so recklessly as to barge into the trial. Why? Shaking away the grasp of the maids trying to hold her back, Xueqin stared at Dan Xiaotian with reddened eyes, as if she was unable to accept the latter's betrayal. We have been engaged to one another since a young age. While you have become unable to cultivate, I have never snubbed you before and treated as per before. This time, the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion has come to our town to recruit disciples. I thought that it was an opportunity for us, so I worked hard to win Senior Hu's approval to become a menial disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. I was thinking that I could obtain even better herbs for you to recover from your affliction, so that you can cultivate once again and rebuild the glory of your Dan clan? Xueqin shook her head melancholically, disappointed by the betrayal of her loved one. I thought that you would be proud of me, so I sent my men to inform you of the matter. Yet why did you collude with the bandits to stop this from happening? You even kidnapped me and had the bandits beat me up, attempting to force me to change my mind. Did you think that I would forget you just because I got into the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion? I'm doing this not just for myself but for our future. This would have been the key to changing our fates. As Xueqin spoke, the tears brimming in her eyes began trickling down. She averted her gaze from Dan Xiaotian, as if she couldn't bear to look the man in the eye anymore. So, it was because the second young mistress has cleared the selections for the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, and that had crushed Dan Xiaotian's self-esteem. Thus, he chose to collude with the bandits to stop it from happening. Dan Xiaotian is truly foolish. Does he not know that there are many enemies of the Dan clan out to kill him, and the only reason why he can live to this day is due to the City Lord Manor and the second young mistress protection? Or perhaps it was because he realizes the fact that he worries about what would happen to him once the second young mistress leaves. That's why he chose to make this risky move, hoping that he could retain the second young mistress here. As long as the second young mistress goes missing, she wouldn't be able to enter the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion anymore once those from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion left. With that, as long as he seals the marriage as well, his safety would be guaranteed. No one would dare to touch him anymore. Everything makes perfect sense now. That explains why the second young mistress' face is slightly swollen. She must have suffered quite a bit under the bandits' captive. That must be the case. Who else would dare to lay their hands the second young mistress of the City Lord Manor? Those group of bandits would dare to do anything as long as one pays them enough. If not for his carelessness, no one would ever think of suspecting Dan Xiaotian. He really has thought things out carefully. Hearing those accusations, everyone nodded in realization as they turned to look at Dan Xiaotian once more with looks of disgust on their faces. A young lady had done so much for you, but you don't know the slightest thing about gratitude. Can you still call yourself a human after what you did? She would have won an Oscars back in my previous world. Xianxia was about to fall asleep from boredom when the second young mistress entertained him with such a marvelous performance. With such a few words, she had managed to evoke the emotions of the crowd and win their sympathy. With such acting skills, he would have surely blamed the judging panel for under-the-table dealings if she hadn't won a prize. It was human nature to sympathize with the weak and women, not to mention a person as beautiful as Xueqin. All it took was some rousing words and a few tears to establish an emotional connection with the crowd. Initially, the evidence and witnesses presented wouldn't have been enough to indict Dan Xiaotian of his crimes. After all, most of what was presented was circumstantial, and there was no clear motive that would justify his involvement. Who in the right mind would collude with the bandits to act against the City Lord Manor for no reason? But with even Xueqin testifying against him as well, the odds were way against Dan Xiaotian's favor. Even the City Lord Manor wouldn't be able to back down from this anymore. They would have no choice but to bow down to the will of the people and sentence Dan Xiaotian. And this conveniently explained why the second young mistress had been accepted as a menial disciple into the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion even prior to the official trial. With this, not only was Xueqin's reputation not sullied in any way, she would even be praised as a strong and sentimental lady. On the other hand, Dan Xiaotian would have become a jerk who snubbed the Xue Qin's kind intentions and even attempted to harm her. This would provide the city lord manor with the required justification to annul the engagement. It was indeed a remarkable scheme with many layers to it. An ingenious ploy from a true villain indeed. On the other hand, Dan Xiaotian was on the verge of exploding from rage. I have agreed to cancel our engagement, but you were unsatisfied with just that and wanted to trample all over me so that you can walk out of it cleanly. When I rejected that, the first thing you thought of is to kill me instead. And when that failed too, you tried to pour dirty water over me to frame me of something I have not done. There really is nothing you wouldn't use against me. Second young mistress, don't waste your tears on a person like him. He isn't worthy of that. Seeing that they had managed to pull the crowd's sentiment to their side, Xueqin knew that his plan had already succeeded. At this point, no matter what else Dan Xiaotian said, he wouldn't be able to salvage the situation anymore. Heaving a sigh of relief on the inside, he consoled Xueqin before ordering the maids beside her. What are the two of you waiting for? Hurry up and bring the second young mistress back. Yes. The two maids quickly escorted the crying Xueqin out of the court. Xueqin finally his head back to Dan Xiaotian, and with a frosty look in his eyes, he said, with the evidence in place, what else do you have to say for yourself? Knowing that whatever he said would be meaningless at this point, Dan Xiaotian calmly looked back at Xueqin and said, so, based on what you all have said so far, it's out of my low self-esteem that I was jealous of Xueqin for clearing the trial of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Thus, I sought to collude with the bandits in order to stop her from going over. Are you acknowledging your intentions? Or do you still intend to argue your way out of this, even when there is an overwhelming number of evidence and witnesses testifying against you? Xueqin sneered. Acknowledging my intentions? Dan Xiaotian shook his head and sighed a little, as if he couldn't be bothered to argue with someone of the likes of Xueqin. I wish to meet Senior Hua Jianghe from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Audacious! Who do you think you are to dare ask for an audience with Master Hua? Xueqin thought that Dan Xiaotian would raise the matter about them attempting to annul the marriage agreement previously. Regarding that, he had already prepared a countermeasure that would have the latter cornered in a single move. But instead of that, the other party was asking to meet Senior Hua instead. Why? I am indeed unqualified, but I heard that the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion is accepting menial disciples. As long as one clears their trial, one would be able to join them. As someone from Xinjiang City and is of suitable age, I believe I have a right to participate in the trial too, right? Dan Xiaotian said. Anyone of Xinjiang City would stand a chance to become a menial disciple of Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. But you, Dan Xiaotian, don't stand a chance at all. I don't know what you are trying to pull here, but the City Lord Manor is answerable to the citizens of Xinjiang City. With the vile deeds you have committed, there's no way the City Manor will condone your crimes. Hearing those words, Xueqin immediately burst into laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world. A Saint Six Dan Trash actually wanted to participate in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion's trial? How in the world did he find the courage to say something as ridiculous as that? Besides, do you think someone as important as Master Hua would specially conduct the trial for a trash like you? Xueqin continued. He really doesn't know his place at all. All those who are allowed to join the trial are the greatest talent of our Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. That fellow is a cripple and can't cultivate. Does he want to make our city a laughingstock in the region? Master Hua is busy selecting the true geniuses from our city. How could he possibly have time to assess a cripple like him? He must have knocked his head somewhere. Derisive laughter could be heard from amongst the crowd. You better drop whatever thought you have in your mind. There's no way Master Hua would come here to test a trash like you. I advise you to confess to your crimes, and we can at least spare you from some suffering. Xueqin bellowed loudly. But halfway through his words, a composed voice suddenly echoed from the courtyard outside. Why can't I be here to conduct the trial for him? A tall figure walked into the court with widened strides. Hua Jianghe. There was a middle-aged man walking behind Hua Jianghe. This middle-aged man had a tall silhouette, and he was donned with majestic armor. His eyes emanated imposing authority, reminiscent of a person in power. Xueqin had been slowly walking away so as to listen to the proceedings when she heard the voice as well. Turning her head around, she was stunned for a moment before bowing deeply. "Father, Senior Hua." The middle-aged man was no other than the person who was killed by Xianxia with a single toss of saber back in the ethereal hall, the lord of Xinjiang City, Xuegan. There were 10 or so young men following behind the two. They were in their early teens, roughly 16 to 17 years old. Despite their young age, they seemed to wield incredible might in their grasp. They were the examinees participating in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion's trial. Master Hua. Upon seeing the two, Xuechun turned a bewildered look to City Lord Xuegan. As the trial of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion was of utmost importance. As the City Lord, Xuegan was required to be present at the venue to supervise the event. Yet, who could have thought that barely after the preliminary selection was completed, Huajianghe suddenly insisted on heading over to the City Lord Manor's court. This had left Xuegan bewildered too. "We'll conduct the second round of selections here. I can see that there are many people present here to witness the proceedings, and I believe that it would be good to showcase the fairness of our trial." Huajianghe arbitrarily made the decision himself as he walked right up to the centermost position in the room. If it was any other situation, it would be a breach of formalities for Huajianghe to make this decision on his own accord, especially given that City Lord Xuegan was present here. However, while this trial was underway, his words would represent the will of the entire Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. As such, even Xuegan had no choice but to accept his judgment. On the other hand, seeing that the court proceedings were suddenly interrupted in such an unexpected fashion, Xuechun was stunned. What was he supposed to do now? "Senior Hua, I am a citizen of Xinjiang City as well. May I know if I am qualified to join the trial as well?" Dan Xiaotian asked with a resounding voice. "Of course." Huajianghe nodded. "Master Hua, Dan Xiaotian is a mere Saint 6 Dan cultivator. It would be a waste of time for you to invigilate someone of his caliber. Furthermore, he colluded with the bandits to harm the interests of the city. It would be an insult to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion if someone as vile as him was permitted to participate in the trial as well," Xueqin said anxiously. He knew that Dan Xiaotian wouldn't be able to clear the trial even if he were to participate in it. But it would undermine the legitimacy of the trial if Dan Xiaotian were to suddenly participate in the trial as well. Furthermore, he could tell that Dan Xiaotian had something up his sleeves, and while he was confident of his plan, he knew better than to allow Dan Xiaotian to get his way. "You are saying that I'm weak?" Dan Xiaotian looked at Xueqin and asked. "Of course. As a crippled Saint 6 Dan, your strength can't even compare to the ordinary civilians of our city. What else can you be other than weak?" Xueqin's eyebrows shot up. "Since that's the case, I would like to ask what's your opinion of Xueqin's abilities then?" Dan Xiaotian asked. Even though the situation was still against him, confidence seemed to be slowly building up in his voice. Initially, he was just timidly obeying whatever Xianxia told him to do and say, but in face of Xueqin's oppression, his words were slowly becoming firmer and more powerful. "Our second young mistress is, of course, a genius. Despite only being 16 this year, she has already reached Great Sage 3 Dan consummation, and she could very well achieve a breakthrough anytime soon," Xueqin replied proudly. "Is that so?" Dan Xiaotian replied calmly. Wang wang wang. Bursts of sword chi shot out from the tip of his fingers, slicing the handcuffs around his wrist into shreds in an instant. At the same time, Dan Xiaotian released the seal on his cultivation, causing the aura around him to grow stronger and stronger till the equivalent of a Great Sage 3 Dan consummation expert. His hunched back also slowly straightened, causing his perceived 1.6 meters height to rise to that of around 1.75 meters. While he wasn't as tall as Zhang Xian, he appeared much more dignified than before. More importantly, when he slowly walked forward, the limp in his leg had vanished without a trace as well. Even his appearance seemed to have undergone some changes. Despite the glaring birthmark on his face, his features became more defined and elegant, giving him a masculine undertone. "This is impossible." Xueqin's eyes nearly plopped to the ground. All along, she had viewed Dan Xiaotian to be synonymous with weak and useless. She never thought that he could undergo such a huge transformation one day. Paying no heed to the shocked Xueqin, Dan Xiaotian walked straight up to Xueqin. His lips curved upward as he asked, "Even though the two of us have the same cultivation realm, you think of me as a trash but Xueqin as an unparalleled genius. I really wonder how you came to a judgment. Do you think with your toes?" "You?" Xueqin shook his head in disbelief as he took a step back. When had this fellow become able to cultivate? Not to mention, Great Sage 3 Dan Consummation? It wasn't just them. The crowd had fallen completely silent as well. The previous motive they had attributed to Dan Xiaotian was based on the premise that he was unable to cultivate, such that he needed the support of the city lord residents in order to survive. However, if Dan Xiaotian was actually an expert himself, such a reason would be invalidated. "All of you should come at me together," Dan Xiaotian told the youths that had come with Xianxia with a light chuckle. "You want to fight all of us at once?" These youths were startled by the suddenly challenge. They turned to look at Xianxia, and the latter gave a slight nod of approval. Thus, they raised the swords in their hands and charged forth. On the other hand, using his finger as his sword, Dan Xiaotian jabbed forth and snatched the sword from the hands of one of the cultivators. With the sword in his hand, he easily deflected the offense coming from the others. Tzzzzzzzzzz. Numerous surges of sword chi shot out from the tip of Dan Xiaotian's sword simultaneously. While he had spent most of his time deciphering the sword toss technique his teacher had imparted to him, he didn't neglect to work on his foundations as well. Even without using his trump card, his fighting prowess was still one to be reckoned with. Dang lang! Dang lang! Dang lang! With the outburst of sword chi, the swords that the other youths held were knocked out of their hands, falling to the ground amidst metallic clatter. The youths couldn't help stare at Xianxia in horror. The sword art which Dan Xiaotian had executed actually disarmed all of them in an instant. It was fortunate that he had gone easy on them, or else it could have been their wrists that were severed instead. Who? With a flick of his finger, the sword in Dan Xiaotian's hand flew out and stabbed into the ground right in front of Xueqin. With an air of loftiness, he looked at Xueqin and asked, "May I ask if the talented second young mistress is able to do what I, a trash, am able to do?" The crowd fell silent. Under the encirclement of over 10 opponents, Dan Xiaotian was able to steal a sword and knock out the swords in the hands of the others without even taking a step. The strength and swordsmanship he had displayed were truly terrifying. If such a person was considered as a trash, what would they count as? Xueqin's face paled as her body trembled in fear. Even though she was a great sage 3 Dan consummation cultivator, she knew that she would definitely be incapable of such a feat. If she were to attempt to do the same, she had little doubt that she would be overwhelmed in an instant and fall in defeat. Xueqin was silent for a moment before he swiftly rebutted, "Even if you aren't a trash, it's a fact that you have colluded with the bandits. Even your own neighbors have stepped forward to testify that they have spotted bandits entering your residence in the middle of the night." Hearing those words, Dan Xiaotian turned to look at the two witnesses and asked, "Are you certain that you have witnessed with your own eyes that there are bandits entering my residence?" "Yes, there's no mistake about it. We have seen it for certain." Under Dan Xiaotian's piercing gaze, the two neighbors cowered fearfully a little. If Dan Xiaotian was still unable to cultivate, they would still have nothing to fear. But given the prowess that Dan Xiaotian had just displayed, they couldn't help but recall the imposing authority that the Dan clan commanded 10 years ago. Even though they were just revealing what they had seen, just the possibility that Dan Xiaotian could exact vengeance on them in the future, for this made their words sound much less confident than before. While their hearts were thumping fearfully, Dan Xiaotian spoke out, "The fact that you saw it means that you are very sharp-eyed." "Huh?" The two neighbors were stunned. "Sharp-eyed? Boy, do you know what you are saying? That's equivalent to admitting that you have colluded with the bandits. No matter how talented and powerful you are, there's no way the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion would accept a person who has moral issues." As though a rock had been thrown into a pond, a huge uproar broke out amidst the crowd in that instant. "Ha ha ha ha! Look, Dan Xiaotian has finally admitted to his crimes. Since that's the case, I believe we need not continue on with the interrogation anymore. Men, capture that scoundrel who dares to collude with the bandits and lock him up. Xuechun was also stunned for a moment before his eyes lit up in ravenous joy. From the moment that Dan Xiaotian revealed his true prowess, he knew that things had gone awry. If Dan Xiaotian were to vehemently refute their claims from then on, it would have been a very difficult fight for him. The fact that they had chosen to hold a public trial was a double-edged sword to them. They would have to find conclusive evidence in order to indict Dan Xiaotian, or else the reputation of the city Lord Manor could be sullied as a result of this matter. Yet, who could have thought that Dan Xiaotian would foolishly admit to the matter at this moment? Not to mention, in front of so many people at that. With this, Dan Xiaotian's fate was sealed. Just by this confession in itself, they would be able to push for Dan Xiaotian's execution. Aren't you being too hasty over here? I didn't know that the city Lord Manor has a habit of jumping to conclusions. Dan Xiaotian sneered coldly. Turning to Xianxia, he clasped his fist and asked politely, Senior Hua, I would like to summon an eyewitness to the court. Go ahead. Xianxia nodded. Come in. Dan Xiaotian glanced outside and ordered. A figure covered tightly in a black robe and a straw hat walked from the midst of the crowd. Standing at the center of the court, he slowly took off his hat. He's Chao Qingli. You mean the leader of that band of bandits? He actually dares to walk right into the city Lord Manor? How dare he? Kill him. He's the eyewitness that Dan Xiaotian is summoning? It seems like the two of them are really colluding with one another. Upon catching a closer look at the silhouette, the crowd went completely frenzied. The person who had just entered was no other than the leader of the bandit band, Chao Qingli. This fellow's hideout was hidden in the depths of the mountain forest, and he was extremely skilled at navigating around the complex geography. As a result, the previous attempts by the city Lord Manor to apprehend him fell empty. Yet, he actually dared to walk right into the city Lord Manor. Just who in the world gave him the guts to do so? Is everyone seeing this sight? Chao Qingli is actually heeding Dan Xiaotian's words. It's obvious that they are in collusion. Xuechun was so excited that he nearly leaped into the air. Everything that had been presented thus far was just speculations and circumstantial evidence. Yet, that fellow actually brought the leader of the bandit band right in. Was there a worse move that one could make in this situation? Collusion. Dan Xiaotian suddenly roared in laughter as he looked at the black-robed bandit. Why don't we hear from the person in question who he was truly colluding with? It's him. Chao Qingli stepped forward and pointed to Xuechun and Xueqin. She was involved in it as well. What nonsense are you spouting? Don't you dare spout falsehood in this sacred place of justice. Xuechun's eyebrows shot up and he swiftly denied Chao Qingli's claims. Spout falsehood. Chao Qingli's fists clenched tightly together from rage. He turned to the crowd and began recounting his story loudly. Yesterday night, Xuechun paid me a visit and requested that I kill a man for him. As long as I successfully assassinated the target, he would pay me a handsome sum of 50,000 ethereal coins. I did a bit of investigation and found that the person I was intending to assassinate is a weakling. So I swiftly agreed to his request. Assassination. Weakling. There were plenty of smart individuals amongst the crowd who had already roughly guessed what had happened, and their eyes swiftly turned to Dan Xiaotian. In recent years, those were the words that had been used far too often to refer to him. Indeed, the target of assassination was no other than Dan Xiaotian. Chao Qingli answered the doubts of the crowd. So, I prepared an ambush for him last night, but Dan Xiaotian turned out to be much stronger than I thought, resulting in the failure of my assassination attempt. My entire band of bandits was slain by him. It would simply be too shocking if he were to say that his subordinates were killed by a horse and a carriage. Since that was the case, it would be more viable for him to spin up a more believable lie. It was out of sheer luck that I managed to escape with my life. I immediately went to meet up with Xuechun, and I demanded compensation from him for his inaccurate information that led to the deaths of my subordinates. Yet, he only paid me 500 ethereal coins. Infuriated, I followed him all the way back to his place, hoping to uncover his identity, but what I saw instead was Xianxia entering the city lord manor, and that was when I finally deduced his true identity. Furthermore, by sheer coincidence, I managed to record this scene down on a record crystal. Please have a look, Chao Qingli said as he began playing the record crystal he had recorded the previous night. The video reflected the courtyard of the tightly guarded city lord manor. The first thing that came into sight was a huge group of soldiers standing in a neat formation. Under the commands of a middle-aged man, Xianxia, standing at the forefront of the formation, these soldiers stripped their armor and donned the clothes of the bandits. After they had all changed into black garments, Xianxia emphasized imposingly that Dan Xiaotian and those around him must be killed by hook or by crook in this operation. The video didn't just stop there. The person recording the video followed the suspicious-dressed soldiers as they snuck across the streets, all the way to Dan Xiaotian's residence. That video is extremely alike to the one that was played earlier. It's likely that they were taken at the same timing. I thought that they were really bandits due to the clothes they were wearing, but who could have thought that they were actually the guards of the city lord manor? Wait a moment. Doesn't this mean that the guards of the city lord manor intentionally disguised themselves as bandits to murder others? It didn't take long for some to notice that the scene reflected in Chao Qingli's video was similar to the one displayed earlier, just that they were taken from different angles. Due to the dress-up, they instinctively assumed that those black garment individuals were bandits. But it turned out to just be a cover. They were actually the guards of the city lord manor. Who? The video stopped right after the guards entered the Dan clan residence. Taking the record crystal back into his grasp, Chao Qingli looked at Xianxia and asked, "What else do you have to say for yourself?" That's fabricated evidence." Xianxia's face paled in fright. He never thought that someone would follow him and record this sight down. Fabricated evidence? You sure speak as if it's that easy to fabricate such evidence. Why don't you try making one for us? Chao Qingli spat. It was impossible to alter the content recorded by a record crystal, and the presence of corroborating evidence from the neighbors recording further proved the authenticity of Chao Qingli's recording. Xianxia's face paled as he took a step back. This is all utter nonsense. You are engaged to the second young mistress, and given how talented you are, why should we kill you? Isn't it foolish for the city lord manor to take such a course of action? Xianxia's argument does make sense as well. The crowd quickly turned their heads over to Dan Xiaotian, wanting to see how he would explain himself. Considering that the two of them had a marriage agreement with one another, it should be a blessing for the city lord manor that Dan Xiaotian was actually a genius. Taking a step back, even if Xianxia and Dan Xiaotian had some disagreement with one another, they could have just annulled their agreement. Did the city lord manor really have to go to the extent of killing Dan Xiaotian? This didn't seem too rational to them. You are asking me why you want to kill me? It seems like your memory really isn't too good. Maybe this will help jot your memories a little. Dan Xiaotian chuckled as he took out a record crystal too and played the video stored within. You know the reason why I am coming here, but instead of coming out to welcome me personally, you dispatched a lowly servant to send the marriage agreement over instead. Do you think that this matter can be resolved that easily? In the video, Xianxia's attitude was cold and haughty, as if she had her head in the clouds. What I want from you isn't much. I just need you to announce to the entire city that you were the one who chose to back out of the marriage agreement on your own accord because you feel that you aren't worthy of me. It's after a series of careful deliberation before my father finally decided to respect your opinion and end the marriage agreement. By giving me the mere sheet of paper, are you expecting me to tell everyone that I, Xianxia, refuse to marry you? How could I allow the noble city lord manor to have such a stain on its reputation? Well, it's very simple. Over these years, the Dan clan has offended quite a few people. Isn't that so? You should also know that if not for your engagement with Xianxia, you should have already died many times over. Xianxia sneered coldly in the video. How would your death affect the city lord manor's reputation? Let me see. Our city lord would be enraged to learn of your demise, and he would dispatch men to exact vengeance for you. As for our second young mistress, she would be in deep sorrow for a long time, and eventually, she would decide to depart from this land of grief and head to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. The record crystal displayed the haughty attitudes of both Xuechen and Xueqin clearly, be it their words, their expressions, or their gestures. It turned out that she wanted to annul the engagement, but she wasn't satisfied with the other party rejecting her. In order to preserve her reputation, she would stoop down to even killing him. What a venomous heart she has. The reputation of the City Lord Manor has remained pristine over the years, but who could have thought that they would conduct such vile acts beneath the surface? How embarrassing. I have never felt so embarrassed to be a citizen of Shenzhen City before. There was no one who didn't understand what was going on after watching the video. Their eyes gradually turned hostile as they shifted their gazes toward Xuechen and Xueqin. Why you? With a pale face, Xueqin felt as if her strength had receded from her body, causing her to slump to a heap on the ground. She thought that everything would be settled after this. She would be free from the trash, and her reputation would soar as well. But things ended up in a direction she hadn't expected. Everything that she did was exposed so blatantly in public. From this day on, her reputation would be completely shattered. Everyone would only remember her as the cold-hearted woman who would stoop to colluding with the bandits in order to murder her fiancé in cold blood. Who would dare to marry her with such a reputation to her name? If such a matter could happen to Dan Xiaotian, how could they guarantee that they wouldn't be next? A bunch of nonsense. Today, I'll teach you a lesson for daring to fabricate lies about the City Lord Manor. Xuechen roared furiously as he abruptly charged at Dan Xiaotian and Chao Qingli. With a powerful gust of wind, his palm struck forth with impressive might. After everything that had happened, Xuechen knew that he had been cornered. In such a scenario, the best thing he could do was to silence Dan Xiaotian and Chao Qingli. Only with their death would he be able to start salvaging the situation. With his ancient sage 3-Dan cultivation, he swiftly sealed everything within the room. In that instant, both Dan Xiaotian and Chao Qingli felt as if a ravenous wolf had set its sights on them, and it left them trembling from instincts. Audacious! Huajianghe's eyes turned cold in fury. He didn't think that Xuechen would dare to kill those two in his presence. It seemed like the other party was really looking down on him. Huajianghe immediately grasped his sword, intending to stop Xuechen, but in the next instant, he felt a palm pushing his hands down, preventing him from unsheathing his sword. He glared at the person beside him, only to see City Lord Xuegon looking at him with a composed smile. Master there's no need to worry. Xuechen is just scaring the two of them, he won't really make a move on them. As a disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, it would be beneath you to get involved in the affairs of our city. Those words made Huajianghe narrow his eyes frostily. There was no way he could mistake Xuechen's killing intent. It was definitely not a bluff but a true strike to kill. If that palm were to land, the two of them would be killed on the spot. After those two were eliminated, City Lord Xuegon would step forward and expressed his regret at failing to keep his subordinate in line. He would then imprison Xuechen until the matter finally died down. By then, Dan Xiaotian and Chao Qingli would already be dead. So who would dare to question the City Lord Manor's judgment over two dead men? And once everything blew over, Xuechen would be released as if nothing had happened at all. No! In the face of Xuechen's devastating palm strike, Chao Qingli's face paled as sweat washed down his forehead. He had only come to redress Dan Xiaotian's grievances under the orders of that mysterious book. He had no intention of losing his life here. Just as he thought that his fate was sealed, the imposing momentum that was headed his way suddenly dissipated without a trace. Fearfully raising his head to take a peek, he saw the ancient sage 3-Dan expert in front of him collapsing powerlessly to the ground. Alarmed, Chao Qingli warily approached Xuechen, only to see a small piercing from his forehead to the back of his head. He carefully placed his fingers in front of Xuechen's nostrils, only to realize that the latter had already breathed his last. His fingers immediately jerked back out of shock. He was dazed for a moment before he began frantically looking around for the murder weapon. However, The only thing he found was a mysterious stalk of grass stabbed into the ground. There were traces of grayish matter on the stalk of grass. As unbelievable as it may seem, it seemed like it was the weapon that had robbed Xuechan of his life. For a flimsy stalk of grass to pierce through the head of an ancient sage 3-dan cultivator, just how powerful must one be to achieve such a feat? The comprehension that there was a powerful expert around who could take his life at any moment filled Chao Qingli's mind with utmost horror. His body stiffened in fear, not daring to move in the least. On the other hand, Xianxia rose to his feet as he looked upon the scene in disbelief. He was an ancient sage 4-dan primary stage expert just like City Lord Xuegan, but even he knew that he would be unable to pull off something like that. The flimsy structure of grass prevented one from exerting significant strength through it or infusing Xianxia into it. Yet, it actually breached an ancient sage 3-dan's Xianxia protective layer and pierced through his head. More importantly, even though the matter had happened right before his eyes, he was actually unable to discern who the culprit was, or where the grass had come from at all. It was almost as if the stalk of grass had appeared out of nowhere. City Lord Xuegan was as shocked as Xianxia was, and he felt his body turning icy cold. He knew that if he had been in Xuechen's place, that strike would have ended his life with ease as well. The only one present in the court that wasn't surprised was likely only Dan Xiaotian. He heaved a sigh of relief as he thought, "My teacher is truly formidable." He knew that his teacher was an extraordinary cultivator, but he didn't think that he would actually be this powerful. Suppressing his agitation and astonishment, Dan Xiaotian was just about to continue speaking when he saw City Lord Xuegan rising to his feet with an indignant look on his face. How dare Xuechun commit such atrocities? To think that I have trusted him and entrusted him with the important position as the chief instructor of the City Lord Manor. I must have been blind back then. This is truly a huge disgrace. Such black sheep must be killed in order to send out a stern warning to the others. Dan Xiaotian was taken aback by Xuegan's sudden outburst. Was the latter claiming that he was the one who had killed Xuechen? Just how shameless could that fellow get? Xiaotian, I apologize for the suffering you have been through as a result of Xuechen's willful actions. It's fortunate that you are smart enough to undo his ploy, or else our City Lord Manor would have fallen into disgrace as well. Xuegan walked over to Dan Xiaotian, and assuming the role of a caring elder, he said with a warm voice, "Your engagement with my daughter was decided by your grandfather and my father. They might be gone now, but as their offspring, we cannot let their expectations down. I believe that the reason why Xueqin committed such foolishness is because of Xuechen's beguilement. That fellow has always been skilled at manipulating the hearts of others." Dan Xiaotian couldn't help but sneer upon seeing how swift Xuegan was adapting to the situation. As expected of the city lord, Xuegan was a wily old fox. It was only because his teacher valued his privacy that he didn't want to step forward in this situation. Of everything that was gathered here, the one who boasted the greatest strength was Xuegan, so it was only natural that everyone thought that he was the one who killed Xuechen. Making use of this mentality, Xuegan immediately pushed all blame onto Xuechen, making it sound as if the City Lord Manor wasn't involved in the matter at all. After this matter blew over, he would then placate everyone with a mixture of fear tactics and incentives, so the public sentiments against the City Lord Manor would die down soon enough. Nevertheless, to be able to cast away his loyal subordinate so quickly, Xuegan sure was a callous man. "City Lord Xuegan, you sure are a good jester?" Dan Xiaotian chuckled a little before his eyes suddenly turned utterly cold. "The 50 elites dispatched by the City Lord Manor has died overnight, and a huge investigation was carried out right after. Are we to believe that this was all orchestrated by Xuechun without your knowledge? The death of 50 elites was a heavy cost to the City Lord Manor. There was no way Xuegan would have been completely oblivious to the matter. While there were various smart individuals amongst the crowd who had already figured out as much, Dan Xiaotian's act of pointing it out candidly could be considered as a direct challenge toward the City Lord Manor. Humph! Not expecting Xuechun to continue harping on this matter, even though he had already proposed a peaceful resolution, Xuegan's face turned livid. He immediately sent a warning to Dan Xiaotian via Xianxia telepathy. Is Xuechen's death not enough for you? Are you intending to bring me down as well? Naive. Do you even have evidence to prove that I was involved in this matter too? Dan Xiaotian fell silent. While Xuechen's attitude had been awful, it was true that most of the ploys were planned and executed by Xuechen. As a result, there was no direct link to indicate that Xuegan had played a part in it as well. In fact, it was likely that even Xuechen would be able to shirk responsibility off her too. After all, what she had mainly done was just to annul their engagement. Her actions thus far might have been reprehensible from a moral standpoint, but it didn't infringe on the law. Unless he could prove that Xuechen was acting under Xuechen's commands, he wouldn't be able to indict her under any crime. If you don't have any evidence, I advise you not to run your mouth. I know that you have a formidable expert backing you, and that's why you were able to kill Xuechen so easily. However, I am the Lord of Xinjiang City, and this is a title conferred to me directly by the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Only the elders of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion have the right to judge me. If the expert behind you dares to lay a hand on me, that could be interpreted as intervening in the internal affairs of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Do you think that the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion would allow someone who challenged their authority to get off scot-free? Or do you think that the person backing you have the ability to withstand the pressure coming from one of the six sects? Xuegan sneered. If you don't want the person backing you to get in trouble while trying to help you, I advise you to obediently heed my words and let this matter go. That would be the perfect ending, wouldn't it? Your marriage with Xuechen will go on as planned, and you need not worry about the Dan clan's enemies either. Dan Xiaotian's eyes reddened in fury, but he was unable to speak a word at all. In truth, he had also guessed as much that City Lord Xuegan had played a huge role in the incident that resulted in the deaths of his family back then, and he had been wanting to exact vengeance too. But what Xuegan said made perfect sense too. Through proper channels, none of them had the right to judge Xuegan. And if his teacher were to dare make a move on Xuegan privately, that would be no different from falling out with the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. While his teacher was powerful, he didn't think that his teacher was strong enough to stand against the entire Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Even if I don't say anything more, I believe you should know what you have to do, right? Seeing that Dan Xiaotian was beginning to waver, Xuegan harumphed coldly. In case you foolishly think that you still stand a chance, allow me to reiterate this fact for you once more. Unless an elder of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion hears your prayer and appears right now, otherwise you'll just be digging your own. Who? Before Xuegan could finish his words, the resounding call of a beast sounded from the air. Several individuals descended from the sky right after. Elder Lu. Upon seeing this group of people, Huajianghe's eyes lit up, and he swiftly rushed forward and clasped his fist. Elder Lu had finally arrived here from Starlight City. Seeing this sight, the words that Xuegan had wanted to speak ended up clogging inside his throat instead. While Elder Lu Yun was in charge of only managing the outer disciples, there was no denying that he was a real pseudo-immortal realm cultivator. Originally, he was only in charge of the outer disciple trial in Starlight City. He wouldn't have even come to a place like Xinjiang City where only menial disciples were recruited. Unless there were exceptional circumstances, he would only pass by the area at most. So why would he suddenly drop by at this moment? Xuegan couldn't believe what he was seeing, but he dared not to show the slightest disrespect toward Elder Lu Yun either. Thus, he quickly rushed forward and bowed down. City Lord Xuegan pays respects to Elder Lu Yun. Elder Lu Yun waved his hands casually before turning to Huajianghe. How is it? Has he appeared yet? Elder, I'm still uncertain exactly who that person is, but my guess is that he has something to do with that young man over there, Huajianghe said as he gestured toward Dan Xiaotian. Yesterday night, while he was still at the Ethereal Hall, World's Edge had asked him for a favor, requesting him to appear here at this timing. In the end, there was indeed a court case happening here, and it was due to his presence that Dan Xiaotian was able to redress his grievances. Thus, even if Dan Xiaotian wasn't World's Edge, it was likely that he was related to him in one way or another. Him? Elder Lu Yun looked at Dan Xiaotian doubtfully. With his eye of discernment, He could instantaneously tell how powerful Dan Xiaotian was. Great Sage 3 Dan Consummation. A person of such cultivation was actually able to kill all of his disciples with ease. It's like this. Huazhanghe began recounting everything that had happened to Elder Lu Yun. After hearing the story, Elder Lu Yun's face darkened. To think that there would be someone who would dare to act so audaciously in the territories of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. There was no way he could let this matter slide so easily. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his displeasure before turning to look at the young man standing at the center of the court. "You are Dan Xiaotian?" "That's right, Elder Lu." Dan Xiaotian bowed deeply as he replied. "Do you have any intention of joining the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion?" Elder Lu Yun asked. Dan Xiaotian was stunned for a moment as he discreetly glanced at his teacher. Upon receiving a nod from his teacher, he immediately bowed down and replied, "It would be my honor to join the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion." "Very well," Elder Lu Yun nodded. "From this day onward, you are an outer disciple of our sect. Anyone who dares to oppress you will be an enemy of our sect as well, and you can be certain that he will face the full wrath of our sect." Dan Xiaotian was stunned. He thought that Elder Lu Yun would want to test his prowess before coming to a decision. But who could have thought that he was accepted so easily? Everything happened so fast that it almost felt like a scam. Were it not for his knowledge that the person standing before him was an elder of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, he would have definitely thought it was a farce. He had long heard that Elder Lu Yun, who was in charge of recruiting outer disciples, was a hot-blooded and straightforward person, and it seemed like those rumors weren't completely unfounded. "Xiaotian, congratulations on becoming a disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion." The first one to react was Xuegan. He congratulated Dan Xiaotian with a bright smile on his face, not showing any sign of awkwardness due to their earlier argument. Paying no heed to Xuegan's act, Dan Xiaotian took in a deep breath, and as if coming to a major decision, he kneeled down on the floor and cried out indignantly, "Elder Lu, I beseech you to redress my grievances. Feel free to speak your mind." Elder Lu Yun replied, "Our Dan clan used to be a major power in Xinjiang City. However, due to our great strength and influence, the City Lord Manor has always viewed us as a threat. Thus, the City Lord Manor set us, and that eventually caused the death of all of my family members. This is the evidence of their evil doings." Dan Xiaotian passed a jade token over to Elder Lu Yun. After the Dan clan had been destroyed, Elder Yi had devoted himself to uncovering the truth behind the fall of the Dan clan. However, the more pieces of evidence he gathered, the more suspicious City Lord Xuegan became. He dared not to reveal it in the past, fearing that the City Lord Manor would silence them. But with an elder of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion standing before him at this instant, he knew that there was no better opportunity for him to resolve this regret of his. This was the will of his teacher as well. Elder Lu Yun took the jade token and took a look at it. A moment later, his eyes narrowed in fury. Every evidence stored in the jade token indicated clearly that the deaths of all 97 members of the Dan clan had an inseverable relationship with City Lord Xuegan's doings. "What do you have to say for yourself?" Elder Lu Yun spat as he tossed the jade token over to Xuegan. Xuegan hurriedly picked up the jade token, and upon seeing the contents, his eyes widened in astonishment. He swiftly kneeled onto the floor and cried out, "Elder Lu, these are all lies. I am framed. Everyone in Xinjiang City can testify to the friendly relations between the City Lord Manor and the Dan clan. The very fact that there's a marriage agreement between Xiaotian and Xueqin is more than enough to show that. I have nothing to gain by making a move against the Dan clan. There must be a misunderstanding somewhere. It could be because Xiaotian is angered by my daughter's foolishness in listening to Xueqin's words and attempting to annul her engagement. Elder Lu Yun, I beg of you to investigate this matter carefully and return me justice." "Humph. Rest assured that I'll give you a satisfactory answer." Elder Lu Yun harumphed before turning his attention away from the kneeling Xuegan. He looked at Dan Xiaotian and said, "While the evidence you have compiled is convincing, most of them can't be verified anymore due to the long interval since then. Furthermore, Given that Shuegon is the city lord, if he were to intentionally hide his trails, I wouldn't be able to do anything about it either. I understand, Dan Xiaotian replied with his head lowered. He knew that this would be the case. He knew it all along. It had been 10 years since tragedy struck the Dan clan, and Xinjiang City had changed a lot since then. Even if the evidence compiled was convincing, the passing of time would render most of them unverifiable, which meant that they couldn't be used to indict Shuegon anymore. Furthermore, Shuegon was a person who was willing to kill even for a mere annulment of engagement just to protect the reputation of the city lord manor. Considering how huge the massacre of the Dan clan was, he would have surely dealt with it promptly so that it would be impossible to link the incident to him anymore. It would undermine the authority of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion if I were to sentence a city lord to death without proper justification. However, there's an exception to the rule. At which, a glint flashed across Elder Lu Yun's eyes as he continued on. And that is true strength. As long as you are able to display overwhelming talents that would make you an asset to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, you can be assured that the sect will side with you instead of a third-tier city lord. The only way you can do that is to become an inner disciple of our sect. If you are able to do so, you can be assured that the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion would resolve any problems you are facing so that you are able to focus on your cultivation. Inner disciple? Dan Xiaotian was stunned. The Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion was only accepting menial disciples from Xinjiang City. Even this role of a lackey was enough to puff Xue Qin up with pride, leaving her feeling as if she had risen to the top of a peak. It was due to this that prompted her to annul her engagement with him in the first place. If he were to become an inner disciple, his standing would be higher than even Huojianghe and Shuegon. Naturally, the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion would feel more obligated to side with him instead of Shuegon. Just that, it was simply too difficult. Huojianghe was already an ancient sage 4-Dan dimension Shatterer realm cultivator, but he still remained an outer disciple. Considering that Dan Xiaotian was only at Great Sage 3-Dan consummation, would he stand a chance at all? Indeed, every single inner disciple is an asset to the sect. Their standing is even higher than an outer elder like me. As long as you successfully become an inner disciple, even if you kill City Lord Shuegon without any justification, no one would question your judgment at all, Elder Lu Yun said. This? Not expecting Elder Lu Yun to suddenly say such words, Shuegon's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. Couldn't be that. The other party intended Dan Xiaotian to take the examination to become an inner disciple? But the examination for inner disciples was no joke. Dan Xiaotian might be talented, but it was nigh impossible for him to succeed. Elder Lu, may I ask, how does the examination for inner disciples work? I'm willing to give it a try. Dan Xiaotian pondered for a moment before asking. The examination for inner disciples focuses not on the cultivation of the individual but his potential. As long as one's potential is sufficiently high, even if one's cultivation is lacking, one would still be able to join the ranks. It's also possible for an outsider to become an inner disciple right away after joining the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. There's no need for one to become an outer disciple first before progressing upward. There are two criteria which one has to meet in order to become an inner disciple. Firstly, one has to reach Ancient Sage before 17. Secondly, one has to clear the Inner Disciple Swordsmanship examination. At this point, Elder Lu Yun turned to Dan Xiaotian and asked, "How old are you at the moment?" "I am 16 right now, but..." Dan Xiaotian was just about to continue speaking when Elder Lu Yun suddenly interjected. "It's fine as long as you aren't 17 yet. Since you are already at Great Sage 3-Dan consummation, there's a good chance that you should be able to become an ancient sage before your 17th birthday. As for the swordsmanship examination for inner disciples, Huojianghe is the first senior for outer disciples, and his swordsmanship mastery already meets the requirement. As long as you are able to defeat him in the same cultivation realm, you can be deemed to have cleared the examination." "I have to defeat Senior Hua in the same cultivation realm?" Dan Xiaotian was a little nervous. He had only learned a night of swordsmanship with his teacher, whereas the other party was an expert from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. having studied swordsmanship for at least 20 years. It would be extremely difficult for him to defeat Senior Hua even if the latter were to suppress his cultivation down to the same level as him. Elder Lu Yun nodded. Indeed. Do you wish to give it a try? Yes, I would like to give it a try. Dan Xiaotian hesitated for a moment before nodding firmly. This was the greatest opportunity in his life to exact vengeance for his parents and brothers. Once this opportunity slipped past his fingers, it would be nigh impossible for him to redress the grievances of the Dan clan anymore. After all, there was no way Shuigan would quietly sit here and wait to be killed. By the time he rose through the ranks, the other party would have long made his escape. Given how large the Forsaken Continent was, trying to find Shuigan again would be no different from searching for a needle amidst the boundless ocean. Very well, Elder Lu Yun nodded. He turned to Huajianghe and said, suppress your cultivation down to Great Sage 3 Dan, and fight him with everything you got. Don't hold back anything at all, understood? Yes, Elder Lu. Huajianghe nodded. He began walking toward Dan Xiaotian while suppressing his cultivation down to Great Sage 3 Dan. Getting into his position, he drew his sword before beckoning for Dan Xiaotian to come at him with a wave of his hand. Come, teacher. This was the first time Dan Xiaotian was fighting with a real expert, so he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. He turned to look at his teacher for support, but the latter was staring quietly into space, as if everything that was happening at the moment had nothing to do with it. From the looks of it, it was obvious that he didn't plan on interfering in this duel. Forget it. I'll just have to give it my all. Dan Xiaotian gritted his teeth in resolution. His teacher had already given him a lot. He would have to take the last step himself in order to become an inner disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. So he couldn't back down at this crucial moment. In this short moment, Huajianghe was already charging toward him with incredible speed. It was almost as if a raging current was gushing toward Dan Xiaotian. However, after seeing Huajianghe's swordsmanship with his own eyes, what Dan Xiaotian felt wasn't trepidation but surprise. Huajianghe's sword art might appear to be complex on the surface, but this was all things that his teacher had spoken about before. With this knowledge, he found that he was able to swiftly deconstruct Huajianghe's move, stripping it of all of its elegance and complexity. It no longer held any secrets from him anymore, as if it was standing stark naked in his face. With this, everything else was a walk in the park. Staring right through the facade to peer into the enemy's intention, Dan Xiaotian was able to find 8 ways to overcome Huajianghe's swordsmanship in a moment's time. Thus, he drove his sword forward toward one of the core weaknesses in Huajianghe's swordsmanship. Taken aback, Huajianghe immediately leaped backward. To Dan Xiaotian, this was concrete evidence that his teacher's impartation was effective. So he sent yet another pierce forward. Once again, Huajianghe was forced to retreat. Just like that, with one side advancing and the other side retreating, the cycle repeated for more than 20 moves. Their swords hadn't even clashed with one another once, but Huajianghe had already retreated 40 steps thus far. That swordsmanship! It's truly formidable. Huang Tao, Hu Bin, and the others were stunned by Dan Xiaotian's fighting prowess. They looked at one another as if they had seen a ghost.